Well, a slightly delayed start to our commentary proceedings this morning, but we're there. It's always good to see. Welcome along to Oxford as going through right now straight away to level this game up. I think that might be Ella Treyas going through the middle, and that'll be one apiece. And the Eagles, who scored earlier on through Kenzie Mcnaught, and Ella Treyas has gone through and absolutely sighed through the gap and level at one apiece this game between the Eagles and the Galaxy. Jonathan Eaton once again alongside you. I say apologies for not being able to come to you directly, but Chris Wearmouth joins us here up in the commentary box. Slightly delayed start to proceedings, Chris, but not on the pitch. It's been brilliant so far.
It has. Perfect conditions for it, Jarlath, as Eagles go on to the attack in this London derby, critical London derby, as everybody tries to hunt the NQ Rebels down. But it's absolutely spot on conditions this morning. Mid-teens, sunny, winds died down. It's awesome.
Emily Bayliss has been awesome so far this game, but she almost got through, but I think she got caught. It was a sick touch anyway, and it will be a turnover, and the Galaxy now will have possession. So Chris, what are we thinking about this game? Because we talked about it before. That's a nice little run there through the gap there. Emily Rona-Roper, we didn't see her last time out on this stream, but she's great to have her back. But what do we think about this game? Because as you say, in this Women's Cup competition, it's absolutely important, because obviously NQ Rebels are going for 4 in a row in terms of Women's National Touch Series. We go back to last September here as well. This is a crucial game in order to try and get into that cup competition and deny them the chance to win the overall series as well.
Yeah, so the winners of each pool go through to a second round robin this afternoon for to decide the cup. So it's basically you're playing knockout football right from the start, and especially with the other teams in this pool. So we've got London. Who else have we got in this pool? We've got Nottingham Hoods, who have got a strong team as well. As Galaxy hit the front for the first time, that's Julia Unsworth. Now she's one of the Galaxy's experienced players at international level. They've got a number of those. You know, we saw Emily Rona-Roper and Danny Gregory, number 14. You know, they've got a real core of players who have played at the very highest level. And these teams, the London teams in particular, are very used to playing each other in the Super Leagues across the capital, especially at this time of year. But as I say, Nottingham are definitely no slouches as well. They've got some really good experienced players. And so, as I said, even a draw is not necessarily going to be enough for these players, for the teams, because they then have to win the other match that they're playing against Nottingham. So anyway, at the top of the table, NQ Rebels are 4 points clear at the top as Naomi
Chance to
Fairnett
go
goes
through, yes. Naomi Fairness strikes straight away, and we are level once again down at 2 apiece. I'll tell you what we'll do, Chris. We'll go through the tables at half time of this game between the Eagles and the Galaxy, but it's a really nice move there across, and Fairness just solves the dummy and goes through the gap, and we're level at 2 apiece.
Yeah, so what happened there is that the ball got played off the floor from the half to the supporting runner. Now that is really that was really important with what came next, because if the half can't score, but the player who receives the pass can. So you then saw the Galaxy link, who's the second player in from the wing. They then had to shut in on that runner to make sure that they couldn't score, which then left a simple offload for Naomi Fairnett to then score. But that was all created by a lovely little short play off the floor by the Eagles.
6 touch there, turnover, and the Eagles have defended that well, and we're level again at 2 apiece.
I can't believe you brought your Birmingham Bears cap after what they did to Northamptonshire the other night.
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't planned. Promise. No, it was. It was a great knock that was actually from Paul Sterling. It must be said. And 2 from 2. The Bears was up in Derby last night. It was an interesting drive down. There's no doubt about that this morning. After a lovely day with my friends in Derby, but it's been a lovely day so far for Kenzie Mcnaught. She has been on it so far in this first part of the game. And it's a turnover though, unfortunately. Half gets caught and the Galaxy will get the ball. Yeah,
the half gets caught was the thing. So that was, to go back to my previous point, is that was who couldn't score in that so that's why there wasn't that similar play from Eagles earlier on. But Northamptonshire, I'm glad to say, put things right. Scored 2-2-3 last night. Chris Lynn is a hell of a player from Australia. He's their new opening batsman.
I don't dispute that. But when you've got the Irish wonder man that is Paul Sterling on your side, it's not a bad effort, and once you've got the opportunity to go through there, the half gets caught, and once again it will be a turnover. I think
it's not. No, they've given a penalty there against Kenzie Mcnaught because of because she was in an offside position when she made the first touch, and even though she trapped back to make a touch getting onside, is that she then interfered with play, which is why it's a Galaxy fresh set of 6 on the 7.
Yeah, and this is a big opportunity. Goes over the top. That's a lovely score. And that looks like Mel Day. We regularly see her as part of the refereeing crew, and we also regularly hear from her on comms, but we also regularly see her scoring tries. And the Galaxy, for the first time in the game, have taken the lead. It's 3-2. And yeah, that's a really good score. That actually a really nice pass over the top out there as well. Might have actually been from Julie Rinsworth. I'm not sure. It might have been actually from Amberley Rook. In fact, they came over the top, but a lovely score there on the wing for Mel Day.
Yeah, it's all about the finish then, isn't it? It's, you create something, but what was good for Galaxy then is they scored early in their strike play.
Chance there, Finn, I think has gone through. She has. Nice pass over the top, and it was a bit of a bobble, to be honest with you, from Naomi Fairnett, but I think that might have actually helped her to sell the little bit of a dummy. And as quickly as Galaxy has scored, we're back level again. It's 3 apiece.
It's turning into a shootout already. I said it was going to be knockout football right from the start, and that's exactly what we're getting. That was a lovely pass, and it's utilising that little bit of extra height that Naomi Fairnett's got, especially popping up on the right link position this time instead of the left. And but that was a nicely created pass. That was a nicely created try, just in terms of that little pump just to hold the defender, create that little bit of space, and Naomi Fairnett, who's one of London Eagles' international players, to go over and score the try.
Nice little pass out there wide. I think they're just going to see if they can bring this up a little bit. Here the Eagles. There's Kenzie Mcnaught. Had her on comms down at Burton. Lovely to hear from her. Nice pass out the top there to Parry, but she's gone a little bit wide, out of play. And Rachel Parry has to concede the turnover. And another good defensive set there from the Galaxy.
Yeah, so now what you're going to see is Galaxy are now going to try and... They've moved the ball in play, but they're running a box move. We'll call it a box move. It's a subbing move. Now, this is going to be a really interesting example. Now, when Eagles
look how quickly, by the way, the Eagles are getting up there to stop them on third there. That was a really good set of good defensive set.
That is, and it's forcing Galaxy to come in to the play behind the play. So whereas when Eagles run a subbing move from a similar position, they will drive through past the sub box and get the players coming in at pace, as opposed to what they force Galaxy to do. And it just slows the play down if you're having to work hard backwards to come forwards, as opposed to just coming on forwards. But they're really good defensive set, as you said, from the Eagles.
Indeed, and the ball go the drops there, as it looked like Megan Pemberton was trying to create something, but we are getting closer towards half time. About 90 seconds to go, and there's a nice subbing move, but this time you can see the amount of meters that the Galaxy are making. That was a good pass there. Rona Roper will take it up. Driving on once more, looking for the 5th touch on the 7. That's where they want to be. Set up the set. You can see that Rona Roper's ready to try and do there, as is Mulligan. Rona Roper now on the last, looking to try and see if she can open up something here. Can she? There's a ball over the top. It's still being in play, but it was not the best of passes, but a really good control there, I think. And actually, that time from Ella Treyas is already on the score sheet. And it almost worked out for her. A lovely run through again from Rona Roper.
Yeah, and so Eagles weren't really trying to shut her down. What they were then looking to do was to do what's called a mirror play in defence. So the half, Emily Rona Roper there is the half she can't score, goes to the end of the end zone, to the dead ball line, to use other rugby parlance, and looking for support to pass back to. But then does really good shadow defensing or mirror defensing there by the Eagles to stop the play. Here comes Lois Lau, who's a really good playmaker.
That's a nice score, I think.
Nice touch.
No. I'm very happy there for the Galaxy, who you might be able to hear in our sub. We're next to them on their sub box. That ball goes out wide again, and that time, unfortunately, it is taken, and the touch is made, and it's going to be another turnover.
Yeah, it was a nice dive from Annabelle Jansen, though. I mean, the ground, it's nice and green, but the ground's pretty hard.
I'm hoping for a bit of overnight rain again tomorrow. Just to we want to see a bit of slipping and sliding, a bit of diving. We love to see on the street.
Maybe a bit of wheeling and dealing as well. Maybe.
Well, maybe. We'll be transferring me next. Here come the Galaxy. There goes that siren, and I think. So there is the final play, and that's and that'll be turnover, and that'll be at half time, where we are level at 3 apiece, Chris. It's been a fantastic first half.
As you say, it's a proper shootout, isn't it? You know, Eagles hitting the front first, scoring the first try, then Galaxy hitting the front at 2-1, then Eagles hitting the front at 3-2, and Galaxy going back and front. The thing, we're seeing a really good variety of play coming in from both teams in terms of how they're creating. You know, so we've seen Eagles score a couple of times on each link position, on their left link and their right link, both through Naomi Fairnet. Once was just some straight running from a short play to draw in the link. That was the first one, and then the second one was that little kind of fake pump just to hold the defence and then creating that space just on the link to finish off. So we've seen some really good finishes from both teams, and this is going to continue in the second half.
So what we'll do is we'll go through, we'll do a bit of a preview of the day at half-time in the first game, because unfortunately, as you said a little bit earlier, we couldn't really do that a little bit earlier. Apologies for the delay. So what we've got at the moment, as you can see, London Eagles and London Galaxy. The highlights going around on the first half at the moment. So then we've got the men's plate. London Eagles against Oxford Touch. That's next here at 10:40. Cambridge will play Hot Custard in the Women's Cup Pool C. Men's Cup Pool B is where we'll go next. NQ Rebels against London Scorpions, and then we'll see the NQ Rebels women's side against Old Wesley Touch in the Women's Cup Pool A. And then Old Wesley Touch will stay on here, but they'll be playing the Wigan Warriors in the Men's Cup Pool A. That I am very looking forward to watching. That should be an excellent game. After that, we will have a round robin in the Women's Cup competition at 2:15. One of the Men's Cup semi-finals at 3 o'clock. The other game in the Women's Cup round robin at 3:45. The Men's Cup final at 4:30, and the Women's Cup round robin matchup continues at 5:15. And as we said before, the pools look like this in the women's competition. We will have NQ Rebels, Old Wesley Touch and Thames Valley Vikings in Pool A. Pool B, the one we're watching right now, London Eagles and London Galaxy alongside Nottingham Hoods. And Pool C will be London Scorpions, Cambridge Touch and Hot Custard. That's in the women's competition. What we'll do, actually, we'll go through just very, very quickly how the overall standings look in the women's competition. So, I'll tell you what's happening right now. As Chris mentioned earlier on, NQ Rebels do have a 4-point lead at the top of the charts.
And thoroughly deserved as well. They've played some really good stuff.
I said before, they've won 3 in a row and they've been excellent in there. But I go back to that game against Nottingham 2 weeks ago in Burton, Chris, when one of the players, can't remember exactly who it was, scored on the hooter to tie that game up at 3 apiece to send them again. That was absolutely a crucial score. But what they've got is they've got this ability to strike from deep. They've got a lot of pace in their, particularly in their mids and links, and where they just get a roll on from their own half, and then are just able to exploit the dog-leg defence. And we've seen that, it's been great for Instagram reels, I have to say. We've got London Eagles, as you say, playing here. They're realistically the only side that could probably catch NQ Rebels if NQ Rebels do qualify for the Cup, on 34 points. London Scorps on 30, Raptors on 26, Nottingham Hoods on 22, Cambridge Touch on 18, Thames Valley Vikings on 14, Old Wesley Touch on 10, London Galaxy, who are watching here, on 8, and Hot Custard are on 2 points. And shame to see the Raptors not here this weekend, it must be saying, but appreciate things do happen. But the thing is about that NQ Rebel side, let's go back and talk about them, because I appreciate the second half's going to tap off in just a second. But that NQ Rebels, as you say, they have that ability to strike from deep, but they also have multiple weapons that can just go through any product gap. Yeah, and what they also have is they've got a fantastic team connectivity. They work really hard in terms of their in terms of the training that they do, and we'll go into the NQ Rebels in a second. I think what amazes me about that is that the genuine love for each other that they have as a team. Like, it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you look at the likes of Anna Crossley, you look at Joe Devine, you look at Georgina McCavanagh, who actually scored that try that saved the NQ Rebels and made him go 3 in a row. You look at Noleg Quinn as well, Carly Wynn, Nicola Wise. They're all been brilliant so far this year for that NQ Rebel side. Then if they do make it 4 in a row today, as you say, it will be fully deserved. But these are 2 of the teams trying to stop them, London Eagles and London Galaxy, and they're looking to try and get through the gap as well. That time there, Julia Unsworth looking for a second score, just couldn't quite do that at the start of the second half. Yeah, we see in the first half we saw Kenzie Mcnaught's attacking threat, and then we've seen her defensive prowess as well, just shutting that play down. She's fresh into she played England Women's Open for the first time last September, is in the European Touch Championships team. Oh, what a pass! And that's been given. What a pass over the top. I really hope we also got that little dart boogie-woogie on from the referee at the end. That's a lovely pass over the top from Emily Rona Roper, I believe. Not too sure who it was over on that far side who scored. But we'll try and find out in a second over by the Galaxy sub-box. But that is a stupendous pass, and you can tell how important Emily Rona Roper is to this London Galaxy side. Yeah, as I said, she wasn't playing 2 weeks ago, but she's a highly experienced player at international level, and is really one of the fulcrums of this Galaxy team. Eagles looking to try and respond quickly. A loss of control there, unfortunately. That time for Claire Waddle. And here come the Galaxy once more. So here come the Galaxy one final time, looking to try and see if they can maybe add to their scoring prowess potentially. Make it 5-3, and that's a drop ball, unfortunately. That is the equivalent, absolute textbook commentator's curse. I've been absolutely praising Emily Rona Roper there, and then all of a sudden, unfortunately, she drops the ball. Commentator's curse right there. Not blaming you for anything, Jarlath.
But here we go, and Eagles, what I was talking before about when Eagles make their subbing plays, so we saw Lois Lau coming on from, being able to come into the play at pace and immediately join it as opposed to having to go back. And that takes an awful lot of effort and skill from the players and from the team to be drilled enough to do that.
Trying to create something there where the Galaxy, as you say, with the Eagles, Lois Lau and Rebecca Maxwell, just trying really hard to see what they can do, but unfortunately didn't quite work out. Again, great blitz defence there from the Galaxy, but the ball goes dead. And this is a huge opportunity now for the Eagles, around about 10 metres out or so from that 7 metre line, Chris. And it's a huge opportunity to try and level themselves up.
Yeah, and there's no panic coming from the Eagles. They're keeping things relatively slow. And they're just trying to pull the Galaxy a bit left and right, trying to ask some questions, see whereabouts the chinks in the armour are. And here comes Lois Lau attacking on that short run.
She's so quick. Again, she goes to sides. Sod it. She goes straight through. She looked to see if she could get the ball out wide there. I think that might have been towards Natalie Grimsey. But Lois Lau says, don't worry about that. I'll just storm through, touch the ball down, we'll level again at 4 apiece.
Yeah, and that's, she took that short ball off and then immediately just put the pedal to the metal. And Tish Harold, number 99, she thought that Lois, it happened so quickly that she thought that Lois Lau was the half, and she's asking that question. But no, hit the short run, hit the short line, and we saw that happen at the other end, and it just asks a lot of questions of that defence if you're not alert to it.
Ball dropped again that time. Apologies again. Unfortunately, a few minor technical issues, but we are back.
With the system gremlins at the same 2020 that you were at last night.
Might have been, actually. They might have had a very sore heads in the morning, I think. But we're back, and we're 5 minutes in. It's before the end of the game. And while you've been away, the Eagles have scored a couple of tries, so the Galaxy. And it is 6-5 to the Eagles, but Galaxy are now on there, and that looked like a heavy touch, to be fair, from Naomi Fairnet, and it was given.
Oh, it's been given, yeah. It's one of those things where somebody's slightly off balance. What a pass that is.
And it's actually been intercepted, and unfortunately there, just didn't quite get away that time.
That was a lovely bit of anticipation there by Tina Veal.
Here's Fairnet again. Eagles probably just want one more, just to be sure, to get their campaign off to a winning start. But there's Emily Rona-Roper trying to set the pass up there. And now down the left-hand side looking again. That'll be the 5th touch, though. Now here's Lois Lau looking to try and not get caught. Well, was there a touch on that? Yes, there was. It looks like a forward pass might have been given. And unfortunately, Carish Dunn thought she was away and possibly winning this game for the Eagles, but not the case right now, 6-5. Ball goes dead. That'll be another turn. You might be able to hear on the ambient mic there, Emily Rona-Roper just telling her London Galaxy colleagues that they let themselves back into the game a little bit. They let them back in. So here come the Eagles one more time. Mcnaught will take the ball up, as will Lois Lau. Now looking to try and drive. Now back to Mcnaught. There's a bit of space out there. If she can get it across to the left-hand side, she's looking there. It looks like it's going to get straight to Bayliss. It goes back inside to Dunn, but there's a touch. Excellent touch there, and it's a forward pass, I think, anyway.
Yeah, lovely bit of setup play, though. We've got some people at each end of the experience range there, with Lois Lau in the women's 35s and Kenzie Mcnaught, who's just out of her teens, if she's not still a teenager. But both equally good and equally effective. And fantastic defence from the Eagles now. They're really putting that pressure onto Galaxy.
Again, they managed to sum them off, though, really, really quickly. And here come the Galaxy. Again, there's Emily Rona-Roper. Did she get the touch on in time? Doesn't look like she did. But now it looks like there's a final touch, and it will be the 6th. So around about 2 minutes to go. As we always say, our clock necessarily isn't with the central timer. There's Kenzie Mcnaught driving up again. Emily Bayliss. Back to McNaught. Now Fearnet and Bayliss. The two of them.
Nothing complicated now from Eagles, just going straight up through the middle.
They are. And here's McNaught. Can she get the ball out? Oh, that's a lovely step. Oh, that is sensational. What a step that is from Kenzie Mcnaught.
Somebody call mamas and papas, because that's where their dummies are.
Absolutely. That is one of the best steps you'll see. Oh my goodness, let's watch this on the replay here, Chris. I think that's Emily Bayliss who goes over, it is, and she absolutely sells the Galaxy player for a sandwich, and that is brilliant.
I feel really sorry for Stacey Collins. We've all been there. She's done the right thing in terms of going to shut Kenzie Mcnaught down as the half, but then has bought that dummy, as you say, left, right and centre.
Looked like a loss of control there potentially, but not to be that case there for Alice Summers, and the ball will come back now. They'll try and set this up on the fifth in fact, actually. Nice little step. Was that a touch on there? Yes, there was. It'll be the sixth touch. And unfortunately, Amberley Ruck just couldn't quite get there. And it looks like the Eagles are going to start off with a win, but what a game it's been.
It has been a fantastic game. We've seen it be a shootout, and I think that last try there has just broken the game open, and I think sealed the win for the Eagles. Amberley Ruck, unfortunately, if she'd have dived there just at Naomi Fairnett's ankles, I think she'd have scored. But that isn't to be, and as I say, the grass is green, but the ground is hard, so I don't blame her for not diving.
I will say this though, I think we've already seen the try of the day, and it's not even 10:30. Barely just gone 10:30, in fact, actually. I
think we've seen certainly quite a few. In terms of the dummies.
There's the siren, and there it is.
Yeah, we've seen some really good tries scored by both teams there. Particularly the Eagles, the way that they brought their links into play, and the way that just that sleight of hand that we've seen in terms of the dummies, the ability just to create the holes when they absolutely needed to, and they're worth the win, but the margin's fair as well.
Well, will we be seeing the London Eagles back on stream later? All three of the round robin cup matches will be with us here on England Touch Rugby, but it's a solid start for the Eagles this morning. It's been an entertaining game, but it is a 7-5 victory against their rivals from London, the Galaxy. And in fact, their men's side are now going to try and see if they can do something similar against Oxford Touch, our hosts down here in Oxford. We're back at around about 2 minutes or 3 minutes time. Tap off at 10:40 UK time. Stay with us.
On three, 1, 2, 3, Oxford!
So a warm welcome back where the sun has just decided to re-emerge as I put my jumper on, which is always a lovely thing. But I'd rather that than the rain, it must be said. I'm sure I speak for a lot of the players here, although I'm not sure whether we wouldn't mind a few sliding and diving, but we are underway and we're about to tap off, there we go, in this men's plate competition between the London Eagles and Oxford Touch. Eagles now in this plate competition. We will try and keep you up to date with all the scores as and when we can, but at the moment it is going to be the Eagles who will drive us forward to start off this game. There's a drop ball though, unfortunately that time just didn't quite reach Colin Scott. Being this close, it must be said, here the quick turn round and the quick changeovers and the referees and everything like that, it is an excellent position that we have here down at Oxford. It's a sick touch there as unfortunately Benzie gets caught. So here come the Eagles one more time. Are we going to get the first score of the day? In fact, there's going to be no advantage. It's going to be a penalty. And joining us on comms, it's lovely to see Naomi Ferner and Emily Bayliss here. Not a bad start there, I don't think, Naomi?
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. We got tested definitely in the first half. I think we were probably a bit slow to get underway, but it's a strong Galaxy team, and yeah, glad we got the win in the end, but it was a bit of a grind.
We'll talk a bit more about that in a second, as I believe there's a score there that's just been done there for the Eagles, and there is, and it is a 1-0 lead there for the Eagles, rather than Oxford. And here come Oxford Touch now, driving this ball forward. Can they do with that?
Let's see, so they've picked up their long ball.
Here come Oxford again, looking to try and level this up straight away. That's a nice dive, and I think that's fine. Yeah, really good dive there. I think that might have been, it is, it's Felipe Avetican. And it is one apiece between the Eagles and Oxford. Emily, you've got the mic at the moment. We'll flick between Naomi and Emily throughout the call, throughout the coverage. But what do you think about that? This is obviously a big game, a big day. Obviously, the Elite Women's Dash Touch Series is up for grabs. You're probably the closest side to probably be able to stop NQ Rebels, it must be said. What are you thinking at the moment in time, or especially you, Emily, at this moment in time, about how to try and take them down? Because you were getting close on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, it's definitely been tight the last 2 rounds, coming up against them in the finals both times. They've kind of beaten us for pace previously. Potentially our defence let us down a bit. I don't want to give away too much. We've got some secrets up our sleeve, but we're really hoping to test them this time and at least put on a better display and hopefully get the win.
Well, we'll hopefully see you a bit later on in the Women's Cup round robin. All 3 matches of that Women's Cup round robin will be with us later on in the day, all the way through until around about 6 o'clock. We'll have live coverage from here.
We've got good field position here for Eagles. They had a turnover in their half, so let's see what they can put together in terms of some line attack.
Chance here, can they drive it forward? It's the real good opportunity here, as you say then, Naomi. trying to drive it on again. Here come. I think that was a nice touch there. It was. Looking there, I think there might have been Christy Wimpenny that time that just couldn't quite
Got Max
go through.
here to his brother Tom. Harrison on the right. Oh, I think he was actually in. He didn't need to pass.
That was a really nice pass, to be fair. That was Harrison Cross, who was excellent 2 weeks ago down in Burton.
Got last touch here, so they're just going to chance their arm a bit. Try and kill it as far away from the Oxford sub-box as possible.
We've always talked about this whenever we have guests on here as well. You know, how difficult is it when you have a ball, you get the ball about 7 metres away, but it's so far away you have to try and drive diagonally towards your own sub-box?
Yeah, it is a good tactic by the attack to try and make the defence run as far as they can to the sub-box, because it wears you out, obviously, having to jog that extra few yards. So I think most teams try and always get the final touch as far as they can away. But yeah, it's kind of well known that it makes it a lot difficult. More difficult. Oh,
Oxford through, but what a good touch that was there. That time, I think it might have been Christopher Ray that just couldn't quite get through there. Half got caught, and a nice little turnover that time, and it will be a turnover then. The Eagles will try and drive up here on second. One apiece with about 5 gone in this men's plate competition. We'll tell you all the results from around the pitches. There's 6 pitches going on this weekend, both in the Elite and in the Development National Touch Series, which of course you can see with us tomorrow from 10 o'clock UK time. Appreciate we do have a worldwide audience tuning in. And hello to you around the world, wherever you are watching this here on our England Touch live stream. Oxford now trying to get it out of the pass, so that's, would have been a really good score there, I think, for Joseph Hartley, but just couldn't quite control the pass there, and the Eagles defend that once again there, Emily.
Yeah, it seems that Oxford are running quite a few cricket plays, looking for the step back or pass out to the wing, but Eagles have defended it quite well so far, keeping nice and tight and protecting their short side.
That looked like an interesting way of getting the player out of the way there in the ruck, but Eagles will drive it one more time. That's the 5th, and a nice run on there, and ball goes out the pass. They're all trying to see what they can do there, and in fact they've gone for a forward pass there. As Chris Wall just couldn't quite get up to it, and Oxford will come again. 6.5 gone, 1 apiece. As Oxford look to try and drive it forward again, but it looks like the Eagles are really coming up quite quickly in defence. Something that you were all doing in the previous game, Emily.
Yeah, so there's a few different ways of defending when they're driving up the pitch, either subbing off or coming straight from their 7. You can either run pistons, where you send every other person up and run super aggressively, or you can set as a 6 and then nominate, so you all kind of go up a bit and then that final person pushes the few last yards. It seems here the Eagles are running more of a 6 defence, and therefore they're allowing and sucking a little bit to allow Oxford to come on, but then really pressing on those last 3 touches.
Nice pass out the back there.
Eagles struggling with momentum here. It'd be good to see them set up something.
That's the 4th. Nice touch through there. The half's gone straight through.
That's a great screw from Henry Stratford. And
that
is to Colin.
And it's a drop ball.
And it's a loss of control, unfortunately.
Colin Scott just couldn't quite hold on to it. As you say there, Henry Stratford driving through the middle, but Colin Scott just couldn't quite get his touchdown. And it's going to be a turnover. It's 7.5 gone, halfway through this opening half. And there's a ball that looked like trying to be flung out the back there to over the far wing, but Chris Wimpenny just couldn't quite get up to it, and it'll be another turnover, and it will be another set here for the Eagles, who really seem that they're making a lot of metres at the moment, Naomi.
Yeah, they're not being afraid to kind of pass it around. So you can see that they're kind of looking for that check-off whenever they can. Although they've stalled a little here, and we've got a shooter from Oxford coming up, so George does well there to get through. Oh, I think it was a touch back there.
So once more, I think there might have been either a touch. Yep, I think you're right.
Oh, I think it was a penalty actually. Got a tap there.
And there's a chance there at this moment in time there. You always say when you try and set up on the halfway, especially when you've either scored or when you're trying to set up from that halfway, it's a real big opportunity for you to try and get a score.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you always have a chance to run a tap-off move if you've got something like that. Oh, and that's a hard touch there, so I would think a penalty. But no, I think the ref's just saying it was momentum. Oh no, we do have a hard touch penalty. So they've got a fresh set of 6 here. they'll try and look to spread the defence around, manipulate them a bit before kind of setting up a strike play.
Looking to try and strike on the 7.
Oh dear.
Ball goes wide. I think there's going to be a penalty. Yeah, I thought that. Looked like the referee was playing advantage, and I think they're saying it might have been for offside.
Yeah, it looks like it. They're lucky there because I think they threw that away on first touch, which wasn't great. But hopefully they get a redo here.
Big opportunity now then.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to capitalise on this for sure. They're all a bit static at the moment. Looks like they're trying to get moving.
Let's see how they can do. Chance to come through. Nice pass out there towards Penniston over the top. But that's a lovely try. Oh, well caught. And it's just looking like it's going to get caught there. But that was a sensational pass over the top from Sam Clancher.
There's a nice tap back there from Harry on the wing.
It might have actually, you're right, it might have been Harrison Cross actually who made that really long pass. And unfortunately the touch goes down. It will be a turnover again, and Oxford will be very, very happy to see that one go through without actually scoring. Really good defensive set of 6.
Yeah, that's a win for Oxford there, to be able to hold the Eagles out for a good 2 or 3 sets there on their line, and now make some really good yards coming into their box with fresh legs on.
We'll have to talk about that try in a few moments' time, probably at half-time, about the step from Kenzie Mcnaught that set up Emily Bayliss with the try there. We'll have to talk about that. In fact, actually, Emily's just taking the mic, so we'll talk about that. That step from Kenzie was absolutely sensational, and you just had to finish off the gloss, didn't you?
Yeah, I do enjoy playing in the mids with Kenzie. She's got some magic feet on her, and so we've had a few of those previously. It's an absolute treat.
That could already be a try of the day contender, and like I said at the time, it was 10:35, and we don't think we need to see anything better than that. But if that's if that's the standard we're getting throughout the day, sign me up.
Oh,
lovely little pass out the touch.
From one of the Pennisards.
Yeah, it might have been Tom actually. Yeah. Unfortunately, through it goes, and this time, here come Oxford one more time. Now looking to try and set this up. Will we get a little bit closer at this point? Ball goes dead that time. Just couldn't quite handle it there, could Chris Wright?
Yeah, the Eagles have been defending their subbing on sets pretty well and shut them down, so there's been hardly any scoops, which has been good.
And even when you get that ball turnover, I appreciate it's not exactly on the halfway line, but when you get a chance to turn that ball over around the 10-metre line there on a normal rugby pitch, it's a huge opportunity. It's basically like a tap-off move, isn't it? You've got a really good chance to set you up into 6.
Yeah, for sure. That's one of the things we aim for when we're defending against people subbing on, or even when they're driving, is to really hit hard and try, if possible, not to let them get past halfway. In some training sessions, we incentivise that with chocolates or sweets, and it's a chocolate per time that they get stopped in their own half, so that's worked well previously.
Ball goes dead out of play. It will be yet another turnover, and Oxford are doing really well defending, but they've got to try and start making some meters, Emily, if they're going to try and get another score at this time. Yeah,
they seem to be tiring a little bit. Potentially lack of subs paying off at this stage, and so they seem to be struggling to make any meters getting down the pitch.
That's the 5th touch, and they're not even on the halfway line stage at this moment in time. The ball's got to go wide, I think. It will do. And it might come back inside, and that's a nice touch there. And unfortunately, Chris Wimpenny just couldn't get through the gap. And again, the Eagles have got this opportunity here from around the 10-metre line. Surely at one stage, it's going to be a score, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be there. Hopefully they're grinding them out, and then at one stage it will start to pay off. Yeah, I don't think the scoreline currently reflects how many opportunities that the Eagles have created, so hopefully at some stage they'll break through.
Max Penniston trying to go through there. It's going to be an offside call anyway, so it's a set of 6 on the 7.
Yeah, it'd be good to see them manipulating the defence a bit more here, trying to set them up to run the moves that they want rather than being dictated by the positioning of the defence.
Here is Penniston. That one goes back towards Miller. Back to Penniston. That's a score.
Nice. That was a quickie on the link and then back inside.
Looked like he drew the man across there. Did George Miller. Penniston just is available and waited, and George Miller draws 2, and it's an easy score, and the Eagles now lead 2-1.
Minutes to go, let's get one back.
So we're getting up towards half-time, and I think you've got to say at the moment the Eagles probably deserve to be in front.
Yeah, they've had a lot more opportunities, definitely on the line, but I mean, it's a testament to Oxford's defence, actually, that they've managed to hold them out. Now they have a chance of their own. Let's see what they can set up.
Big chance here. Again, Vetican just couldn't quite get it out. It's play through.
I think Tom Hall there, I think, got called off.
He was, yeah, he got touched down. And it's going to be a score. And straight away, all the work, but Felipe Vetican drives it through the middle, as you say. Offside, played through, lovely pass out the back. And Ben Blackburn touches down, and we are level at 2 apiece.
Yeah, that's how quickly things can change, I guess, in a game of touch. So particularly when they're a bit shorter games, these 15-minute halves make it really tricky, and you can't really afford to let up just for a moment. But looks like Eagles will get one more crack. Oh, so literally be a pass touch here.
Final play, looking to try and get through. Nice little step out the back. There's a chance, I think. Can he finish it off? No, he can't. That's going to be touchdown anyway, and it's going to be half-time. And we're going to go in at level at 2 apiece. And as we've said before, Naomi, I don't think the scoreline reflects the moment, but that is a testament to how well Oxford defence has been.
Yeah, no, they've been very solid in their line defence there, working really hard for each other, and yeah, cutting down the time that Eagles have really to set anything up. So I think Eagles will be a bit disappointed that they're not up by a couple more at this point, but Oxford should be really pleased with their defensive efforts. We'll see what happens now in the second half.
Well, we'll hear from Naomi in just a second. What we'll do while half-time is currently going is that we'll go through some scores from around the pitches. So as we've said before, London Eagles beating London Galaxy in the Women's Cup Pool B 7-5. That was on pitch 1 earlier on. Pitch 2, a really good game to start us off. NQ Rebels 13, Thames Valley Vikings 9. Really good game that to start us off.
That's very high scoring. I mean, we know NQ Rebels has the pace to be able to run through a lot of teams, but for Thames Valley to get 9, then that's meaning that they were firing as well. Absolutely.
London Scorps also beating Hot Custard in the Women's Pool C on pitch 3. 6-3, the Scorps beating Hot Custard there. We will be seeing Hot Custard in just a few moments' time, in fact actually against Cambridge Touch at 11:20. So I'll just give you a couple of games that are going on right now. As we said, the men's plates on our stream here at the moment. It's London Eagles against Oxford Touch. NQ Rebels against Nottingham Hoods currently going on pitch 2. And on pitch 3, another game in the men's plate competition. It's Cambridge against Canterbury. And last time out, Old Wesley Touch were the winners of the Cup. They are taking on London Galaxy as we speak on pitch 4. So we'll keep you up to date with all the scores as we can. Reminder that every game of the Women's Cup competition will be on our stream in the round robin phase once we go through the boards have got through to the pool stages. So the round robin phase to determine who will be the Women's Cup champion, that will be on our stream here, and we'll have a cup semi-final of the men and a cup final as well for the men. So all of the action coming up from 2:15 later on this afternoon. So Kenzie Mcnaught joins us here back on comms as she was a couple of weeks ago. Have you recovered from that step yet?
Just a little bit, I'm gonna lie. That game was always quite tough. Oh, sorry. It's always quite tough the first game. I quite liked running against
Galaxy. If you forgot that one then, didn't you?
It's taken it out of me like entirely. I'm kind of ready for bed now. Such a tough game the first thing in the morning, but I actually love it. It gets you pumped for the rest of the tournament.
1, 2, 3,
About to say, how important is that when you get that first win on the board, especially when you've only got 3 games? It's essential, or 2 games in fact actually in the pool. It's essentially you're playing knockout rugby, for knockout touch from the start there really for you.
Yeah, I think for the first game especially, everyone has a tough first game. Everyone's waking up, shaking off the dust. So to get into it as fast as you can, especially running against a really good team like Galaxy, it's probably the best way to start a tournament.
Well, we mentioned obviously it's great to see Emily Rona-Roper back for the Galaxy, and it seemed like she gave him a real little jump. It felt like in that sense. And I mean, obviously, I know you play alongside her, you know, with the nationals competitions as well. It looks like though that everybody, even though you are supposedly London rivals, but because you're all obviously from London sides, it's like I've always said though, it feels like this place is one big touch family, and it's great to see the sportsmanship at the end and all the rest of it. I mean, but how important was that first win for you? Because as well, in the context of the overall series, because obviously you're chasing the NQ Rebels, you're realistically the only chance of catching them if they do qualify. It's a big statement to get through and make sure you're in that cup competition.
I like to think that all the first 2 games that we have, they're the most important ones in that moment. We always look forward to playing NQ, we always hope to play them in the final. But the first 2 games, if we don't win them, we're not even through to the next one, so that every single game is important to us. Excited to play Nottingham, also nervous to play them.
Yeah, they did really well last time out, if my memory serves me correctly.
They've got a lot of pace in their team as well, lots of really young players.
They took NQ Rebels all the way close.
Georgina that speed,
Georgina McCavender doing all the business there to make sure that NQ Rebels stayed at trying to get themselves a 3rd straight title. Nottingham Touch, obviously, as you talked about there, Kenzie, actually won the plate last time out, I think, in the women's competition, and then that was in the first round, and then in the round 2 of the plate competition, Cambridge Touch beat them. So they've always been there or thereabouts in that plate competition. Though we wanted to try and get yourselves up into the cup competition as well, like you guys, I presume as well.
We've not played them in a while, not sure what to expect, but we always know that it's going to be a tough run against them. We've just got to keep our heads.
Well, fingers crossed for you. We hope to see you back here, of course, on pitch 1 later on today. And that looks like, well, it's been given. First score of the second half.
Good low dive.
Absolutely. And the referees just said, yep, that's absolutely fine. And it was a nice little dive there through the middle. And Oxford get themselves straight on there.
Yeah, I think it's a dream start for them.
Absolutely. Ewan Campbell, I think it was, who managed to go through on the dive. You can see his legs at the minute. He's got a few scar marks there from where they dived, because I imagine the ground isn't that friendly for sliding and diving at the moment, Naomi.
Especially when it's really dry, hard ground. You get a lot of different grazes. It's the classic touch ones down your shin and then kind of your hips and elbows as well.
Good touch on there, that time from Campbell Allen. He's warming up to the right of us here. You can see Cambridge Touch. Forward to watching that game a bit later on, but what a pass out the back. It just didn't quite go to hand that time there for the Eagles. Not sure who number 23 is, because we haven't got him on our team sheet.
Zubin there, Zubin Tanner.
This is why we have a London Eagles co-comp with us.
Can help you point them out.
Absolutely. Well, Zubin Tanner, it almost fell for him, but just didn't quite get there, I'm afraid.
Zubin's a very good finisher. He's in the men's Opens England setup and is one of their specialist wingers there, so you can trust him usually to finish everything he throws away.
Pass just didn't quite go to hand, and there's the 6th touch that time from Chris Ray.
Eagles are driving off now, and we've actually got a penalty for offside, so they're going to get a fresh set of 6 and able to get fresh legs on.
You stayed open, son. You didn't follow me under. You said you got to follow me under. Because I've got a huge hole between us. So Vince made the touch into a corner.
So here come the Eagles. There is Zubin Tanner. Now looking to see, can they level this game up at 3 apiece?
Got some good strike options on here with Henry Stratford.
Yeah.
And Scott's picking up.
There it is. There's a chance out to Tom Penniseed.
Good touch, but we've got a penalty, I think, for offside.
I'm nervous about that wind. Just seen the posts move in the breeze, so I'm not too sure whether Jack Harris has bumped into them there at the back of the rugby on the normal 15s side. But now, that's a lovely pass back. There's the opportunity. Has to score. Yes.
Great finish there by Harry.
Indeed.
That was a nice sweeper QB play, I think, that they ran. So you sweep around, put a quick ball back, and then Harrison goes for the long ball to the wing. He's able to gather it in and do a diving finish.
Okay, we haven't got Harry actually on here, unfortunately, at the moment in time. I don't think so. No, we don't on our team sheet either. So
might have been a late substitute, perhaps, to come in.
But fortunately, though, it doesn't matter who it is. If you're an Eagles supporter, an Eagles player, because you're level at 3 apiece in this men's plate competition.
Yeah, that was good composure there by Eagles. Going down first set of the second half can be a bit of a mental thing to get back.
Nice little touch on there that time from Tom Hall. But, unfortunately, here come Oxford again. Vetican has always been there or thereabouts, trying to make something happen. Oh, that would have been an absolutely brilliant way to get the lead back. But Campbell Allen, it just didn't fall for him, and the Eagles survive.
That was a great hole there by the Oxford link. You can see he was in, plenty of space, but unfortunately he just couldn't get a grip on the ball. So Eagles lucky to survive that one, because most of the time it probably would have been a score.
As it happens, though, the Eagles just didn't take their chance in the first half. Well, Oxford paid the price for not taking that chance in the second. That wasn't the greatest of ways to get the touch on, but that's a lovely pass back. Really good work there through the middle. In fact, they're going to come through for the penalty, I think.
Touch pass, I believe.
Yeah. Again, Chris Wall just trying to make something happen, but referees again spot that there's going to be touch passes, Naomi rightly says. So we're into the final 10 minutes. We're still level at 3 apiece. Which way will this game go?
It's a very close game, so I think whichever team can just kind of hang on to the ball as long as possible and not give away penalties, and then just convert and execute those chances that they have.
You've always talked about there, Naomi, as well, a chance to do the tap-off move, and here's an opportunity now for a 6 again up from the penalty.
Yeah, this will be a nice platform for Oxford to attack off. They're already down there in 2 touches now, so they have a whole bunch to play with. They're going to send a sweeper, it looks like.
Yeah, from the 7, trying to drive here, but this is fine. They get 2 touches now, or in fact, actually, this is the last on the 7.
Last coming here. So they're going to want to throw it around. Yeah, I don't think they realised there that was
no, I think they thought that was the 5th. That's really good defence there from the Eagles, and now they're looking to try to retake the lead. They've only been ahead once in this game. As
they're going to use their momentum here, hopefully, to get a good scoop.
Look at the way they're driving. It just didn't quite fall there for Penisseed, but still an opportunity again, though, here for Stratford.
Yeah, give it to Russell, I think.
Yeah, there's Russell Reed.
I think he's offside, that guy, so it should be play through. Oh!
In fact, it's the 6th touch.
Must have just made it on.
Russell Reed there almost getting through, but it was a great touch in the end. That looked very, very close to being forward.
The referees did say that they were going to keep a close eye on forward passes off the ruck today, so I think we might expect to see a few being called up.
As it happens, it's going to be the 5th. The Vetican didn't know if he got taught, but there's a touch on there that time. And it will be another turnover. But again, they've got back quite far in the Eagles. And look at the way that Oxford are coming up in defence.
Yeah, they're being really aggressive, I think, with their pistoning. So that's usually where 2 or 3 players will come up, put some real kind of pressure on the attack, and hopefully kind of kill the ball in their half. But Eagles have done well to make a bit more ground here and now get an attacking scoop. Puts away.
Pass was there, it just didn't quite fall for the winger. I think it might have been George Miller out there on that wing.
That was unlucky, but it was a difficult pass to get away because George was under a bit of pressure there. So unfortunately they couldn't quite convert, but that might be another missed opportunity, I
think the game has been a missed opportunities game, it must be said. Who will take an opportunity? Will one more be taken? 7 minutes to go, 6th touch, and again, it's quite far away from the Eagles sub-box, and it's again, they get, what the difference I think in this, from what we can see in this from the first half, I think, Naomi, is the fact that Oxford seems to be driving a lot further forward. They're getting a lot further forward, and Eagles are having to go a long way at the moment.
Yeah, it's end-to-end stuff at the moment. I mean, we've seen each team kind of drive and manage to get some touches down on their side of the box, and then really, yeah, it's just who can kind of get as much field position as possible, and then kind of have one crack at the line. Oh, Tom's got a dummy there.
Tom Pearce,
Tom
Penisseed.
Someone free.
There it is.
There it is. Henry Stratford there with the put down.
It is. It's a score. All clear from the officials. And that's a lovely step there, as you say, Naomi, from Tom Penisseed. And Henry Stratford was absolutely all on his own. The touch tried to get in there, just couldn't quite find it. And unfortunately for Oxford, could that be the dagger with 6 minutes or so to go?
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time left, so I don't think they need to panic at this point, but that is a good conversion there from the Eagles, so let's see if they can hold Oxford out here, because we always find you're most likely to concede a try when you've just scored one usually. So
we've seen this before. We've seen it before in this game. In fact, actually, there's a chance of the pass. Play on. A referee's called.
Oh.
And unfortunately, Ben Blackburn, I don't know if he was noticed what was happening there, but unfortunately for Ben, wasn't available for him, and they survive here, the Eagles. And you're getting onto that. That's a lovely pass over the top there for George Miller as he tries to drive through the middle. In fact, that's an excellent run, picked up there on the second, and they're already at halfway, so that's excellent for the Eagles.
Yeah, that was a nice early shift to the box there. I think Colin Scott spotted that the defence had kind of dropped, expecting them to just go up the middle, and kind of gave an early ball. And now they've got some good attacking position. Sending a sweep around, Tom's picked up. Oh, we've got miles of space there. Yeah, Nick Southgate, I think, finishes it off.
Excellent work. And that could just be the game. Really nice pickup, as you say. And it is Nick Southgate who goes over, and it's 5-3.
Yeah, this is a comfortable lead now for Eagles, so they just need to keep doing what they're doing, finishing their sets, and minimise the time that Oxford have on the floor, really. 5 minutes to go.
5 to go.
Although stranger things have happened, so
we have seen it. We've seen it before on this stream. There's no doubt about that.
If they can get one here, they'll be good. Oh, unfortunately, that just goes over Wing's head.
Goes over the head, as you say. Ben Blackburn just couldn't quite get there, and unfortunately for him,
He's saying something because he's a very tall winger. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, so you don't do yourself short at this point in time, like quite literally at this point. You can see you and Emily Bayliss. You could see, how important is that height though, in particular? Because when you're trying to drive, especially when you're trying to catch that ball, when you're trying to drive over, if you do go over on that wing position as well, it must be quite difficult. But it's also quite difficult, I imagine, to try and slide and dive.
Yes, it's a long way down.
Yes,
we always say so. Yeah, when we get told to dive, we just have to remind people that it's a lot further for us. But no, I mean, yeah, height is definitely an advantage, particularly long limbs too. So, I think we've got another try here.
Yeah, and what's also an advantage is scoring tries. And Russell Reid is going over, and I think that maybe the chance of attacking in that first half, they've missed a couple of chances, maybe Oxford, and they're getting punished now by the Eagles. And you've got to say, on the balance of the game, this is probably a 2 or 3 try score, probably is deserved at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think Eagles have really kind of started to step it up a bit here in the second half and assert their dominance. I mean, they're a very well-drilled team. They've got a lot of players that have played together for some time now. So, I think they're kind of starting to click, it looks like. But Oxford are doing really well to kind of keep putting the pressure on. They haven't let their heads drop at all, so we'll see if they can get a good attacking set here.
Score here, and you never know.
Yeah, no, definitely.
There's Ewan Campbell. He'll take the ball up. That's the fourth, and now looking to try. It wasn't the best of control.
They want second phase here.
They want second phase. Quick ball over the top, and again the ball goes dead. I think the pass didn't need to necessarily go that far, but Douglas Benzie just tried to throw it out the back. Couldn't quite get it again to Ben Blackburn, who, bless him, he's been wanting to get involved in the game. The balls just haven't been there for him.
I know. Oh, Zubin's got some space to move down the wing here.
Oh, there's no touch on there. That time there was.
Did really well to stay in there.
And I'll tell you what, the player that made the touch there, unfortunately, we haven't got a 47 on our team sheet, but whoever made that touch there has done really well.
Yeah, it was a good saving touch there, and he actually rolled off into the sub box, so it worked quite well, but I think he's paying for it a bit now.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I think the ground is not conducive to making those sorts of touches, and unfortunately, I think he's a little bit, might be a little bit hurt, but we'll hopefully everything's all right with him.
Looks like it just stings a little bit, unfortunately, but...
It's Andrew Hammond, I think, on this near side. But here come the Eagles again, now looking to try and see if they can extend their lead to 4. Good pass needs to come out the back, and then...
I think that's ball down there.
It is, yeah. Chris Wall just couldn't quite get there. So we'll look ahead to, they say, your second game as well. As we mentioned with Kenzie earlier against Nottingham, but it should be a really good game, and obviously it's so important because, we were talking about earlier, it's knockout rugby for you.
Yeah, no, every game is crucial, so we can't really afford to take our foot off the pedal at all, and particularly with that Nottingham team. I know they've got a number of young girls up and coming there in the England squad, so yeah, they'll be really eager, I'm sure, to make a good showing. So we need to just kind of stick to our game and make sure we're kind of switched on from the get-go.
Well, as you say, we wish you the best of luck, and we are hopefully going to be seeing you a little bit later on our live stream in the Cup Round Robin.
Thank you, yeah. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Will we be seeing the Eagles potentially lifting the plate competition? But that's a nice step there from Penniseed. Now back out to cross.
Henry sweeping round here.
Yeah, that's a nice little touch there. I think he's going to go in. He's going to try and dive in. I think he is.
The unnecessary dive there from Henry Stratford.
What a nice way to end this game. I think he was playing through, and as you say, rather unnecessary dive, but it's all for the cameras, isn't it?
He's a showman, so we'll let him have this one.
When you're on the showcase pitch, you've got to be able to put on the show, and that is exactly how Henry Stratford has been throughout the day. So here we go. I'll be looking there for maybe potentially for one more score for Oxford. They got the first of this game. Will they get the last? Here's Benzie. Nice pass out the touch, and that was a really good touch.
Yeah, that was lovely from Henry. He kind of read that from the link position and looked to snipe.
And again, and there's the fifth, and that will be that. So a big win there for the Eagles. They sorted that out quite well, 7-3, and towards that latter part of the game, I think, Naomi, they really just took it over.
Yeah, I think they are probably more kind of well-drilled and experienced team, and that kind of just showed in the second half. But Oxford should be really proud of their efforts. I mean, to keep them level going into the half and then score off straight away in the second half. You know, they really showed that they're a team to be contended with, but Eagles just too strong in the end.
Naomi Furnett, Emily Bailey, Kenzie Mcnaught, the whole London Eagles women's side on comms with us throughout that game. Thank you very, very much indeed, and best of luck, as we say, for your game against Nottingham.
Thanks very much.
We'll be back in a few moments' time, where we will be seeing the Women's Cup Pool C. Cambridge Touch and Hot Custard take on each other in the next few moments' time, in around about 5 minutes. We're back at 11:20 UK time as round 3 of the Elite Men's and Women's National Touch Series continues. Stay with us.
Come play over here. Come on, nine, Henry.
excited about being a big brother. Yeah.
Cambridge!
What's normally in the you like diggers as well? Police car or digger? Police car. Do you know any policemen? No. My sister's husband is a policeman. I know a policeman. No, he's not a policeman. He's a sailor.
So we are back with the live action as Cambridge Touch and Hot Custard get underway. We will go through the scores from around the pitches at half-time of this. Chance here though, go through the middle. That is a sensational start. Catherine Green going straight through the middle there for Cambridge. And within 40 seconds of tap off, gets the ball out wide, creates the gap, and Catherine Green is straight in there, and it is 1-0 to Cambridge.
Oh no. They did, yeah, it was an early goal. Are you on TV? Yeah.
So here come Hot Custard looking to try and level us up here at unfortunately fifth touch there comes on. So chance here once more for Hot Custard. What can they do to get this ball out? Unfortunately Kendall Fry gets caught, sixth touch, and it will be a turnover. Just a quick reminder of games that are going on. The tournament works today. In the women's competition there are 3 pools. Sophie Biswas just couldn't quite get that ball. She looked like she was running off to the sub box, and it's a turnover and straight through the gap there. Chance, I don't think there was a touch. I think that's fine. It is. Laura Cochrane goes through and levels us up at 1 apiece. Just over 2 minutes gone. We're tapping off again. Let's see if Cambridge can take this up one more time. Jamie Cohn there driving through the middle, almost getting caught, and in fact it is Hana Suzuki that does get caught. Driving at the ball again. Here's the fifth, nice pass over the top, looking for Green again. I think there was a touch on there. There was. It was a touch pass anyway, and it will be a turnover. There's a lot more subs available in the sub box for Cambridge than there are for Hot Custard. Not sure whether that might impact this game a little bit, and loss of control maybe. No, referee's fine with that. So here come Hot Custard again, driving down this near side, looking towards the Cambridge sub box. In fact, actually, Jessica Wright. Pass that to Laura Cochrane, who's been excellent throughout the weekends that we've had the Elite Women's National Touch Series. In fact, there's a penalty, not moving forward. You can only move back, remember, if the touch is being anticipated. That time it wasn't, and this is an excellent opportunity now for Hot Custard on the 7-metre line. 6 touches. Again, trying to move forward, looking for the drive now. Cochrane looks to go over the top. That's a good pass, and that's a good score.
I better go and find this for you.
All clear on the far side, official. And it is Hot Custard who takes the lead. It's a lovely pass out to the far side. And the winger on that far side might be Leah Cuthbertson. In fact, actually, it was. Leah Cuthbertson gets the score, and it will be a 2-1 lead now for Hot Custard. But there's Sophie Biswas, who's always been around that area. Now Catherine Green. Turnover. Hot Custard will take it up again. Ball will go out back. There it is. A chance now for Hot Custard as they get towards the halfway line on the third. Laura Cochrane back inside. Ashley Ward and Laura Cochrane working very well together. And there's Ward with a nice scoop up the top. Now looking back out towards Cochrane. And there's a sick touch. And it will be on the 7-metre line. But it is this side. It is closer to the Cambridge sub-box, so I suspect a subbing move will be coming on the second. That's really, really good defence there that time from Sophia Brown of Hot Custard. Chance. Here come Cambridge. Ball goes over the top. That's a nice ball, in fact, actually, but it is the sick touch, unfortunately. Nice ball that from Catherine Jones. So, chance again for Hot Custard. They lead 2-1 as we approach the midway point of this first half. Remember, 15-minute halves if you are new to touch rugby. 15-minute halves at this elite women's national touch series. Same with the men. It's also 10 minutes for the Dev tomorrow. That's a sick touch. So Katrina Weir tries to go over, tried to dive. Unfortunately, got the touch on in time there to Cambridge, and it will be 2-1. So Hot Custard continue to attack well, but really good defence at the moment from Cambridge. Subbing move again as they look to drive forward. There's the touch there that time. Laura Morecambe. There's the pass off the back there, looking for Victoria Franks. Also Jamie Cohn. It is the last touch. Not really want a touch on there. In fact, actually, that is the last touch. It will be a turnover. Control referee says. Continue and plays on. There's Ashley Ward who was taking that ball up. In fact, actually, it's Kendall Fry who's there at the half, and there is Fry trying to drive through the ball again. Look at how quickly Hot Custard are moving, and it's a good touch there on the last. I think the ball was ever going to be there for Fry to go over, but really good defence from Cambridge. Fry looking to try and draw it through across far side, has to go back, can't do so. And Leah Cuthbertson, who scored earlier on, will not get a score again just yet. But it is over on the far side. It means it's a long way to travel diagonally in particular. Coming up next, by the way, we should say, this game is excellent so far, but you better stay with us, because warming up on the left-hand side of our commentary position are the NQ Rebels. And that game against the London Scorpions, in fact, the two remaining men's cup matches that we've got for you here on the stream are going to be excellent as the ball gets touched there that time. I don't think Tanya Maxwell was ever in a position that I don't think she would have got through. But it will be a turnover. To say very, very quickly that the next couple of games that we've got on our stream are absolutely sensational. NQ Rebels and the London Scorpions in Men's Cup Pool B. That game will be excellent, so make sure that you stick with us for that. The NQ Rebels then, the women's side, the all-conquering women's side, looking for 4 elite women's national touch series titles in a row. They We'll be playing Old Wesley at 12:40 UK time here in Pool A. We'll come back to that in a second as Fry looks to try and get the ball back towards Laura Cochrane, but it goes dead. And then finally, the Men's Cup Pool A. It's going to be an excellent game again. The next three genuinely are brilliant. Old Wesley touched against Wigan Warriors. That is at 1:20. We'll then have all three of the Women's Cup round robin matches from the top three of each pool. Wasn't the best touches, and again dropped the ball there to Biswas, so it'll be a turnover. This is a great opportunity for Hot Custard. They'll look to try and double the lead here. As I mentioned, the NQ Rebels warming up on the left-hand side. The London Scorpions are going up on this right-hand side at the moment. You might see them if the ball goes down, but in fact there is a score. It's Kendall Fry and Hot Custard over on that far side have just opened up a 3-1 advantage. So 3-1 it is. And with 5 minutes to go before the break, Hot Custard will be very happy with this. Can Cambridge do? Can they get back? This is a great opportunity. They try and strike immediately back. What can Cambridge do at this point? Looking to see if they can come through. Here's Victoria Franks. Driving up, there's Cone. Chance here, there, it's Emil Eve. Wants to try and drive it. I think that's the 5th. Not sure. It might only be the 4th actually, as Emil Eve tries to drive it up as she's trying to set this up. There's the last. Now with an opportunity again. Going round the back. Really good chance here for Franks trying to go back inside. I think there was a touch on there. There was from Laura Cochrane. And it will be another turnover. Big moments. Ashley Ward driving up one more time. Look to, again, the referees, that's a nice scoop there that time from Ward. Back he goes to Weir. Now looking to try to open it up again. Was that a hard touch? Not sure if Jessica Wright thought it was. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. 6 touch will be a turnover, and Cambridge again will get this ball on their own, just outside their own 7.
This way, run this way, everyone running this way.
Cambridge again looking to try to produce a subbing move as they drive it one more time. What can Green and company do? In fact, through the middle there, the half, and that ball just didn't quite go to hand. Michaela Popoff was looking for that. Catherine Jones just couldn't quite get there. And it will be another turnover. Custard. Have the chance to set up again. There's Ward. Ward will go out the back. Sophia Brown back inside it goes again. There's a touch on that time. There's Ward. Kendall Fry awaiting that ball there. She gets it. She's already been in a couple of good chances to score. She'll come back towards Cochrane. They'll set up on the last. Now back it comes to Fry. That look forward. I think it might have been. I think they're going to say that Leah Cuthbertson was touched. I think they're going to ask if that was forward. In fact, they're going to give it. No, in fact, I'm not sure just yet. More conversations being had. They are. They're going to say that was a forward pass. Yep. It did look forward from our position, although we are not in line with the play. But it did look forward, and I think the referee's got that one right eventually. Half-time coming up. We'll give you the scores from around the pitches a little bit later on.
He's got words. Tractor.
There's Kath Green trying to take this ball back up again, and also coming through that time. This was touch, that's the 6th, and that is a drop ball. So maybe one final opportunity here for Cambridge before half-time. It's a good chance to get a set of 6 here. Ball will come back. There's Biswas again, looking to try and take this up now. Biswas. What's he going to play on the outside? Nothing there. Going to have to be careful. The siren will go in a second. Jamie Cone. Cone. Back out again. One final chance here, maybe. There's the touch. This is the 4th. Trying to drive through. There's Cone looking to go the pass over the top, and it just did not reach. The winger over on that far side, and we are at half-time of this game. Hot Custard have done really well so far. They lead by 3 points and 3 tries to 1. Let's just go through some other scores from around the pitches then. As we said when we were watching earlier, London Eagles beating Oxford Touch 7-3 in the Men's Cup Pool B. That was in men's plate, the first game, Eagles and Oxford. NQ Rebels beating Nottingham Hoods 8-4 in the Men's Cup Pool B. In the men's plate competition, Cambridge defeated Canterbury 3-2. And Old Wesley Touch have beaten London Galaxy 8-5 on pitch 4. So that's all the scores from around the pitches that we have. Quick reminder of how this day works actually. As we said before, in the Men's Cup games, there are already 2 games to be played in the Men's Cup matches for each team. They will then determine who the top 2 teams then of each pool will then go into the semi-finals. Pool A winner will play the runner-up of Pool B, and the runner-up of B. So the winner of B will play the runner-up of A. Then they have the men's plate pool as well. There's 10 teams all in the men's plate. In the men's competition, 4 in the plate pool.
And also, I've taught them.
They will then determine who gets through to the men's plate competitions, and then obviously a chance for the winner of the cup playoff will then play the winner of the plate pool for the men's plate title. So there's a lot to play there. In the women's games, there are 3 cup pools between 9 teams. The winners of each pool will then go into a round robin format. For that, the winners of each then it will be winners of each pool. The second places of each pool will then go into the plate round robin competition, and then the third place teams in each pool will then go into the bowl round robin competition. So lots of round robins going to be determining the women's trophies today. Winners of the pools in the cup competition will have an opportunity to go and win the cup themselves. Just a quick one about the current standings in the men's. We talked about the women's before, but a couple of standings in the men's competition at the moment. It's really close, in fact, between the London Scorpions and the NQ Rebels. The NQ Rebels have come second at the last 2 events, so they're not too far off. London Scorpions on 46, NQ Rebels on 44, the Wigan Warriors on 40. So one of them could be missing out. One of them will miss out, of course, on the final. Old Wesley Touch looked fantastic last time out. They could still win this title, the overall title. London Galaxy also on 34. London Eagles on London Eagles there as well on 36. Hot Custard on 30, the Raptors on 24, Cambridge on 18, Oxford Touch on 12, Nottingham Hoods on 10, Canterbury on 6, and Thames Valley Vikings also on 6. Those are all the men's standings. And in the women's competition, as we've said before, it's all about the NQ Rebels in that. They lead. They've won both tournaments so far, and if they do get through to the cup competition again, then I think that might be them winning back-to-back elite women's national touch series overall championships. They did so here in September last year. They're looking now to try and go back-to-back again. London Eagles, though, will be trying to stop them on 34. And the Scorpions are also going to be trying to stop them as well on 30. The Raptors are on 26, Nottingham Hood's on 22. Cambridge, who of course we're watching here, are on 18. Thames Valley Vikings on 14, Old Wesley Touch on 10, London Galaxy on 8, and then also Hot Custard here as well. They are on 2. So we're about ready for the start of this second half.
You want another one?
In fact, it's going to be in 30 seconds' time. So we've got time to let you know that a reminder of our Development National Touch Series in the men's and women's competitions. They will be tomorrow here, same time, same place, 10 o'clock in the morning UK time, on our England Touch YouTube channel. And we hope that you can join us for that around the world. We also hope that you'll be able to join us in June and July, because we will have the Elite Mixed and Development as well National Touch Series. The Mixed Touch opens and the National Touch Series will be with us in June. I think the first one is on the 17th and 18th of July, or the 18th, sorry, 18th and 19th of June, excuse me. Second one is on the 2nd of July, and the final one is on the 16th of July. We're all going to be with you across that weekend for the Mixed National Touch Series, so we hope that you can join us for that as well. And then the Euros coming as well, the front end of August, on the first week in August, and then the back end of August, the bank holiday weekend in August, we will have the Nationals for you. Busy summer of touch. It's great to be back to normal after a couple of years where we couldn't be, so it's great to have as many people as we've got down here as well at Oxford. It's a wonderful setup. Keep coming back here for a reason, because it is excellent. Second half though underway. Hot Custard once again trying to drive this ball forward.
There's stones there as well.
Ashley Ward and Laura Cochrane. Ball goes over the top, and that is a score. She's got one in the first half, she's now got one in the second half as Leah Cuthbertson. And Cuthbertson, try to send that 10 times having your teeth fall out, has put that ball down in the corner. It's a lovely pass out the back. And they extend their lead to Hot Custard, it's 4-1. This is their, I believe this is their first game of the tournament. In fact, actually, excuse me, no, this is their second. They lost earlier on today to London Scorps, 6-3. So a huge result this would be for Hot Custard. And then it would potentially, if Cambridge were to beat London Scorpions in Pool C later on today, and it could all come down to try difference, which is all the fun of the fair. 4-1 lead though for Hot Custard. Stray ball does go onto the pitch there, but it's fine, it will all be okay. This ball goes out the back there looking for Hannah Suzuki. Lovely little step on there, and that will be the I'm not sure if that's a heavy touch, I'm not sure, might be offside. I'm going to sub a few players on now, Cambridge. In fact, Jamie Cohn's just going to come on. Sophie Biswas will be looking to try and drive this ball up, and now here's the opportunity again for Cohn. The short winger now, if they can try and get it over to the far side. In fact, they do, and they played it through, and it's Suzuki who scores. (4-2). It's a lovely pass again, out the back.
That's like a rocket ship.
And it is going to be Suzuki who swiftly seals the score. 4-2. Kendall Fry, they're looking to try and make this out the back. That's a lovely pass, and that's a lovely score. Kendall Fry dances through the defence. And Leah Cuthbertson gets a hat-trick. It's 5-2. In In fact, actually, it's going to be a. In fact, they've wiped it off. It looked like the referee was fine with it, but in fact, actually, they've wiped the try off. So it's still only 4-2. That's a huge moment in the game. It looked like that it was fine, but that's a sick touch. And it's going to be Bainbridge who have to hand this ball over to Hot Custard. Couldn't quite see over on that far side why the referee to wipe the try off. It looked like he was going to give that. But Hot Custard will come again with Weir and now to Ward. There's Libby Turner who's taking that ball. Back he comes to Cochrane. He's been influential so far. Lovely pass out the back. Ward, this time the pass. That time there's no problems. That time it will be a score. Sophia Brown goes over. Cuthbertson thought that she had a hat-trick, but not to be. But Sophia Brown gets the 5th score anyway. And Hot Custard extend their lead back to 3.
Ben, do you want me to take Henry? No, it's fine.
So here come Bainbridge one more time. Suzuki again, looking to move this ball forward, and there's Emily Eve. Suzuki. Eve and Suzuki trying to play together now, looking over the far side, and it just did not quite go to hand. Would have been a score, would have been 5-3. But it is. Turnover. And now Hot Custard looking to try and dance through the defence again. There was Kendall Fry. She's come off over on the far sub-box this time. But that's been caught there that time. And Jessica Wright has to go back to that position. Cochrane trying to go out the back. Couldn't quite find Katrina Weir. You feel that Bainbridge have to get the next score. If they don't, that could be all she wrote on this one. Biswas will take the ball back up and driving through the gap. Unfortunately, that's the last touch. They're trying to set up a play here. Cone gets the touch that time, and just before the 7, Hot Custard will take over possession. Cochrane trying to back that ball up. Unfortunately, it's going to be 6 again. Trying to maybe intercept that. Couldn't quite. Cochrane and Ward together. And the halves have been excellent so far for Hot Custard. Now look, nice running ball through. Kendall Fry. She's got speed. She has got speed. Dances through the defence. And Kendall Fry scores the 6th and what could be the winning one. That is just sensational. Lovely step through the middle of the defence. And Hot Custard proving too hot to handle at the moment for Bainbridge. So here come Bainbridge again. They thought there was going to be a touch, and in fact there is. It's a touch pass. Huge turnover. Taken from the wrong position. Six to go of our 3rd match of the day so far. Still got 3 more to bring you. If you weren't with us a few moments ago, they are all absolute belters. Right, lost of control, I think. I think there's some discussion. on the last touch. Right, just having a discussion with the referee, nothing more than that. Here's Ward looking, and there's a driven through, and that's a nice touch on that time there from Victoria Franks. Good defence from Cambridge. So they'll get the ball back on the 7 metre line. Into the last 5 of this Women's Cup Pool C matchup. Remember, only the winners of each pool will go on to the main cup competition. The second places will go to the plate. The third places in each pool will go onto the bowl. There's Jones driving this ball forward now for Cambridge, looking to go out to the outside. I don't know whether there was enough contact on the try down. Unfortunately, there wasn't. It was a lovely pass out the back again from Catherine Jones, and the winger over on that far side, I believe it's Tanya Maxwell, just could not quite get her hands on that, and enough downward pressure to satisfy with the referee. Unfortunately though, that ball goes dead for Hot Custard, and now Cambridge, from this position, you've got to be thinking you're going to get a score. Jones will play it out now to Suzuki. Jones through the middle, back to Suzuki. Ball goes over the top, just couldn't quite get it to Catherine Green. It's going to be a forward pass anyway. You know, the ball went dead. So going through the middle once more, looking to try and see if they can add to their lead at the moment. Could be all important this if Cambridge do beat London Scorps. Look like a loss of control maybe in the ruck there, but referee's fine with it. Kendall Fry out to Ward. Ward will try and go back in on the inside, and she has stepped her way through. Try given. 7-2. It's a lovely run through on the right on the far side, and just steps back through the middle. No touch there, and it is going to be Hot Custard. That go 5 tries clear at the moment, and as we say, try difference can make all the difference in this one, in this pool. They're doing all they can do at the moment. Cambridge though will be looking to try to find a couple more scores. Here's Eve. Franks will now pick it up on the half. Back it comes to Eve. There's a chance there. Back it goes to Biswas. I think there was a touch. There was. It's the 4th touch. Cochrane makes it.
Go again, Stan.
Ball goes out the back now, looking maybe can she find Green? Unfortunately, she can't. In fact, actually, that's the last touch. Turnover. Ball comes back now, looking to drive again. Now back out to Ward. There's the run on there. Brown over on this near side, the winger coming back in. But as you've always said, Laura Cochrane has been at the heart of everything that they've done today, Hot Custard, in this game that we've been watching. Cochrane. Ward is there as well again. Ward goes through the middle there. Does Cochrane? I think there was a touch. Yes, there was. Sick touch. Cochrane got touched on the foot there, according to the control referee. Nice touch there from Biswas. So here come Cambridge. Can they get another score here? Laura Morecambe takes that ball up at the half, and she's the last one to go through. Can't quite get it to Catherine Jones. As the wind starts to pick back up here again, and must say as well, the sun has disappeared behind a few clouds, so it's a bit chilly now down here in Oxford. It's supposed to be a bit cooler tomorrow, so if you are coming down to Oxford Rugby Club to watch a bit of touch, or if you're playing, I'd recommend bringing a jacket. It's definitely needed today. Here's the chance for them to try and go through the middle. Can't quite do that time. Jamie Cone will now take this up. Final few seconds of this game. Jones. Chance here for Jones. It's a nice pass. It's going to be a chance for an intercept here for Sophia Brown. Will come back inside, and there's the intercept. That time, Sophia Brown using her height to intercept that ball that was looking for Catherine Green. So here comes Jessica Wright. Now on to Kendall Fry, we've seen that she's got pace. Katrina Weir gets touched. We're into the last few seconds of this game. Will we get one more score for Hot Custard? Here's Katrina Weir looking to right. Final play of the game. Back to Weir. Can't get out to the far side. And that will be that. It was a very, very good game between Cambridge and Hot Custard. But in the end, chances being taken by Hot Custard have seen them over the line for the victory. Their day in the pool stages is done. They now hope that Cambridge can beat London Scorpions in the final pool game of this pool later on, and around about 12:40 I think the final cup games are for the women, so hopefully they'll be looking for that. But we will be back very, very shortly with an absolute belter on paper. NQ Rebels versus London Scorpions in the Men's Cup Pool B. You won't want to miss it. Stay with us.
Hey Benny, congratulations, I hear. You've got to pick it up. Can you pick it up? Pick it up. You've got three the next day. 3 custard girls the next day. I know you've got one. They'll share. Pretty sure she'll be good, pretty sure. This is our first one. Yeah, yeah.
I am, yeah, I'm going tomorrow. Oh, right. Oh, you guys say, oh, no.
TV.
So we are back, and this one we are very excited for. NQ Rebels against London Scorpions in the Men's Cup Pool B. This one should be an absolute belter. We're very, very excited to see what happens at this point. And joining us on comms to start with, at least, we've got 3 Australians joining us here on commentary. The Aussie trio, I'm going to call it, the holy Australian trio calling right now. Kendall Fry. We've also got Sophia Brown and Laura Cochran joining us across the game here for this one. We'll come to you in a second, because all three of you outstanding in that last game we were watching between Cambridge and Hot Custard. But that is a dive straight away, and I think that's a try. It is. It's Marcus Chung, I believe, who's just gone over there for the Scorps. And it is 1-0 within the first 30 seconds. What a start that was there, Kendall.
Yeah, it's straight through the mid channel, and not what you want to see of the tap off, that's for sure. Angry coach right there, coach killer.
So there we go. So actually, tell you what now, we've already been introduced as nicknames on the stream here at the moment. K-Fry, as everyone calls her at the moment. What was that? That was a great game between yourself and Cambridge, and that's a massive statement for you as well, trying to get into that competition. You're hoping now that they do you a favour against Scorps.
Well, yeah, we were playing with 8 in that game, which is always fun. Half of us are injured. Our average age, I think, is over 32. So yeah, it was quite nice to run straight and got us the yards to get down to the line.
I'll tell you what, you were dancing through the middle a couple of times, weren't you? You certainly didn't look that average age there.
Definitely feeling the average age after that game, that's for sure.
Well, it's a delight to have you with us, and we're looking forward to this one. These two always like to put on a show. Nice drive through the middle. Can they get over on the far side? No, they can't.
Butterfingers.
That time over on that far side, just couldn't quite get there, could the Scorps. And, that was Dan Roberts driving through the middle. But this NQ Rebels side, I tell you what, this is a huge game in the context of this Men's National Touch Series. If you are just joining us, London Scorpions are on 46 points, the NQ Rebels are on 44, and that, I believe, was a forward pass. So there we go. It's going to be a Scorps ball, trying to take this up. Here's the drive up forward. Are they going to try and get the score there? Leota can't get there. There's the score, I think. In fact, there's a touch on. That looked very close.
If anybody didn't hear that, Sofa was complimenting a NQ Rebel on his choice bucket hat.
Yeah! Great work, fellas. Boys, can I take one off?
Well, there was enough strength and speed there from the NQ Rebels to get over, across and defend, and it will be 1-0 still. And here's Johnny Leota, one of those real huge names for the NQ Rebels. That's a lovely pass out the back. No look pass. They just look better. They just look better whenever they have a no look pass like that.
Especially when it's a longer ball too.
Absolutely.
Huh? Yeah?
I spot
In fact, actually, NQ Rebels, I've just been told, actually, NQ Rebels and London Scorpions are tied together.
Number 14 has a mullet.
So 46 points each in the men's Elite National Touch Series. So this game is huge.
I think it's a curlet, actually. It's a curly mullet.
Oh, reminding me of home.
Ball goes dead.
Good one, Toby.
In fact, actually, the ball doesn't go dead. It's a drop. It's a 6 again. Hand in the ruck, maybe, or hand trying to stop there. That's perfectly legal.
Down.
In touch if you are new.
Stay out of this one, please.
Can we also take the mickey out of Toby with his one long sock?
I mean, if you want to, might as well go for it. You've said that now. Pass goes out the back. Looking there for Ollie Turner, just not working out that time. And chances at the moment, I should stress, the Scorps in a minute are creating a lot of good opportunities. They're just not taking them, and that could prove costly. You think, K-Fry?
I think so, yeah, especially because NQ has the drive to get it back down the field and punish them again on the line, especially with driving like this. That's quite good meters. Not the cleanest play ball, but it'll work.
NQ Rebels have come second in each of the last two men's Elite National Touch Series action. Ball goes over the top. That's a nice pass. Did he need to play that back? Who knows? But looking for the touch. That's the sixth. And that time there, Ben Meakin just couldn't quite get there. And looks like it's going to be a turnover, and Scorp's going to take this ball up again. So here come the Scorps, driving forward. Look how quick they are getting away on that time there.
I'm going to tap in my friend Cocky here to take over.
Laura Cocker joins us, and that one gets tipped up, and I think actually that's it is, yeah. In fact, someone's down there on that far side for Scorps, so that'll so
I think it's Ed over there down on the ground. I think it's Ed Haywood.
Ed Haywood, yep.
It's all right, Hot Rod, the on-field referee, has got it covered. One of our Hot Custard referees, actually, along with Bronwyn, who's here today working with us too.
Big shout out as always.
It's helped us out. We haven't had to play a ref today.
We've got more refs than we do players.
Well, big shout out as always to all the refs doing a great job, as they always do. Turnover though by the NQ Rebels, and now Ollie Turner will try and sort this out here for the Scorps and try and put their advantage to a 2-try one. Chance here again for the Scorps, looking over the far side, and that could be in. In fact, it's all clear over on that far side. It is a score. And it's 2-0 to the Scorps. Lovely little pass.
I think that is Harry Richards over there that finished that one off.
2-0, Scorps lead. And NQ Rebels must be thinking that at least we've got to finish second. We have to have an opportunity to go for this cup, because the Scorps and NQ Rebels are tied together. Nice, as you say, pick up there. I think there was a touch on.
Gabe is known for his dive and finish.
There is Gabe Pennington. Got pushed off there. Referee says that's fine. Pennington out the back. That's a lovely pass. I think that was a touchdown. Unfortunate there for Matthew Crossley. It was a real shame, because that pass, that was sizzling from Gabe Pennington over there.
Couldn't quite reel that one in.
Oh, look at that pass there.
Absolute fire.
It deserved to be a score. That was an excellent pass out the back there that time.
Scorps coming on here with their transition. Always a strong crossover from their drive forward into their line tack.
Look how quick that they are moving this ball forward, and look how quick they're driving up on the line for the 7. Marcus Chung trying to make a stop there. Johnny Leota gets a really nice touch. So here is Leota, of course, brother of Liana Leota, an excellent player. There's Meakin moving over the top to...
That's Brimlow and Josh Ingram over there.
Yeah, there's Ben Meakin back. No, that's fair enough. I will get touched. Yeah, that's in fact over, so the ball's back and it goes to there that time. 2-0 the Scorps in a minute. At the moment, it must be up for grabs. Like, it's definitely deserved is the word I was trying to find.
Yeah, it is end-to-end full to see. Looks like we've just got that a bit more than the Rebels. But we know Rebels can bring it out of the bag fairly quickly and put tries on very easily.
Ball goes over the top. Can't find her. Ewan Armstrong.
I must say, Scorpions are back in, and we have a relationship with the so you'll find Hot Custard supporting the Rebels. Oh, it's not all.
But there's the 6th touch.
Too long one.
Yeah, Toby Phillips is trying to walk that through there, couldn't quite. But this has been end-to-end stuff as we hit the 10-minute mark of this first half. 5 minutes to go until the break. In fact, there's a turnover.
this is a good opportunity for the Rebels to put one on here.
Well, how
starting with
important
the
is
ball
that?
over.
How important is that when you have an opportunity here from around the 10-metre line that you have to go and score? Because obviously it's a chance really to basically play a tap-off set, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really important part of the game, and important here that they go forward off the first couple of touches to put themselves in a good attacking position with multiple touches.
If you get on the 7 after your second touch, you're doing quite well, and that's exactly where the Rebels are right now. Now looking to try to drive this ball forward again. There's Ben Grinter, decides to try and slide.
And that's,
and it's going to be.
I think that's Gabe Pennington again, actually, out there over.
Yeah, it was. Might have been at Sam Thorpe as Kay Fries thought she was coming back on mic then.
Yeah, I just wanted to take the time to say that Gabe Pennington is looking particularly vascular tonight. Shout out to Gabeisms all over. Thanks.
Well, I think Ed Hayward there just might have got a touch on. Not too sure if that was him. Chance here. Pass there was a bit too low. Couldn't quite get that to Toby Phillips there. And it's a big turnover that time there for the Scorps.
There is a fair few forward passes off the ruck here.
Yeah,
they are quite difficult to pick up as a referee, particularly when the game's flowing so quickly.
There's Max Howard. Here's a chance to go through. Marcus Chung. I think there was a score. There was.
Very
Marcus Chung
there.
scores. Lovely pass through there from Max Howard. Excuse me. And
yeah, Max Howard is slowly making the transition over to Custard. We're here.
So Max Howard scores, assists the score. Marcus Chung there scores it through, and it's going to be a 3-0 lead for the Scorps, and you've got to think that NT Rebels have got to get the next score.
They need to score here. They've got to put one on before half-time, otherwise I think the second half will be difficult for them to get their momentum back. That being said, they can come out firing.
It's a huge game, as we say. They're both tied on 46 points in the Elite Men's National Touch Series. It's these two that they'll play again. Maybe Old Wesley. It's a nice pass to Leota. Oh, that's sensational.
Bucket Hats pulled that one off.
Absolutely. Johnny Leota with an excellent score. Johnny Leota gets the ball over the top. And I can't quite work out who that was on that far side. Unfortunately, we can't see the number. The winger over on that far side.
I am 4. Far winger, Cooper.
That's Cooper.
Thought
Bainbridge
it was Cooper Bainbridge, and appreciate the Rebels shouting out stuff.
The Ginger Ninja, as he's referred to by his teammates.
Chung now driving again, looking to see if he can set up here on the 4th. They've got one more touch.
Max Howard with the ball there. Very deceptive player.
Extremely, you've already seen that. Oh, nice touch through the gap. Oh, that's a nice score.
Off to Charlie.
That is a lovely score.
The absolute giant.
Matt Sandlin over to Charlie Thompson, and no sooner do you think the Rebels are back in the game, Scorpions go back to 3 ahead.
Yeah, that's going to make it. That's going to shake them up a little bit, but I think they'll come back and try and put one on here.
The Hot Custard girls are very happy about.
Just about the mullet.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
It's very impressive from Samuel Thorpe.
Yeah, Sam Thorpe with an excellent mullet. I never thought that I'd ever be alive to see mullets come back in fashion, but I'm here for it.
I don't think I was alive when they were first in fashion.
Yeah. That's a knockdown.
That's 6 more there.
Thomas Hardiman with the stop. They've got to score here, though. You feel the Rebels as we come closer to half time.
Again.
It's a penalty this time for offside.
Again.
Here's the opportunity then now, looking to try and drive it through. Toby Phillips gets touched there that time. That's Will Seracold. Phillips again. Moving forward, I think they've got to get this out wide. Surely their Cooper Bainbridge is wide open, but it goes to the other side this time, and that is sensational defence. As Sam Grinter was looking like he might have gone in there, But now, opportunity Miki goes out the back. Final play of the half. They've got to think about scoring, and unfortunately the ball drops that time as Ben Grinter just couldn't quite get there. But it is a 4-1 lead for the Scorps at half-time, Cocky. You've got to think at this moment in time, NQ Rebels have got to get better at driving that ball forward. They've got to get better moving on the attacking side. Otherwise, this could be a one-way street.
I'm not sure you can really discount the Rebels just yet. Second half's it's everything to play for. I think the boys will get a bit of a chat here, and they'll come out firing fairly well.
So we'll go through some scores then elsewhere around the pitches while we have half-time, as we always do. Cambridge Touch losing at 6-2 to Hot Custard. I thought it was 7, but it's 6 on the screen in that one. Pool B, London Galaxy beating Nottingham Hoods 3-1 in the Women's Cup Pool B. And Old Wesley Touch beating Thames Valley Vikings 4-2 in that one. And we will see Old Wesley Touch against the NQ Rebels next up here on the Pool A of the Women's Cup. That is going to be a straight shootout to determine who goes into the cup and who goes into the plate. Thames Valley will be in the bowl. Whereas, of course, you will be thinking, Cocky, at this moment in time, you'll be hoping for a bit of a favour from London Scorpions over on pitch 3 against Cambridge Touch. Because if Cambridge Touch can beat them, then it might all come down to try difference, and you might be in that cup competition.
Yeah, it could be interesting up in our pool. It's always interesting when we come out without 8 players, but we like to challenge ourselves.
So. Well, I always say that it is 5 o'clock somewhere as the mention of alcohol gets mentioned already. It's 12:15 in the afternoon.
Nothing new from Hot Custard.
No, but I'm about to say, yeah, but, and also as well, not from Australia. I imagine it's about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. So, but
prime time on it.
Yeah, well, that is true. 3 minutes. 3 minutes then until we get ourselves ready for the second half. We'll come back in a moment. It is NQ Rebels who are trailing 4-1 against London Scorps in a huge game in the Elite Men's National Touch Series. This could be a deciding game determining on who takes the overall title. We're back in a few moments' time.
Hey boys, come on, we've got this. 15 minutes of hard work. Rebels on 3, 1, 2, 3! Rebels on 3, 1, 2, 3! Where you go?
So a very warm welcome back. A few moments time we will be tapping off again. It's whether the NQ Rebels can find their way into a position of scoring.
Good opportunity for them here to start the second half off well.
How important is this now when you're trading? If you are trading and you get the tap off to start the second half, how important is that you go and make sure that you score from that first set to make sure that you really make your feelings known that you want to try and get back into this game?
Yeah, it's pretty good to then put the Scorps back under some pressure and show that they're not quite giving up yet.
46 points each in the Elite Men's National Touch Series overall table. We could be seeing these two once again in the final, you never know. NQ Rebels have come second in both of the cup competitions this year. London Scorps have won the first event, and then they came third. They won third place against Wigan Warriors in a drop-off last time out. Remember, we will have one of the cup semi-finals at 3 o'clock, and then the men's cup final at 4:30 today. So we are very excited about that. But don't forget that every game of the cup round robin in the women's competition will be with us here on stream. That's starting at 2:15. But we are back underway with a huge game in this competition. Can the Rebels find themselves? Okay. There wasn't.
99 problems, but the ball ain't one.
But the ball was the problem there because there was not enough downward pressure. I don't think.
Little snippets from Sofa there, just
yeah,
chirping on up.
So here's an opportunity now for the Scorps. That's a lovely pass out the top, over the top. Oh, lovely. A bit of volleyball there. Gets the approval of our guests up here in the commentary position. And then now, looking there, stepping through the middle, that's going to get...
that's 6 more there.
It is, yeah. Well, Sarah Cole trying to go down and trying to go over. Couldn't quite. Here they come again. Back with Sarah Cole. Now, lovely. Look how quickly the ball is, and Chung just slipped there. He was unsure whether he wanted to go and dive for that one, I think. It looked like, or did he just slip himself? I'm not sure.
He's got a very good dive on him, so it wouldn't be surprising if he tried to hit the deck.
Chung will play that
Same play the other
out.
way. Doggies, oh, not quite. Rebels might get called here for pulling out of their touch.
Chung, Sarah Cole couldn't get
well
through the gap there. Very well defended. Chung will continue now, looking for that ball out. Will they get the final touch here? Chung gets the pass, he's got to go. And that is a lovely score. Really good score, diving down below.
Excellent whistle tone there from Hot Rog as well.
And 5-1, the Scorpions lead. So, 5-1. Scorpions lead, and well, the Rebels have to get the next score, otherwise this could be an interesting game. And Phillips, Leota.
He's trying to muddle the defence
Quick
there a
ball
little
again,
bit.
back it comes to Leota. Having to step back, push it back.
Thought about
again.
winding up there, throwing long again.
Leota.
Oh, unlucky.
I think there was an advantage, there was. Chances they come through again, do the Rebels. Looking to try and get there, and there's a nice touch there that time.
That's Mark Aldous in the middle there.
Yeah, Mark Aldous.
Oh, a bit of a shove there from Ed.
Ingram. Continue on, I'll take it back. Toby Phillips.
Trying to control the play here, set something for himself, I'm sure.
Leota. Looking to go back. Phillips, oh, that would have been a lovely score, but again,
another repeat set. I think that's penalty number 2, I think that's set. So if there's a third one, someone's going for time.
Yeah, got to be careful now. This is a crucial moment of this game. You feel that if they do score here, the Rebels, they're still in this with a chance. Leota, pass out to Phillips, back to this. He thought about the long ball there, didn't he, Toby Phillips? He's looking to go towards Matt Crossley over on this side.
Probably just trying to hold it safe for the first touch there, rather than release out to the winger.
Out they come again. I'll take the touch here. Well, Ingram, oh, he's had a heavy touch.
That's a proper shove. That's some extension on the arms there from Ed. Definitely a push.
Looked like Josh Ingram there.
I'd be very surprised that's not a hard touch there. There was full extension of the elbows there from Ed.
Here's a penalty.
I think 3, so I think someone here is going to be...
Good game. Once again, now, Leota, chance here. Can Leota get there? No, he can't, but as he gets the touch on, there's the pass out wide. Cooper Bainbridge will score.
Well done there.
That's such a nice pass out the back there. Leota takes the ball, takes the play. Lovely
Great
pass out the
out
back,
there.
absolutely. And Cooper Bainbridge has already got 1. He's now got 2. So 10 minutes to go.
We've just got to keep the pressure on here.
That looked like a drop ball, but the referee was fine with that. Now, What will the Scorps do if they respond here with a try?
Sweeper for Will Sericole.
There you go. Sericole.
Down again.
Chance
for a
Chung. That's a
back.
lovely pass. Back out there to Howard.
Good defence
Drop
there from
pass.
the Rebels.
Yeah.
It's a much
So-
better drive from the Rebels here, getting on the field.
Speaking of the Rebels, the NQ Rebels women's side are starting to warm up in front of us as they know that their game against Old Wesley Touch is going to be crucial. It's going to be a shootout. Whoever wins that one
I think
will
that'll
be
be a
off to
fun
the
one,
cup.
that one. We played
looking forward to
Old
that.
Wesley last NTS. They're quick and nippy. It's a good competition for them to be over here, getting some more exposure to some high-level touch as well.
NQ Rebels will be playing Old Wesley Touch, as we say, in the Women's Cup competition. That's next here on our stream at 12:40. And then at 1:20 we'll round off the day in our Men's Cup competition pool stages. It will come that in a second, because John Leota thought he got a touch on there. He did not. And Matt Sanderland goes through and scores for the Scorps. And it's now 6 of the best for the Scorps as they lead 6-2. And you've got to say at this point, Cocky, it's going to be a Scorps victory unless something truly miraculous happens.
It's a hard ask from the Rebels here to put another 4 or 5 tries on with not too much longer left.
So 8 minutes to go. As we were saying before, NQ Rebels against Old Wesley Touch in the Women's Cup Pool A. That's next here on our stream. And then at 1:20, another great game. We're very excited about this. Old Wesley against Wigan Warriors. That's in the Men's Cup competition. Ball gets touched. It's a forward pass anyway. It's going to be a turnover. That looked a close...
I think they've just played it off the mark there.
Yeah. There is Brooks taking this ball up.
Will Sericole, absolute pest on the field sometimes. Very good player though.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's going good. And there's the chance out the back there, looking for the wide ball back inside.
They'll reset it here.
It's amazing how Scorps just keep this ball alive. There's Aldous. Now back down to Sericole, and there's a nice touch on that. And you've got to try and reset that defence again.
Yeah, unfortunately their Rebels have just lost their head a little bit, thrown a long ball to no one.
So 6.5 to go. NQ Rebels 6-2 behind, but as long as they finish second in their group, they're going to still be in that cup competition. It's not like, unfortunately, not like the women's competition where it is you only finish top if you're going to go through to the cup competition, but that one goes forward anyway.
Who's won?
But you've got to try and take the positives. The fact that as long as they do finish second, they're still in with an opportunity of winning this cup competition. And you've got to think as well, if you're going to lose one game, at least it's this one, not in a semi-final or a final.
Yeah, I think they'll learn a lot from this game as well if they end up coming up against them in the final again.
24 gone, 6 to go. There's Sam Thorpe. Here's Meakin. Now looking to try and play that ball back out there as Phillips, and Aldous lost the ball in the
Aldous
contact.
just getting his hands in the ruck there.
Yeah, I'm amazed that wasn't given it for anything, but we'll go again. Meakin,
Oh,
lovely pass.
Great finish there from Josh Ingram.
Yeah, Josh Ingram goes over quite well, and it's going to be a score for them, for the NQ Rebels, and it's 6-3 with 5 minutes to go.
Just need a little bit more of that from the Rebels.
Tell you what, if they do get that next score and they make it 6-4,
6-4.
you know, it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Joshua 1, you go 3, Adam go 4, fly out for 32 early release or short.
This would be a comeback of all comebacks, and it's a drop ball. And I tell you what, now here's the opportunity. They've got to try and drive this really, really quickly. Otherwise, you never know. 5 minutes to go. Only would be 2 scores. We've seen comebacks like this happen before.
Definitely could happen.
Here's Gabe Pennington. He'll definitely want it to happen. And there's a touch on that now. Ball was dropped anyway, but it's going to be a penalty for a forward pass. Things just not falling the NQ Rebels' way at the moment.
Still early days for them. Beginning of the tournament today, they've got a long day ahead of them. I'm sure they'll gel together by the end of the day.
4 to go. Chance to drive this ball on again. Oh, that would have been a lovely score, but it's going to be the 5th touch there that time. And now through the middle, Sarah Cole touched on. Oh, that would have been sensational. They wanted a 6 again, but they're going to say it's going to be a touch.
The same ball down
and
there.
The same ball
Not
down, yeah.
out. Another hard shot in there by the Scorps boys.
Yeah, but you can move as well.
Apologies if you've heard any language coming from around us. So here we go. Chance for NQ Rebels to do the business and try and get themselves back into this game with...
Straight through there from Meeks.
Tell you what, Ben Meakin has just danced through the middle.
As K-Fry's just referred to him, the Meekinator. Scoring there.
And that's a lovely
Sofa,
step.
sorry, not K-Fry.
3 minutes.
K-Fry's sleek Meek.
3 minutes, 2 scores then for the Rebels. And I tell you what, if there is a drop ball or if there is a quick turnover here by the Scorps, this game ain't done yet. Here's Chung, forces the touch. Chance here. Gets a touch on there that time.
I think he's probably just got his shirt.
Yeah, Charlie Thompson is trying to drive on forward. Now Chung is a turnover. Now, this is a chance. Meakin will try and take this on. That's the first one, and that was a drop ball, loss of control.
I'm not sure about that one. That's hard to see. I'm not sure if there was a foot in the rack there.
No, I thought there might have been. But certainly Josh Ingram thought there was. But that could be the game. That's a chance here. That one's going to be batted down. It'll be 6 again. But no, it will be a penalty, actually, for being offside. We'll turn your attention to your to obviously now you'll be going over. I presume you're going over to pitch 3 and watching to see whether Cambridge can do you a favour against the Scorps.
I'm not too sure what we'll go and watch. We might just stay here and watch the Rebels girls. A lot of them are girls that I'm playing with over in the England setup, so it's good to support some of your fellow teammates when you can.
Nice touch there from Sam Thorpe. Chance here though. Can they get through?
Oh, he's fooled. He's just fooled the winger.
Sarah Cole scores. And if there was any doubt about this game, I think Will Sarah Cole has just made sure of it. It's a lovely, lovely play.
He's done well to hold on to the ball there and sort of let go.
I mean, Ronaldo would have been proud of that.
7-4. And it's a huge, huge result this for the Scorps. They will probably more than likely finish top of their pool now.
Keep going. Keep going.
We will just double check this and see what the next game is very, very quickly. Yeah, Scorps against Hoods is on. So NQ Rebels will probably finish second, but of course it is the Scorps that will looking to try and win their first of the day. Johnny Leota.
It's Gabe Pennington there on a razor.
Gabe Pennington back inside.
Too easy.
Nice score.
Easy.
In fact, that's Ben Grinter, but with the assist from Gabe Pennington. And it is
Gabe's pleased with himself for that one.
Yeah, 5-7 now. With seconds remaining before the siren.
Great grind, fellas, really good. Lovely, Ben. Feel like Ben Russ.
There's the siren.
That's the final siren.
And they're happy just to take this final touch. That's what they're going to do. And it's going to be a 7-5 victory for the Scorps. And Cocky, you've got to think on the balance of play, you've got to think that they probably did deserve it.
Yeah, I think Scorps ran over the top of the Rebels there a little bit, but Rebels did well to pull it back in the second half. It'll be interesting to see if they come face to face again a bit later in the day as to what the result is then.
We may see you later on our stream. Laura Cochrane, Sophia Brown, Kendall Fry, thank you very, very much indeed. So it is a win for the Scorps. They beat the NQ Rebels 7-5, and they win and potentially set themselves up into this cup competition in the semi-finals. It's a huge victory, and they will go on to the cup competition just as long as they win their final game against the Nottingham Hoods. That will be coming up on pitch 2 a little bit later on. But it is the Scorps who win 7-5. The NQ Rebels women, though, they are in the business of trying to win 4th straight Elite Women's National Touch Series title in a row. They will take on Old Wesley Touch in the next few moments, so do stay with us. We're back in a moment.
Give us at least 10 minutes to calm down.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number 2 would be it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's where we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to the development and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side. Don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the side and the social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B, we're going to do it with these.
Victoria and then 14. What's the...
She's not here.
So our final Women's Cup match of the day in the pool stages, and this is a huge one. NQ Rebels against Old Wesley. There's a touch on there, that time from Joe Devine. And there'll be a turnover, and there we go. But this is a huge game. Old Wesley looking to try and steal NQ Rebels' crown and potentially take themselves into the cup competition. If they were to win this game based on earlier results, they would go through as cup winners into this group. And it's going to be a score already for NQ Rebels, though. Rebels do go and score there straight away, pretty much. Nice little offload there. And touchdown there, nicely done. And NQ Rebels do lead 1-0. So a perfect start for them, who are looking for their 4th development elite Women's National Touch Series final and win in a row. So Roger Neighbours, one of the referees from England Touch, has joined us here for that one. Hope you're having a good day so far. What games have you done already so far today, Roger?
I've just had one so far today. The first one was a bit of a late start. Just the game you've probably seen on Pitch 1 just now. So that was NQ Rebels against Scorpions. Yeah, nice fast game. So that was the replay of the final here 4 weeks ago.
It was, yep.
Another tight game. It's sort of makes you get into your rhythm very quickly as a referee, making sure your heart rate gets up there and you can control all the players. So, yeah, really enjoyable one to start up.
Well, it's great to have you with us. We'll talk a bit more about touch refereeing in just a second, but a chance here and it just does not fall. Really good opportunity there for Anna Crossley, but it just didn't quite fall, and Old Wesley will get the ball back and they'll get the opportunity to drive it on. From a referee's point of view, what are you always looking out for? Because it looks like a really difficult job, especially when you're one of the control referees in the middle.
What we try and do as referees is try and split the field into like 2 or 3 sets of 2 across, so it makes it a little bit easier to control. So if the referee in the middle, they're controlling the 2 middle players, referees on each side are controlling the 2 close to them in terms of defence.
I think there was a penalty anyway for a forward pass.
Yeah, that's what Nick's calling there. Is calling a forward pass, so the girls will take it back, and that'll be a 10 metre. So we've got Lee in the middle now who's controlling things.
Massive shout out to all the referees, because it is a tough job, there's no doubt about that. I don't think many people would want to do it, there's no doubt about that.
Well, I came from a playing background, so we've got a nice breakaway down the far side. Yeah. I played NTS. I think I gave refs enough jip over my sort of 8-9 years, so I figured it'd be nice to get on the other side of it and take a little bit from the players.
There's Georgina McCavanagh, gets a nice touch on there that time from Alana Byrne. Now what can NQ Rebels do? They're already 1 to the good, 3.5 gone. A second try could be coming here very, very quickly, and in fact I think there is a score. I think it was played through. I think Byrne was offside, and Georgina McCavanagh goes over, and it's a second score for the NQ Rebels. They lead 2-0, and from that replay there, it looked like the referee had just played it through there, I think, because I think she might have thought that Alana Byrne was offside.
It did, yeah. You can see that the player making the touch hadn't quite hit 2 feet on the line, so that's a great call by them awarding the touchdown there.
Just loses out that one there. Remember, NQ Rebels yet to be defeated in knockout games in this chance. And oh, what a step that is down the far side. Oh my, that is brilliant from Joe Devine. It's simply divine.
There. That was a brilliant speed on the outside.
Absolutely, it was a brilliant bit of speed. She just stepped down the outside, and the defender just couldn't quite get across to it. And as I say, simply divine. 3-0. Five minutes nearly gone then. As we keep saying, this is a big game, and Old Wesley will need to try and get themselves back into it, because if they can come back and win it, they will be in the Women's Cup matches a bit later on. Have you got any more games that yourself that you got already put down, Roger?
We've got 3 more games today, so most of the referee contingent have 4 games in the day. So I've got 3 games this afternoon. So a mixture of I think 2 women's and a men's game this afternoon.
So chance here, Wesley trying to get across. Maybe the pass needs to go a little bit quicker there from I'm not too sure about that one.
Push him, Spearsy, look at the space.
They've gone a bit quicker. I think the chance might have been in there for the score.
Definitely, yeah. It was just that control of that last pass. The the link needed to sight their winger a little bit earlier, I think, to make sure it was a bit more accurate.
5.5 gone, 3-0. Driving that ball forward again. That time it's Emily Kelly and Georgina McCavanagh. McCavanagh goes
scoop through.
Yeah, absolutely. Chance to step this away and scores, maybe. Yes, it's a score.
Yeah.
It is a score.
Very clear indication by Lee in the middle there, as soon as you can see her hand putting it out to indicate the touchdown. Or try now, sorry.
Yeah.
The rules have changed. They're called tries instead of touchdowns to the new rules.
Well, Siriboyu gets the try, and it is 4-0. And this has been a very, must we say, a very dominant performance so far from the NQ Rebels, and they are showing why they are once again the favourites to try and lift this trophy.
Very much so. They've been impressive all the way through in all the games. I mean, even the first tournament 4 weeks ago, they came out the blocks firing, looked very strong.
Let's face St Ledger for Old Wesley. Now moving across. Can they get the score here? St Ledger will go through. They're going to try and play Mirror's defence here. Oh, but there's an opportunity. I think there was a touchdown. There was. Oh no, it's a score.
Yeah, score.
Old Wesley are on the board. I think that's Rachel Duggan that's got the try. And really good play though that time from Face St Ledger to try and drive through. They tried to call the Mirrors play there, and it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, completely. It was good support line running, finding the holes.
Face St Ledger and Rachel Duggan in the sub box along this side are very happy about that, but here's a chance here for the Rebels to respond immediately with Anna Crossley. Crossley, back out it goes again. There's Danielle Evans, and there's a score. No sooner they got on the board do they make it back to where they were. 5-1 with 7.5 gone. Really nice play, interplay between Crossley and Evans.
Yeah, it's great dummy there. That sort of 32 split out, and the dummy to take her into the space. Great score.
You mentioned about how it was, how you were a player obviously for a number of years and then moved into the referee. How different is it being in that position now from where you were? Because I imagine you probably thought, it's an easy job this refereeing, and now you've probably gone and realised and gone, it's actually a little bit tougher than you think.
Yeah, very much so. I think one of the big things about being a referee, you don't really get a chance to switch off. So with touch, you can sort of see the sub boxes on each side. You've got a squad of potentially up to 14. And yeah, you get a chance to actually sort of decompress for a minute or two once you're off the field, but referee is your continually focus for that 15 minutes, trying to make sure whether you're on the field or on the sidelines, supporting your on-field referee. So I think that's the biggest dynamic change.
As I've always said, it's not a job I fancy doing. But I'm glad that, like, as I've always said, though, you have to have people that are willing to do it and want to do it. And it's great to have as many officials as we do have here at the moment, because, as I've always said, it's part of the wider touch family that we have.
Yeah, I do try and encourage a lot of players to do at least a level 1 reffing course first on the way through, because it actually teaches you a lot about what the referees are going to be looking for and how to actually work with the referees. So you can get a bit of an advantage as a player if you have a broad understanding of the rules and what the referee's going to be calling.
McCavanagh gets across, and that is a score again.
Another great score from the quickies in the middle.
Tell you what,
straight to the space.
Emily Kelly and Georgina McCavanagh, the pair of them are just working brilliantly together at the moment. And it is 6-1, and this NQ Rebel side look very, very dangerous once again. And whoever joins them in that cup competition, and as things stand, appreciate things can change, but whoever joins them in the cup competition will be very, very difficult to stop them getting through in a row. Here's Rachel Duggan once more. You can see there, everything again, at the heart of the mids, as you always talk about there, Roger. Face St Ledger, that midfield is just so important. There is a player on that far side for Duggan if she wants to try and get there, but now they're going to try and play it again. Duggan, she's going to slide and score, I think. Or is there a touch? I think there is.
Yeah, touch came in early.
Yeah, good call there from the referee. Duggan tried to get that there, just couldn't quite. It's always so difficult trying to get a score when it's on the last on the 7. Tries to get that ball will go down, and that's really good defence once more, as Arlene Russell just couldn't get through. I say, going back to your playing days, then how difficult was it when you're in that position, especially when you're on the 7, on the last touch? It's always so difficult to be able to try and find something.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I found myself on the defensive side most of the time. Sort of defence was my especially. So I'm quite proud. We've got another breakthrough here. Great pickup.
They're trying to call
from
mirrors
Danielle
again.
Evans. A great finish there with support play.
All clear. It's another score. It's a magnificent 7th already, and we're not even halfway through this match. It's Nicola Wise. Word to the wise. And a word to the wise is watch out for this NQ Rebels side at the moment, because they are absolutely in control of this match, and more importantly, they do not look like a side that wants to stop winning titles at the moment. Coming through again, there's Caitlin Gill. There's going to be a penalty. Was that for not moving forward? Was that for offside?
Yeah, so that's against the defensive team. They would have not made the line there, I think. So yeah, there'll be an offside penalty for them.
Chance here once more. Can they get it now? Back outlet pass. Then again, this time they'll slide, and there's a touch again that time.
Yeah, great work by the winger there. She made a great touch. The big thing is on defense, you want to take a step off the line when you're making that touch to just make sure the referee's aware that you've made the touch for the balls across the screen.
Chance here once more for Gill. Can she go down again? They want the touch. Is he giving all clear? Referee's just having a bit of a conversation.
You're ref and not her.
Good try, Caitlin.
They're having a discussion.
I think he's talking to her about where her foot was. You need to have 2 feet on or behind the line. So if she hasn't made it there, she's going to be offside and will be playing through. So
it's offside, is it? Yep, it is.
Okay, so yep.
6 again. Quite surprised, like you say. I'm quite surprised that that one wasn't called playing through there, though.
Yeah, what a referee is sort of encouraged to do is play advantage. So when you can give the attacking team an opportunity to play through those kind of situations, you do. Obviously, it doesn't look like the player was called offside, so you've got to almost give it the penalty because they're not sure where they are in terms of that line.
Chance here now, real quick ball across, and now's the dive, and I think this time there's going to be a touch on again.
Agreeing, that's a great touch by the number 4.
Yeah, Danielle Evans.
Danielle Evans, great stuff. Again, you can sort of see her coming off that line to make that touch, which is fantastic. You want to be doing as a defensive player.
Ball goes dead, and it will be the NQ Rebels who will continue to have possession. Caitlin Gill through the middle has been really good so far. She's looking there as well. Ellie Boyce might have also got a chance at the score there earlier on, but the Rebels continue to move on, and you can see just how quickly they're getting off of the sub box. The move on the subs is absolutely sensational at the minute.
Yeah, they're getting a great roll on in these driving plays, which sets them up for this 4th and 5th touch as to where they're going to go now. Oh,
no touch on Georgina McCabinet.
Fantastic speed again.
All
going
clear.
through there.
That is sensational to get through the middle. She's always been a very, very quick player, but I think this summer she's really got even more speed, if that was even possible. And it's 8-1 now, the lead for the NQ Rebels. And we're close to half-time. It's going to take something very special, isn't it, for Old Wesley to get back into this?
Yes, I think so.
The Old Wesley men are just walking past our commentary position. They are going to be warming up against the Wigan Warriors next up in what's going to be one hell of a contest.
That's going to be a great game, that one.
Wigan have always come in the top 4 of every tournament so far this year. Wigan came 3rd last time out. They came 4th. And an absolute belter with the Scorpions and a drop-off. But we're approaching half-time here of this one between the NQ Rebels and the Old Wesley touching the Women's Cup Pool A, and it looks like it's going to be the NQ Rebels that will go through onwards into the cup competition proper of the round robin. We'll find out who joins them a bit later on. We'll bring you that news as soon as we can. But here's a chance now, trying to get through. There's the touch, was there? Don't think so. I think Nicola Weiser scores. Yes, she does.
Right on half-time. What a great way to finish the half, Rebels.
Absolutely. Half-time it is. NQ Rebels leading by 9 tries to 1. And it's a fantastic first half, it must be said, Roger. They've really, really put the medal down, and they are making a statement here.
Yes, very much so. You can see that they're continuing to want to press their advantage going home. So particularly those last 2 drives that they had going through, and it set up the plays going through the two tries through the middle.
So let's just go through some other scores, and some interesting scores. There's no doubt about that so far. As you said, Scorps beating NQ Rebels 7-5. There was a draw between Wigan Warriors and London Galaxy. That could make this pool very, very interesting. Especially because I'm just looking at the other game as well. Old Wesley beat London Galaxy 8-5. So Wigan will be hoping that they don't lose by that. Well, they're obviously hoping to win, but if they do lose, they'll be hoping to not lose by 3 tries or more, because that means then they could be going out of this. So that could be a very interesting final game that we've got coming up on the stream in just a second. In the men's plate competitions, Cambridge have just beaten Oxford 8-3. University rivalry there always helps. And London Eagles have beaten Canterbury 7-5. Cambridge beating Oxford 8-3 earlier on in that one. I'm just trying to look to see where you might be next. I don't know if you've got the next game. I think you might be.
Oxford Canterbury.
Yeah,
out the back.
Out the back. Send you out the back there after that. But what is it like on these days like this? Because obviously the players get emotional. The players might, like, I don't know, lash out's probably the wrong word, but you know what I mean. What, give a better back chat is probably the right thing to say. And what is it like when you're refereing a team for like a second or third time, and you know that a particular player may have done that sort of stuff? Is it difficult to like try and do you just compartmentalise it, just move it on? What is it like when you're refereeing teams on multiple occasions during a day?
Yeah, you don't want to take any kind of, I guess, prejudice or sort of the history of the previous, like, earlier on the day into the game. You want to sort of start with a clean slate and give the players the opportunity as well. Coming from the playing days, you sort of get a bit more compassion for understanding that the players' heart rates get up, and sometimes some things they say in the heat of the moment are just not intended. Sometimes you try and work out which players to give it a bit more leeway to, but at the same time try and create a bit of a rapport and a bit of a discussion with certain players. So it's not just a referee dictating how the game's going to be run. It's actually you want to work with the players to make it a better game. So it's, I haven't come across a player yet who doesn't want to just like play the game and win the game, and you want to try and encourage them to sort of almost focus on that as opposed to any unintended language or any kind of sort of back chat towards the referees. If they can focus their energy on the game, it's a better outcome for everyone.
Like I said, I've always said it, as I keep saying, it's a difficult job, and you're a better person than I am for doing it. There's no doubt about that. I'm looking to actually just down the road there as well. We'll be seeing you a bit later on the stream, because you'll be doing one of the Cup semi-finals. Who it will be, we don't know yet, but you'll be doing one of the Cup semi-finals, which I'm sure you'll be looking forward to that one, definitely. Especially knockout rugby. To knockout touch must give you a bit of a thrill when you're effing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's just that heightened element to the game. I mean, to be fair, when the games this morning, they are almost in essence a knockout game as well, because if you lose one of them, you're not getting into the semi-finals this afternoon. So, again, when we get into the afternoon sessions, the players have found their rhythm for the day. Everyone's a little bit more tired, a little bit more on edge, and yeah, it does create for a bit of a spectacle.
Well, we are very nearly ready to get ourselves back underway here in this second half, and I've always said we've seen a bit of we've always seen drama on this stream, but I tell you what, if there's a comeback of this proportion, it would top anything. This NQ Rebel side continue to just look like a snowball and just keep rolling down a hill, just unstoppable at the moment. But Old Wesley will be looking to at least score a couple of more tries to get themselves prepared for the second half, and for the second session of touch this afternoon. There'll be, of course, the winner of this goes into the cup competition proper in the round robin. The second place, the loser of this one, will go into the plate, and the third place in that pool, in which case that'll be Thames Valley Vikings, will go into the bowl competition. We will keep you up to date with all of that as things stand. In fact, actually, we'll have a look and see if anything else, if anything has been confirmed yet. I'm not sure if anything has. Don't think so just yet. I don't think anything has been confirmed just yet, but we will just have a quick look in that in those pools. At the moment, Scorps and Cambridge Touch will be going on for that one, but here's a chance here now. Back out to Wise. There's the first score of the second half. No, it's not. It's outside.
Calling a forward pass as well in the middle. Dom's got that one. So they'll take it back to where that was passed from, and defence send back 10 metres for it.
So Nolly Quinn thought that she'd had the 10th, but not just yet. In fact, again, we'll just double check everything. I don't think any positions or any cut.
Another great drive here from Old Wesley. They're actually getting onto the front foot now. Setting themselves up for the 5th scoop.
Goes through, half gets caught anyway, but it's a sick touch, and that'll be the turnover. But yeah, it's amazing how final round of pool matches and nothing is yet decided. It's great. And that one goes out the play. Was that a hand in the ruck?
I think we're just going to play accidental on that one, so it'll just be play on. That's what happens sometimes in the ruck. You get sort of a stray hand. Some players are a little more canny than others in the way they play it, but most of the time it's sort of accidental. You just want to take it back and make sure we play on with the game.
Well, we are playing on, and Anna Crossley is definitely playing on at the moment. Here comes Danielle Evans. Evans looking to try to play that ball through. There's a nice touch there. That'll be the 6th. So Old Wesley will continue to move this ball forward. They'll be looking to try and get themselves the first score of the second half. It is still 9-1. There's a couple of minutes. It's amazing how quickly this NQ Rebels defence just pops up, and also more importantly as well, how happy they are every time they make a touch. You can see at the sub box, everybody absolutely cheering everybody on. The team spirit is mind-blowing at the moment.
Yeah, it's fantastic when you get that support from the box as well. When you're getting to that 4th, 5th, 6th touch on the back of a drive, it gets pretty tiring. And so when you can hear your support crew in the sub box cheering you on, it gives you a little bit of impetus to make sure you close out that defensive set for them.
The wind is definitely picking up here this afternoon now, so these long balls could be holding in the air, could be flying everywhere by the end of the day. But will the end of the day see yet another title for the NQ Rebels? And now coming through, that's a lovely pass. This time wasn't forward, this time it's the score. It is Nolly Quinn who goes through and brings up the double figures for the NQ Rebels, 10-1.
It's great work by the link here. It was sort of the show and go. She held it up long enough to drag in the winger and just create space on the outside. That was fantastic play.
That might have been Nicola Wise, I think it was, who was the link player there with the assist. So 10-1. Will Old Wesley be able to respond here? Chance comes on again, this time for Lana Byrne, and there's Caitlin Gill, excuse me.
So there might be awarding this one. Is it
going to be a penalty?
Discussion. Looks like it's a penalty.
Yeah. Caitlin Gill there thought that she'd scored. She was running back towards the halfway line, but not to be.
No, they're actually just given the touch there.
Now, here come Old Wesley again. There is Alana Byrne back inside. There was a touch on there, definitely from McCavender.
It was a really nice inside line she ran there, but the defence was up to it and covered that inside channel, which was great.
Here's Ellie Boyce.
And then looking at a backdoor sweeper play here.
Absolutely, and a ball just dropped there for Boyce. A real shame because they looked like they were really making some movement there, unfortunately. But you can just see how quick this NQ Rebel side are. How quickly they get up. They're already on this is the 2nd or 3rd touch, and they're at the halfway line, which is where you want to be. That looked like a really good touch to slow down the momentum, but the ball comes back out across. That's fine there from Evans. That's the 4th. Stuffing through. Anna Crossley. Back out. There's another try.
Great finish by the winger. That's fantastic hands as she was going down to score that in the corner.
Wonderful link through once again from Anna Crossley. And Nolly Quinn once again. She's already got 1. Make that 2. And make that 11 for the Rebels.
She's a metre off the line. I scored, no one touched me. No, it wasn't played advantage. No advantage. We haven't got a call yet. They're also passing. Listen forward.
Chance here then for Old Wesley to try and get back into the game. There's a touch on there. So here's the opportunity chance. Is that a score? I think it is.
Yep, straight
She's
through the
happy
middle
with
there.
that. Absolutely happy with it. It's a try.
And they worked a similar play to what they did last time, and this time the defence didn't come across to sort of cover the inside pass. So here,
I think that's Rachel Duggan who scored the opening try before. It's now the second try as well. So she scored the first try. She'll now score the second. Well, Roger Neighbours, thank you very much indeed. Roger, you've had to go head back as I know you need to go and warm up for your next game, but thank you very, very much indeed as always, and a pleasure to have you on.
Cool, thank you very much for having me.
So thank you very much, Roger. We will hopefully see him again on stream later on. At around about 3 o'clock, when he referees as one of the three in the men's cup semi-final. Next up, though, another big matchup between the NQ Rebels and the Wigan Warriors in Pool A. Who will finish top of that pool? Can Wigan find a way to get into that? If they win that game, they'll send them both through. Lose, and it will come down to how big of the gap it is. Great game. But this is a great NQ Rebel side. And Georgina McCavanagh just could not find her way through that gap there. Couldn't find the pass. She found her way through the gap, but she could not find the pass, and that is a turnover, and Old Wesley are just driving up this ball again. Bobble but caught there. There's Boyce back towards Burnt. Ball down. So 7.5 to go in this one, and at the moment you've got to say, well, Wesley need a score if the unthinkable needs to happen. A comeback of epic proportions, but this NQ Rebel side just continue to just be excellent. Yes, Joe Devine. Nice touch there, actually. Stops the momentum. As Carly Wynn continues to try and drive it on. And there is Wynn. Now back it goes to Danielle Evans. Wynn. Evans driving through. She's got support left and right. Will she be able to go with the mirrors play? Oh, that's a hat-trick for Nolly Quinn. Nolly Quinn continues to showcase her brilliant ability, whether she's on the wing or whether she is coming in off of it. Another score, a second half hat-trick for Nolly Quinn. And the NQ Rebels continue to dominate this fixture and probably dominate the Women's National Touch Series in the elite competition at least. Chance here, back to St Ledger. There's a touch on there that time, and that's the 6th. So 5.5 to go. Reminder that the Women's Cup competition, every game of that round robin phase to determine the champions today, and probably to determine the champions overall as well. Every game of that will be here on our stream this afternoon. 3 games. You'll have one at 2:15, one at 3:45, and one at 5:15 UK time. We'll end the day with the Women's Cup competition. But in the meantime as well, there's a pass over the back. Oh, just did not reach Isabel Tierney. It was a lovely pass out the back there, but it just could not quite reach Isabel Tierney. And it will be another score, will be another turnover, excuse me, 12-2. But as you say, Women's Cup round robin, all the games will be with us here this afternoon.
Big touches here, big touches here, big touches here.
small matter as well of a men's cup semi-final and the men's cup final as well to deal with. And if it is the Scorps and the Rebels back again, potentially it could be in that game. And that will be to determine not just the winner of today, but it will also determine the overall men's national touch series title. Plenty to go before then though, plenty of games before then to determine that. Goes out to Duggan, that ball gets dropped, it's going to be a penalty. I'm not sure if that's a heavy touch, but chance here for Old Wesley to maybe get a third. Duggan, remember, has already got 2, so she's looking for a third here. Trying to go over. There was Faye St Ledger, unfortunately not to be. Ball goes dead. It will be another turnover for the Rebels. I'll continue to drive up. There's Daniel Evans. It's been a part of everything good so far from NQ.
Can we have your captain, Wesley, to do toss now to get it done and out of the way?
Score going through that time. It's another one. It's another score.
We'll just get it done and out of the way, yeah?
It's a lovely step through the middle. Makes the dummy, sells the dummy. And that is another excellent score from Georgina McCabinet. Said earlier on, I didn't think it was possible for her to get that much speed, to get more speed. But over the summer and over the winter training, I think that she has. She was the scorer of that try against the Nottingham Hoods 2 weeks ago. That took the Rebels into the cup competition. There's a touch on there that time from McCabinet. She's playing defence as well as attack. Now looking to try and go again. Quick ball. It looked like it was going to be trying to get to Caitlin Gill, but it's a turnover again. So around about 90 seconds to go. As we've always said, the clock on the screen doesn't necessarily line up with the central timer that we have here for the games. But now they're trying to drive through here, trying to reach number 14. Remember, they hit Thames Valley Vikings for 13, and there's a chance. There's Alana Burney makes the stop, but it's going to go through. Anna Crossley looking around. Mirrors play, trying to make it called. Not that time, it's not. Lovely pass there, a lovely run through again from Anna Crossley in the mids, and Carly Wynn touches down and has sealed the win. There's no doubt about that. NQ Rebels will be moving on to the Women's National Cup competition, into the round robin proper. And I think with that, unless they come third and they share the title with the Scorps, I think that also might mean that they are Women's National Touch Series champions as well, realistically. Chance there for St Ledger. Ball goes out there, just couldn't quite grab that, could Eileen Russell. The ball goes dead, and that will conclude a very comprehensive victory for the NQ Rebels. 13 in their first game, 14 in their second. They do not want to let go of the Women's National Touch Series title. 14 points to 2 they score against Old Wesley, and the NQ Rebels march on once again. Third straight Women's National Touch Series Cup competition for them. They're looking for their 4th in a row after winning the last 3, including what happened here last year in Oxford. Will they be able to do it? We will find out on this stream throughout the next couple of hours or so. They might be back in action at 2:15. We don't know yet. We'll have to work out and see. I think they will be. I think they will be back in action at 2:15. In fact, actually, they will be. So we will see them back here at 2:15, where they will take on the winner of Pool C, which we will get to you as soon as possible. But we will see the NQ Rebels back here at 2:15. Will we see the men there? We don't know. What we do know is that Old Wesley Touch will be taking on Wigan Warriors in our final Men's Cup pool action, and that match is next.
Bell, see the crowd goes wild. The crowd goes wild.
So we are back, and we're here for the final Men's Cup pool match of the day. Certainly in the pool matches, it is Old Wesley Touch against Wigan Warriors. Don't forget that Old Wesley last time out were the champions. They beat the NQ Rebels 11-7 in an excellent display. Where this Wigan Warriors side have come third and they've come fourth. They do not want to be in that third place playoff again. Would it be third time lucky for Wigan? Well, they drew 4-4 with London Galaxy earlier on today. So this could get very interesting in terms of tries allowed and tries scored if they do lose this game today. But it's going to be fun. Very, very excited for this one. And I'm also very excited because Mel Day's joined us up here in the commentary box. Mel, very good afternoon. And like you said when you joined me, it has got a bit cold here actually this afternoon.
Yeah, it's just turned a bit nippy, unfortunately, the last half hour, and we've got a 4-hour break between games, so we've been chilling out literally on the sideline. But yeah, I just watched Galaxy play Wigan in the last men's game, so yeah, it was a really, really good game. Quite an angry game at times, so it'll be good to see them take on Old Wesley.
Oh, nice pass out the back. That's a start. What a start that is. Brilliant, brilliant play. I think that's Mark Phelan that made the pass over on that far side. I'm not too sure who the winger was that scored, but whoever it was, That's an excellent pass there from Phelan, and within 30 seconds they're already 1-0 up.
Great finish by the winger there. It's quite hard when you get those passes and they're quite up high and you've got to get the ball down to the ground quickly. So great finish by the Old Wesley winger, and yeah, they've come to play after winning last week, haven't they?
Absolutely, they have. They won their first one. I think they won the bowl, if memory serves me correctly. Yes, they did. They won the bowl pool very convincingly in round 1, and now they're looking to try and win this one in round 2. But there's Jordan Melling. Oh, that's a pass out there. Is he going to go and try and beat him on the outside? He might look like he does. Oh, what a step! What a move! That's brilliant from Sam Grant. He just goes round the outside, doesn't think that everyone's trying to draw the dummy in, and he just souls him for the dummy. And that's a brilliant, brilliant score, 1-1.
Sam Grant, what an absolute superstar of the game. Didn't look like anything was on there, and just pace on the outside. Excellent score. From the last game as well, it seemed like all the scores came from expansive play. The long balls, the going on the outside, so this game's living up to that as well.
Chance there. I think there's a touch on there. There is, yep. There is a touch. And, John Ennis was trying to say that there was a score on, but he'll take this ball away. Now again across, it will come for Ben O'Connell. Ennis in that mids is really dangerous, and that's a nice score. I think there's a touch on there though. I think there was. Again, good defence there that time from James Simons, who we had up on comms last time out.
Good crowd around field 1 for a pool game between these two men's teams, and we've got a Falcon ball to the head, but fortunately the Wigan player wasn't playing at the ball with their head, so that's just ball down, and here go Wigan driving up the field really strongly.
This would be huge if Wigan can beat Old Wesley touch. I think Old Wesley would still have a chance of topping the pool, even without that, because of the draw. In fact, actually, no, Wigan would top the pool, so Wigan would win it. Really good defence there that time. Good ball out the back, the ball goes down, it is 1 apiece. You mentioned there before you've got a 4-hour break between games, Mel. Are you going to be in the plate competition this time around for Galaxy?
We have made it to the plate finally.
Fantastic.
We've done our time in the bowl, so we're looking forward to some plate action this afternoon. I suspect we might have Hot Custard coming up at 3:45 on field 2, our London mates. So yeah, it'll be a good game. We can see the sun come out in field 1, which is quite nice, but what an incredible pool that we have here. Galaxy, Wigan and Old Wesley, such a strong pool.
The cup competition for the men is absolutely stacked, it must be said. And then obviously in the men's, in the other pool, you've got NQ Rebels, London Scorpions and Nottingham Hoods, who won who were up there in the plate competition last time round. So, you know, for them, it's fantastic. But there's a chance here now. Back it down it goes. It's going to be 6 again. James O'Donnell there just trying to help open up that Wigan defence. Looked like a.
And we've got Stephen Troy, the number 9, directing play. He's a great player. Ireland Men's Open. Also part of my social touch team, the Tea Smugglers. So is Jimmy, the link there. I think he goes by James formally, but yeah, it's great to see our social players playing at the elite level.
Well, there's going to be a ball down call there against Sam Bewley. So here come Wigan again. Remember, they drew 4-4 with London Galaxy earlier on today, and they will be looking to try and win this, because that means they'll have a chance of topping the pool, but they'd also definitely be into that cup semi-final. I love the fact that nothing has been decided yet in the men's competition. It's great.
Yeah, it's just a crazy amount of quality in a pool, and you can see this game very tight as well. The game between Wigan and Galaxy, it was just cutthroat game, score for score, 4-4 by the end of it, so nothing separating them, and what a score there.
Brilliant score by Mark Phelan, makes it 2-1. And Old Wesley are picking up where they left off 2 weeks ago in Burton. That's a lovely little score there, nice dive, And I tell you what, he doesn't mind having sore knees afterwards, does he? This ground is very hard today, but he doesn't mind that.
It's a very, very tough ground today. It's grass on concrete today in Oxford, but amazing grounds at the same time. Great facilities down here in Oxford. And here we go, Wigan. Pick up from half
Grant, that's a nice touch on there that time from Sambuli. Now, we'll set up again, Will Grant. Chance here, there's Melling. Will he go the pass out, go wide? That's a nice pass. Oh, super step. And James Simons, who joined us on comms a couple of weeks ago in Burton when he celebrated his PFT side winning the development tournament for a second straight week. That was excellent.
Yeah, blame me. We've not got the tap off right yet. 21 small.
He's just scored, but he's blaming himself right for the tap off there. But no sooner are they ahead. Old Wesley were back level at 2 apiece. It's a huge score, that.
Yeah, we're getting some chat from the Wigan box that they've messed up their tap off on multiple occasions. They're trying to get it right. They're blaming it on their number 21, James Simons. So hopefully James can step it up during their next tap off. But fingers crossed for them, they won't have another tap off and they can keep Old Wesley out.
Well, he just scored that as well. Nice ball over the top. That's the chance, and there's the score. It's Sebastian Caldwell who scored the earlier try as well for Old Wesley. And this looks like it's going to be a shootout. 7 minutes gone. It's 3-2 to Old Wesley. Nice pass over the top and finished off quite well by Caldwell.
Absolutely incredible. You can see the expansive play of these men's teams. That pass went about 30 metres out to the wing, and that's where the guys seem to be scoring them. Long balls to the wing or absolute bullets to the link hole, courtesy of Jordan Melling. Here they go for their tap off again. We can see 21.
I have to say, James Simons will make sure that he gets that right this time. Now here's Jordan Melling again. They're looking to go long, and they go over the top there. Looking, nice touch on.
Fifth touch here.
Yeah, and that'll be a turnover.
That's 6 coming, not last coming. That's the wrong call. Last coming, turnover.
Halfway through this first half, or just over that now. 3-2 the lead, and it's going to be a drop ball. They're going to say loss of control. This is a great opportunity now for Wigan, because you always say when you get the opportunity to tap off, basically a tap off right across the middle, and you're tapping in there, it's a huge opportunity for players to try and make sure you get that top off move and get towards the 7 for when on the second tackle or third tackle.
Yeah, a lot of teams, they practice and drill these tap off moves very, very strongly, and so that's essentially what Wigan have. And I'll tell you what, Wigan with a set of 6 coming off halfway, my money would be on them to score 9 times out of 10, so we'll see what they can do here.
Really good touch that time from Mark Phelan, as James Simons thought he was through for a second. Ball goes out wide, it's intercepted, and there's the 0 tackle there.
Unfortunately, I've lost my money on that passage of play, but I'm sure Wigan will come back with it. And Old Wesley driving towards their sub-box. You can see how smooth their yards are, initiating those touches, half always in place. Great play out here.
Good pressure there. Again, they were looking to try to get it out to Dara Forster, but couldn't quite do so. And now an opportunity again for Wigan. When you've got these subbing moves that are happening, Mel, especially obviously because you referee as well, we had Roger Neighbours earlier on here on the stream. How difficult is it as a referee to be able to keep up when you've got teams rolling on, subbing on, how quickly when they move? How difficult is that as a ref?
It is really quite difficult, but obviously we're really well resourced with referees. There are 3 referees on the field, and you've got the control ref who's usually like minding those mids, and fortunately you've got the sideline ref, and they really monitor that sub box and help out that control ref there, because yeah, there's a lot of traffic coming through very, very quickly and at speed. So yeah, but very smooth subset there by Wigan.
5 to go until half time. 3-2 the lead at the moment.
Old Wesley driving towards their sub-box. Stephen Troy with a touch there. Some physical touches. You can see some appeals for some touches here. 5th touch. Defenders out of place.
Oh, Phelan keeps that. And now ball goes down. I think he's going to be 6 again. Yeah, he will be. Dara Forster. Sorry, excuse me. Ben O'Connell. Almost thought there, looks like it's going to be 6 again. O'Connell, really quick ball off the top there from Ennis. Now trying to go dive, they're going to try and get the touch there that time. Aaron Povell does get the touch on.
A great crowd around Fields 1 for this game as well.
Yep. It is a windy afternoon though here at the moment in, must be said, there's no doubt about that. Here's the opportunity, looking like he's trying to move up again.
So Wigan are having to make their 7 metres each of these, and they're trying to get the offside defender.
Oh wow. A big call there. Mark Phelan not happy with it, and he's now just been told to, the referee's just been told there, penalty for chat. Back chat towards the referee does not go well in touch rugby. I'm not really quite sure exactly what's going on here. I think the referees are...
I think there might be a dispute in terms of whether a touch was made.
It's going to be called. It's a try, in fact, for that earlier score.
I think the referee has possibly attributed a touch, or didn't believe that a touch was made on a player, and yeah, I think the players said no, they didn't make the touch. So yeah, they've given the score, gone back and given the score. So
Sean McDonald there saying he didn't know whether it was going to be a touch or not, but that's a huge score actually, because that's the first time that any side's gone too clear. 4-2 currently at the moment then. As the wind continues to really pick up here. That's going to be a penalty for a forward pass. They're really looking at the forward passes off the top of the ruck at the moment.
yeah, they really are, and you can kind of see it sometimes on the live stream. When those runners come through, you've really got to time your run coming beside that half to make sure that ball does go backwards, and it is a focus for the referees. And there we can see James O'Donnell, really good drives. He's just so fast, and it looks like it might be an over the mark here.
Big moment this for Wigan, you've got to think.
So I said Wigan scored 9 times out of 10 coming from halfway, so we'll see whether I get my money this time.
It's a penalty for heavy touch. John Ennis there, just having a chat with Jack Harris, making sure of that. It's all good. But a big moment this, with 90 seconds or so left in this first half. Wigan cannot afford to fall too far behind, otherwise it'll be London Galaxy who go through into the bowl. Oh, what a pass again! Jordan Melling. He's just sensational, isn't he? It's just a brilliant pass off the top. And who is there yet again? It is that man, Sam Grant.
I think Jordan's got one of the best passes in touch. The way he can just guide those passes into those holes. You've got Wigan players who are just hitting those holes so cleanly. Yeah, incredible passage of play. And Wigan 4-3.
Big moment just before the break. Nice touch there that time there from Sean McDonald. That time it was the case, and there's a chance, and there's a score. It is. It's a score. Sean McDonald again trying to say that there was a touch on, but not to be. It's another try for Old Wesley, and they're back 5-3 in front. I think it's Sean Balance that's gone over there.
Yeah, it looks like a good call by the referees there. It looked like ball was definitely down. And unfortunately, we have had a bit of back chat in this game, and I know in the game beforehand there was a bit of back chat, and we've just had a Wigan player sent for time. So for the next 4 possessions, it'll be 6 on 5.
Wow, that's a big moment. Here's John Ennis trying to drive up that ball again. There goes the siren. Can they create one final chance here? No. It's going to be half time, and it's going to be 5-3 as things stand at the moment. So half-time there between Old Wesley and Wigan. What we'll do is we'll go through the scores for you for the other games that were going on in the Women's Cup competition. So NQ Rebels 14-2, they win against Old Wesley. London Eagles beat Nottingham Hoods 5-1, and London Scorpions beat Cambridge Touch 11-1. So what that means is this: we will be seeing the usual suspects in the Women's Cup competition: NQ Rebels, London Scorpions and London Eagles. This is your cup briefing in the women's competition. NQ Rebels will be at 2:15 against London Scorpions. 3:45, London Eagles will take on London Scorpions. And then at 5:15, NQ Rebels against London Eagles. The big matchups there to determine who will be Women's National Touch Series champion. In the plate competition, it will be Old Wesley Touch, Hot Custard and Mel Day's London Galaxy. Old Wesley Touch will take on Hot Custard at 2:15. London Galaxy then playing Hot Custard at 4:45, and at 5:15 it will be Old Wesley against London Galaxy. And in the Women's Bowl competition, 2:15 we'll see Thames Valley Vikings taking on Cambridge Touch. Nottingham Hoods will take on Cambridge Touch. Then at 4:45, and then Thames Valley Vikings will take on Nottingham Hoods at 5:15. When we come back from the Women's Cup, we'll have about a 10-minute breather. But when we come back for that, we'll tell you all the scores and all the competitions for the Men's Cup and Men's Touch as well. But we'll be back in just a second, in just 30 seconds.
Dan, do you want a coffee or something to eat, or what do you want? I've got a sandwich. Are we stopping? Got 10 minutes. But do you want a coffee? 10 minutes now or 10 minutes? No, 10 minutes after this game. Do you want a coffee? Okay, I'll jump back up by, yeah? She's the one who asked me to coach.
So a very warm welcome back to a climate that can't actually make up its mind here in Oxford, it must be said, actually. It's very, 1 minute it's baking, the next minute it's very cool. I mean, tomorrow's, again, as I said before, is supposed to be quite cool. So if you are coming down tomorrow, or if you are playing, I would recommend wearing a jacket when you're not playing, because it is going to get very cold. You wouldn't think, well, to be fair though, Mel, it's the great British summer, isn't it? 13 degrees. We've had our summer now. So
it is.
After that weekend in Burton.
I got burnt at that weekend, so...
You and me both. I'm still recovering from it now. Hence the reason why I'm wearing a jacket today. Oh, straight through the gap. What a start for Wigan. What a start for Wigan. Straight through the gap, Robert Taylor. That is absolutely sensational as he just steps his way through, dummies through twice and doesn't even get touched. And that's 5-4. What a start.
Incredible start by Wigan, because you would have seen at the end of that first half, Wigan had a player sent for time. He still has to wait for the full possession, so he's still off, so it's still 6-on-5 now. So for Wigan to get a score with 5 players on the field, they'll be absolutely stoked about that.
Absolutely. And more importantly than that, and there could be a chance there. Not sure if that's going to be a touch or not, but...
Yep, they're bringing it back here. And here we have Old Wesley attacking through the middle. Looks like touch made. And yeah, a lot of passion on the field at the moment.
Indeed there is. But what we have learnt is, and what we can tell you, is that if Wigan do lose this match but lose it by only 2, they will be in the semi-finals. So there is some added jeopardy there. So there's a bit of a cushion there as well for Wigan. They'd have to play more than likely the London Scorpions, but we'll see how we go. Melling out the back to Grant. The ball just goes dead. And now I think... I'm not sure if... I'm not too sure about that one there. Again, Sean McDonald is having a couple of conversations with these referees. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, there's a fine line between passionate and angry, and I think we're going to probably guilty of tiptoeing down that line quite often. But yeah, good to see back to 6-on-6 and Old Wesley driving hard towards their box. Just look at the pace that these Old Wesley players are getting that ball.
A lot of the Irish Open team, of course, are in this as well, so it's great to see them being over here getting ready for that European Championships, which is coming up in August.
Yeah, absolutely. I think England Men's Open have been champions for a number of years, and I think the team that's likely to challenge them at Euros is going to be the Irish Men's Open, so they're definitely showing their class now.
Nice touch on there that time, that'll be the 6th. So, big moment there, there's Jordan Melling. Again, he's just directing traffic at the minute, and there's Sean McDonald now coming through the middle, looking to try and get that across. Melling again. There's a sub movement again, but this is a big problem here because they're not seeming to get there. But that's a nice step there. That's the 4th. That time there from Jacob Rigby. Now the 5th. Can they get something up? Nice scoop there from Grant. Grant will try and work something out here. And there's the touch on there that time from Sean Balance.
Yeah, I think the switch was on there actually. He dummied to that switch player, and I think if he'd given that pass, something would have been on there.
It's still 5-4. As things stand, Wigan would qualify as the 2nd best team in the pool for the cup competition. But now, straight through the gap, that is pace from Ryan Rupnari Singh. And that is just pure place and pure pace as well. The place to find the gap, the pace to get through the gap, and Rupnareen Singh makes it 6-4, and a huge moment in this game now. The London Galaxy men's team were watching this with real interest, I think.
Yeah, I can see them down on the sideline here, watching the game, probably, yeah, checking off the scores.
I'll tell you what, actually, another big thing is that for you, what we saw earlier on, so we'll come back to that in a second, actually, because there's a chance here. There's Simons. Couldn't quite get at it.
Great shot there by the number 15 for Old Wesley, Dara Forster.
Yeah.
Excellent shot.
There's Melling. Back up off the top, Melling again now looks for the pass long. It just goes dead. Couldn't quite get it back to McDonald. So here come Old Wesley again. 10.5 to go. Look at the speed of them, and that's just kicked in the ruck. I think that might be a cynical foul, that. A cynical penalty, yeah, I think it is as yet. Time. It just felt like it was going to be, and I think that's Cam Burkett there. That's going to be sent for time, and cynical fouls like that are always going to get through.
Yeah, it's a tough play, that one. Obviously, you're nervous about, the score scoring potential of a run of play like that, but when you do something like that quite cynically, as you say, and you get sent to the bin, and yeah, there's going to be 4 possessions now where they're down to 5. So Old Wesley, I think, are guaranteed to score on at least one of these possessions. So,
and that could knock Wigan out of the cup competition. There's a touch on there, I think, there. What a diving touch there that time from... that's James Simons really putting his body on the line for his side. They know they can't afford to lose by more than 2. There's a chance again. I think there was a touch. It's a penalty for offside. Now, here's an interesting question, Mel. Does that count as one of the possessions of the person that has to sit out the time?
There's got to be an actual change of possession. So if it's knocked down, that doesn't count as a change of possession. So
there we go. Now, chance, ball goes out wide, score. Forward. Well, it looked like it might have either been sideline or forward, but that is a huge break for the Warriors.
Yeah, Wigan have shown that they can score with 5 on the field, and it's kind of tricky defending 5 players. You don't have your usual number off of players, so it's not unusual for a team of 5 to get a score on, and you can see they've taken it all the way down the end of the fields.
That's the 6th turnover. Quick ball again from Old Wesley. That looked very close to ball dead, but not the case there. And now down the left-hand side, and that is pure class. That is pure pace from Sebastian Caldwell. Try scored. And one of the wingers are down actually for Wigan. Over on that far side. I don't know whether that could be massively important. That could be another reason why. But one of the wingers is down. And we're at that magic stage now, 7-4, where as it stands, London Galaxy men would qualify for the Men's Cup semi-final.
Yeah, Wigan understandably quite impatient to tap off, and they're all set to tap off, but just out of shot we do have a player down on a sideline. It looks like a cramp, but it looks like he's okay. We've gotten a thumbs up, and here we go, the tap off. 5 on 6.
Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure whether they'd be out of the tournament on tries scored at the moment, Wigan, because remember, London Galaxy got 5 tries. So remember that. That's very important.
And Jordan Melling, just an incredible player. You can see 3 defenders surrounding him there, and that's how they're scoring against this
I remember
6-player team.
I remember calling an intercept try for him at this venue last time out back in September. An intercept, end of the field.
And I think the rest have made the correct call here. That looked like it was just ball down. It looked like it came off an Old Wesley foot. So
big opportunity now for Wigan. With every possession, it gets more tense and more tight. This Wigan side have been always close. They came 3rd here at the start of the competition back in April, at the end of April, and then they were 4th last time out in Burton. They do not want to have to go to the cup playoff to go in for the plate.
You can see they're back to 6 players, so they only conceded the 1 score with 5 on, which is an incredible defensive effort by the team.
But it's a crucial score though, Mel.
It's a really crucial score. You can see, what have we got? 6 minutes left on the clock, and here they go. They've scooped through Wigan.
Melling just couldn't quite get the ball out. Ball down. I do wonder what happens if it is 8-5 as well. Because it would be tries scored, tries conceded, all level, and the results would be all level on the head-to-head as well.
And then it comes down to number of tries scored, and then potentially the game that they had.
Yeah. Everything will be so close. That is a try, though. Big moment that. Mark Phelan scores. And that puts a bit more daylight between Old Wesley and Wigan Warriors. But more importantly than that, it gives London Galaxy the edge now, because the result would be bigger against them. Against Old Wesley. Remember, Old Wesley beat London Galaxy 8-5 earlier. So they have to score here, Wigan. Remember, though, 2 more tries. As long as the gap remains 3, Wigan would be probably into the cup semi-finals. So tense here. You can feel it from the Wigan sub box. Next to us, 5 minutes to go.
And here we go, Wigan with Sam Grant on the field, and you can see the class.
It's
of the
down.
player. What a score, Sam Grant, just spotting that hole, reaching out the arm.
Sam Grant goes in. I'm not sure whether John Ennis had got back in time. I'm not sure if he did. No, that's what they're calling it, I think. It got down, they played it through, and it is 8-5. This is madness. If this is the way this game finishes, we're going to have to try and find a way. Is it rock, paper, scissors, coin toss? I don't know.
We can see the Wigan players checking the scores with the referee as the game continues, as Old Wesley
goes back inside.
quickly
Is there a touch? There is. It's a huge touch, and a player goes down, but they're fine. 4 minutes or so to go. As it stands, we are genuinely not sure about who will join Old Wesley in the cup semi-final. Now, step through. Is there a touch on that? No, there wasn't. And the ball goes dead. Wigan need one more try, and then that would be a 2-point cushion, because they would have scored more tries than London Galaxy.
Less than 4 minutes in the game, Wigan driving through the middle.
Chance here for Melling. Can they drive at the middle? There's McDonald. Melling again. Back it comes to McDonald. That's the last touch, though. That's the turnover. And this now is such a crucial set. Stephen Troy would have taken it up. There's as well Sean Balance. 3 minutes to go. 8-5 as it stands. We genuinely don't know what would happen, because that is what London Galaxy finished up against them. Fifth touch now. Trying to go through, and it just quite couldn't get the Ruknareen Singh almost getting through. Wigan's turn now to attack. It has been end to end. Is that a heavy touch? No, it's just a normal one, but I think the referee might have a word. No, in fact, actually, Jack Harris on that far side is calling a heavy touch. So 6 to go, and a chance here, Mel Day, for them to really get a tap-off move.
Yeah, and they've got their attacking players on. Jordan, who can, as you can see, the rest of the game just passing that ball, absolute bullets to the wing, to the link. And you can see he's just gathering some composure across the team. They're taking their time. They've got touches here.
Melling. Taking that up there again is Robert Taylor. They've got, this is the last. Big chance here now. Melling will go out the back. Is that a score? No, it's not. It's a turnover. What a save from Matt Kernidson.
So close as well. You can see they've just run a 32 short play. Yeah, passing back out to the wing, and that touch, there wasn't a lot in that touch to call it, but touch was
ball
definitely
down. Ball down. And again, a chance again for a tap-off move for Wigan. Trying to set it through. There's Jacob Pryor. Wigan know one more score will do it for them, surely. One more score will take them into the playoffs and into the cup semi-finals.
It's very tense in the box at the moment.
We genuinely don't know what would happen if it does finish 8-5. We're trying to work that out, and we'll let you know. But in the meantime, Wigan could probably end all the debate now. Here's Sam Grant. Grant out the back. It's a good intercept. Oh, and it just got touched there. That time there, I think it was James O'Donnell who made the intercept, and now he's trying to run through. A minute to go.
Yeah, Wigan will have at least one other shot at the Old Wesley line, but the Old Wesley defence in his half has been exceptional.
8-5. Wigan are asking how long there is to go.
And it looks like there's been a penalty.
There is.
This is unfortunately just sucking up the seconds. 45 seconds.
Oh my goodness, so they've moved it forward. This is the biggest opportunity now. You would not think this with Old Wesley. You wouldn't think this would be that exciting with them 8-5 ahead. But we genuinely don't know what would happen next. Would there be a playoff? Would there be genuinely a rock, paper, scissors? We don't know. But this could be the moment here. Phelan goes out the back. There's a touch on there. A huge touch.
Absolutely incredible touch by the Wigan defender there.
Third touch though for Wigan. They've got to survive this, and it's a penalty for offside.
unfortunately, the lack of discipline is just killing Wigan.
There's
at
the siren. One final play. And that is it. That is it. 8-5. Wigan and London Galaxy drew 4 apiece. Old Wesley Touch beat London Galaxy 8-5. They've now beat Warriors 8-5. I mean, I have never seen anything like this covering Touch. It is just, everything is exactly the same.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what they're going to do here, but yeah, we'll obviously let you know. But the class of Old Wesley, I mean, Galaxy and Wigan, 2 of the class men's teams here, and Old Wesley have won by 3 against both of them. Just an incredible pull in terms of class, and
Can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're going to find out after our little break. We've got 10 minutes or so before we come back for our first game of the Women's Cup round robin, which will be which will be the NQ Rebels against London Scorpions. That's our first game back. Mel Day, it is always a pleasure. Whenever I'm on with you, I always seem to have drama in the box, so you can come back at any time, you know that.
Well, we can think of some ways to resolve it. I'm proposing maybe a drop-off.
Maybe.
Between the 2 teams.
Maybe. That would be sensational if it was a drop-off.
But no, good to be here, so good luck for the rest of the day.
Well, this should be a huge moment. Let's see where we go, but we'll come back to you as soon as we know what's going to happen. But both the teams, London Galaxy and Wigan Warriors, have got the tries exactly, tries scored, tries conceded, so we don't know what's going to go on. We'll find out and we'll come back to you. Stay with us. We're back in a bit.
First of all, you've got to be incredibly passionate about the sport and put a lot of time and effort in to raise awareness and create enthusiasm and a buzz around your touch club. Number two, it has to be fun. You get, one chance to make a first impression, and when people come, they've got to feel that they're having a good time, and it's all inclusive. And the third thing now, I would say, is you've always got to be promoting, and you've definitely got to look at social media. We are exploring Facebook ads, and we're promoting like mad all the time.
Get as many people involved as possible, give them the opportunity to play, and give them the opportunity to enjoy it. We started out and it was just all about having fun to begin with, and once been playing for a year or so, that's when we really decided to take things on to the next level.
I think it's just having patience. It's not going to come overnight. If you can keep your senior players engaged, as well as constantly looking to develop and introduce new players, because you're always going to get players who leave for one reason or another. Having that conveyor belt of talent to come through is really helpful. You just got to work hard, and it will pay off in time.
From a point of view of growing the sport, bringing as many children down with their parents and getting an all-inclusive, fun environment that anybody can have a go in, and focus on that, of building the baseline of as many players as you can. Don't worry about trying to go through the ranks and put the best team out there. I think build from the base upwards.
So I'd say to keep your competitive side and your social side, don't go too much down one avenue of having solely one or solely the other. With the social side, your performance side always sort of flourishes with this, and also vice versa. It's always good to have the competitive side and part of it knowledge on your social side.
Keep the player base interested. It's not all about, right, I want us to get from A to B and we're going to do it with these steps. We're going to coach this and then this and then that. Keep it a bit fluid. Like, you don't always have to start off with loads and loads of drills to get people into playing touch. I mean, you can just play rugby, netball, something simple. Just get people used to handling a rugby ball. Not everybody has come into this sport playing lots of rugby. They may not have the same hand-eye coordination that others have. Just get everyone onto a level with some more casual games.
Here at Pershall, we've started a third age touch section, which folks that are retired or got limited fitness, they can come and play, and it's just been so popular, really popular.
Never stop learning, Sammy.
The idea is inclusivity. We want to make sure that anybody, no matter what the problems are, can play. So we've got ladies who've never played before, we've got people with medical ailments, we've got people who are not very mobile. We want to include them all. So we've tried to amend the rules, adjust the rules, to make it possible for everybody to play. We don't expect everybody to be a wonderful player. We just try to ref it to everybody's abilities.
Didn't know anybody to start with, and then I've got to know lots of people. It's very inclusive. I like the fact that it's mixed, men and women. It's very active, it's good fun, and I just like being part of a proper game that we're actually running.
We seem to just run around and have a great chat, great fun, and then afterwards nice coffee and a chat, and makes it nice. And I don't know if you enjoyed the meal, but everyone just got to it, put the plates out, picked it all up. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, I hadn't picked a rugby ball up for over 57 years, so decided to give it a go and gave myself a surprise.
Well, I've got 3 older brothers and 3 sons, so
I didn't like the idea of joining the WI, and touch rugby sounded a good alternative. And Di suggested it to me.
I always wanted to play rugby, but they wouldn't let me in school.
I'm hoping that will be kind of like rolled out across other clubs as well. You know, the model here, you seem to be really useful and good. Get lots more people playing. We've got little ones literally playing touch here as well, and you know, we've got a really big junior touch section. So I just think it's going to grow more and more with more people seeing that this is a great way to run about with a rugby ball out in the fresh air and have fun.
Great play, well done.
Well, we've tried to work it out over the lunch break exactly what is going to happen between those two sides that we were talking about earlier, between Wigan Warriors and London Galaxy. And I can tell you that there's going to be a drop-off, an extra time drop-off. We've seen a couple of those on the stream earlier on in the Men's and Women's Elite National Touch Series. We will keep you up to date with that, but we are now having our focus on the on the Women's Cup round robin. These two sides know each other very well indeed, and there's a chance here now for NQ Rebels and London Scorpions to get themselves in a good position. Looked like there was a drop ball. No, officials are allowing that. That's fine. So it is NQ Rebels and London Scorps in our first round robin game of this cup competition, as Anna Crossley thought she might have got the first try, and in fact she has. Anna Crossley has scored within the first minute as this NQ Rebels side just continue to dominate well. And what a start for them again. Ball goes through. Crossley, they thought they were going to get a touch on that, but to be fair to might have been Emily Irons actually, who were basically saying that nope, definitely didn't touch that. And now it's a chance here for the Scorps to get through. They wanted a touch on that there, did Danielle Evans. They get there, they get that touch. Wind has noticeably dropped a little bit here, although the sun is starting to come back out, so sun cream might need to be reapplied later on. Nice little drive through there by the half. That should be a score, and it is. Addie Drott over on that wing celebrates, and why wouldn't you? That was sensational, but also really, really good play there from Bronte Sykes through the middle. And it's an excellent score. And And just like that, it is 1 apiece. If we can get anywhere near the amount of drama that we've had between these two sides quite regularly on this stream, I'll be very happy. I'm sure most of you will be too. Very warm welcome wherever you're watching around the world here on the England Touch Rugby stream. Here's Georgina McCavanagh, who was excellent in the game that we saw between the Rebels and Old Wesley Touch earlier on today. Gets that back out to Joe Devine, and now back to McCavanagh, who dives. I think there was a score. No, there wasn't. There wasn't a touch on. It's a score.
No touch.
And that one there confirmed to us in the sub box by the London Scorps sub box there by Georgie Burford-Taylor. 2-1. It is the score as NQ Rebels continue to just put their opponents under the pump. But a chance here for the Scorps to level up. Here's Emma Oliver. Oliver now looking through the middle there. Oh, the pass was just out of reach. Sam True there potentially. So, chance here again then for the Rebels. So I can tell you, as the result has just fed through to me, I'll tell you that in a second actually, there's a 6th touch anyway, so it's going to be a turnover. I can tell you that the game that we will see here this afternoon at 3 o'clock will be an all-London affair. The London Scorpions will take on London Galaxy. That is at 3 o'clock here on this stream, so straight after this first round match of the Cup round robin for the women. Trying to go back inside, it's a nice touch, and I think that time there, Sam True was just happy to take the touch and head off again.
Rosie, don't step back so early. You had Georgia on ice, you got to go direct.
Chance here for Bronte Sykes-Wood to get through the middle. Emily Irons was looking, just couldn't quite get at it. And it will be a turnover. So yeah, London Galaxy beating Wigan Warriors 1-0. It is cruel on Wigan. You feel a little bit for them in a drop-off scenario. But London Galaxy will make it through. And they will have a chance to play for the Men's National Cup, National Touch Series Cup, round 3 as the ball gets dropped. And that'll be that. That is a straight semi-final. There's no second chances. There's no round robin in the Cup this year. For this one, it will be a straight round robin, a straight Cup semi-final shootout, excuse me. Here's Emily Irons. Do here. It's going to be a turnover. What I said earlier that the climate here in Oxford needs to make its mind up. I think it has made its mind up now. It is scorchio now.
Get it on Georgia! Get it on
That's
Georgia!
the action on the field. Here's Emily Irons.
Yes!
Irons with a nice little scoop through there. Now looking to try to play it through. Is there someone going to be available for her? Is there going to be a touchdown? Oh, there is. I think it's all clear. It is all clear. Emily Irons drives through. And yet again, it's Addie Drott who goes over. We are level once again. It is 2 apiece. An excellent score, that.
Rosie, boss this. That's all right. Rosie, take control.
So 2 apiece. Can we drive through? Can NQ Rebels? They do normally score quite well off the tap-off. Daniel Evans, I think there was a touch on there. They're moving forward again, looking to try to keep it going. Now, Evans, there's people out wide. It's a lovely pass, and it's a score. Drew the defenders in. The score is over there on that far side. I think it is Sarah Bellew on that far side. That scores the try that once again puts NG Rebels ahead. But the Scorps are staying with the Rebels at the minute. I know it's only 3-2, I know they're behind, but they are staying with them. Can they answer straight away? Emily Irons again, right in the midfield. Looking trying to get through to ball, but unfortunately it's a drop ball. Bronte Sykes couldn't quite hang on to the pass from Grace Pyrgos.
Get up. Okay. Yeah, in the space. I gave it time.
So here come the Rebels again, halfway through this first half.
Yeah. I think I was hesitating because
It's Georgina McCavanagh. Look how quick they're getting away from the ruck. There's the touch, fourth touch now. McCavanagh, they've got plenty of people, and they just go inside. They just get the step, and I think they're going to call that a sick touch. They are. Looked like Carly Wynn may have just made it a 2. Nice step through. Emily Irons trying to beat Jo Devine. Can she do so? No, she doesn't, but it's a great touch and it's a great bound of meters made there. Defence coming through. Who's going to take the touch on? Bit of a discussion happening about where the touch happened and where anything could have happened, but it's still there for them. Now, quick ball back out to Emily Irons. Will she try and dive for the line? She would normally do so, and in fact she does. She misses the touch of Georgina McCavanagh and Jo Devine, and Emily Irons started the move with an absolutely brilliant run through the middle and finishes the move off as well. 3-3. So 3 apiece. Looks like it's going to be a shootout, this. Very enjoyable afternoon. Crossley will take this ball up, and again, just look at the space that they've got over on that wing side. The ball goes dead. It looked like it had gone forward anyway. And that is a huge, huge defensive stop there from the Scorps. NQ Rebels are so good at scoring from the tap off. It's a lovely pass out wide again. That's a fantastic ball. And Addie Drupp once again going down that right side. It's a first half hat-trick for Addie Drupp. And it is a score, a first half hat-trick. 4-3. As England Touch Rugby's Chris Simon joins us on comms. You haven't picked a bad game to come and join us here on comms, mate. This is a great game so far, Chris. 10.5 gone, 4-3. Scorps leading the way.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks like a cracking game, this one. I've just been dragged off the drop-off decider. First time we've done that, I think, when instead of a coin toss, we had Wigan versus Galaxy, and Galaxy came on top 1-0.
Indeed, well, we will see the London Galaxy a bit later on here because they will be playing the men's London Scorpions. We do love a London rivalry on this stream. Lovely touch there from McCavanagh. Can she find a way through? She looks to go to Carly Wynn. Doesn't get the touch, and Carly Wynn scores.
Yeah, good score there. I think.
Actually not. No, forward pass being called. So it was a forward pass, and I think they were playing the advantage for offside.
Yeah, I think the ref's given them for not advancing off the line, as you said. I think the sideline ref called the forward pass. I think it might have been off the ruck or the ball back inside.
We were offside too.
Just seeing if we get a replay there, nothing coming up.
Chance of that, it was difficult, there's no doubt about that. But it is 4-3. Scorps. Here's Joe Devine back again across to go to McCavanagh. Can McCavanagh, that's an excellent touch there from Susanna Hyvönen. McCavanagh continues now. Here comes Devine once more. Back again across. Carly Wynn looking to try and call mirrors, and in fact there's going to be a touch on there again.
Yeah, a bit of pressure coming here from Rebels, and I think NQ will be looking to try and score off this. Scorps need to keep nice and tight, not give them anything down that mid-link channel.
2.5 to go before half-time in an outstanding first half. This McCavanagh trying to make her way up there across, goes wide. Now out the back, Wolves should be able to get their great touch again from Emily Irons. And that's a turn, no, it's not a turnover in fact.
I think that's 5 now. I think NQ thought that was 5th and they were losing it to 6, but it is definitely the 5th now. Refs have signalled it.
Alice Hobson was the one they're trying to get through the middle. Now again McCavanagh back inside to Devine. She steps as she goes and she scores.
And that is a super line of running to get through that gap. The mids were pretty tight in there and still managed to squeeze through. That is super quality from NQ there.
Really is. It's just an outstanding step there from Joe Devine to get back inside on the 5th as well, when it's so difficult, Chris, as we've always said with guests here, it's so difficult when you've got a static 5th on the 7.
It is, yeah, and the switch and just coming off the mid-link, that sort of created that space behind for I think the challenge with NQ, you come up against these girls and they're all such athletic specimens, and I think it really is a fantastic advert for the game of touch.
4 apiece. This has been an outstanding advert, the whole game has been, for touch. There's Rosie Kells there, the ball goes dead. It's unfortunate there for Rachel Keynes. Rachel Keane.
Gracie, good to latch. Oliver, you go far.
So around about a minute to go. We'll get Chris's thoughts on the day so far at half-time. But it's been
fairly direct drive there from NQ down that far side. They got the turnover near their box. They'd be a little disappointed with the finish there. I think they would have fancied their chances on this corner.
Nicola Wise just couldn't quite get up to it. But here come the Scorps once again. This has been a brilliant game of touch rugby, there's no doubt about that.
I mean, it's great to see. I think the skill set, particularly in the women's game, has just been so good this year. We've seen it in these 3 competitions. When you look at this game, and this is befitting of any gender of touch, it is absolutely superb. And the last time around 2 weeks ago, we had a fantastic finish in the women's game, and we're certainly, I think, it's the delight of touch, isn't it? That it puts it on a level playing field between men and women, and this is very much showing that.
NQ are going for a 4th straight Women's National Touch Series title in a row if you come back to 2021 as well. Nicola Wise, out it goes to Anna Crossley. There's a touch, and that is an important one because that is half-time. Anna Crossley thought that she might have given her side the lead, but not to be. And it is half-time and 4 apiece in a breathless first half, there's no doubt about that. As we said just before then, Chris, what are your overall thoughts on the day so far? Because I'm sure as an England touch representative that you are and running the operation, it's an outstanding day so far. And the weather's come kind to you now as well.
Yeah, as Jonathan, I think you might see it at home, you might not be able to, but we're on a different setting here for our stream pitch, and whilst we're not quite elevated in some elements, actually the green space behind and the grass here is actually, I think, somewhat better rather than probably the first team pitch was a little bit dusty. So I think for us today we've got 4 pitches running, 19 teams in our elite. I think we've had a couple of dropouts, but those 19 teams, there's very little to show between 10 in the men's, 1st to 10th. There's not a lot of difference, and I know the semi-final is going to be really, really competitive. And in the women's game, as we can see here, this top pool of our 3 winners of NQ, Scorps and Eagles, they're going to really push each other all day, and it's going to be really, really tight.
Going back to the women's game in particular, we've always seen NQ Rebels and the London Eagles, they always keep meeting in the big matches, at the big finals, and the 2 of them, as you said, they really push on each other. And let's not forget London Scorps. Got the likes of Susanna Hyvönen in the, Emily Irons playing for them as well. Bronte Sykes has been outstanding so far this touch series as well, Nikki Bird in particular as well. The standard of women's touch in particular just seems to just keep getting better and better and better.
Yeah, it does, and if you look at these two teams, certainly as you mentioned, Eagles, Cambridge, Nottingham, Thames Valley, London Galaxy. I think you'd probably say all 9 teams today. There is so little between any of them, and that's shown through with the competitiveness in the selection for the Women's Open squad for England for the Euros, and how difficult the decision that's been, and how many girls who probably were hoping and expecting to get selected have missed out, and it's because it is such a high quality of game at the moment.
What I was going to say was, you talk about the Euros and you talk about the England Open, but a lot of the Irish Open sides are going to be come from Old Wesley. How amazing is it to be able, especially with now pandemic over and all the rest of it, well, not over but eased off a little bit, how amazing is that for England Touch to be able to allow Old Wesley to come over here and get some match practice ahead of what will be a fantastic European Championships?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, Old Wesley Women's have prioritised this throughout their summer, and they've entered all 3 tournaments and competed very effectively. Their men's, as you know, won the last competition, but interesting this weekend they've got 2 men's Opens teams. One's here with us and one's over in Brussels playing in a European event. But I was chatting to Noel, their coach, earlier, and they said they prioritise this one. They see the standard and quality of our men's touch at this club level of being on a match, and even slightly higher than some of the Belgian, but some of the European game, because there's just we're used to playing at this regular intervals. And our London teams, Scorps, Galaxy, Eagles, they're playing against each other every single week, and that must be fantastic for our sport as it grows.
Absolutely, and the sport continues to grow, and it's genuinely a privilege to be able to stand here on weekends in the summer and be a part of it. 4 apiece then at half time. Just a quick reminder of all the games that we've got coming up for you. It's a busy old day, especially after Galaxy winning the drop off. They will play the London Scorps at 3 o'clock. At 3:45 it will be the London Eagles against the London Scorpions, and then the winners of the 2 cup semi-finals in the men's will meet each other here on pitch 1 in the men's cup final. Could that be yet another game between the Scorps and the Rebels? Where we had it earlier on, it was a big win for the Scorps, but that could be a huge game. That could actually decide the overall champion as well in the men's National Touch Series for 2022. And then in our final game at 5:15, the NQ Rebels will be back. They'll be taking on the London Eagles.
Yeah, and I think if you look at those men's cup semi-finals and in all 3 of these women's cup games, they'd all be befitting of the finals, final showdown between top 2 teams. So that's where the game is at the moment in terms of men's and women's touch. It's so competitive, and probably between the top 4, 5, 6 teams, it's very little between them.
Old Wesley against NQ will be a fantastic game, I think. That'll be a really good game. And if NQ Rebels do beat Old Wesley Touch, my oh my, could we be having some sort of drama in the final?
Yeah, I think I saw Old Wesley's Facebook page yesterday or this morning, I think it was, and looking at they put on the schedule for this game today. They had the semi-final and the final, and I challenged Noel. I said that's very presumptuous. You're going to play in the final at the end of the day, but they're very confident, and that's part of the game of touch. You go in with confidence. You're trying to build that and then take it throughout the day if you can. So. Yeah, I think it promises to be a few good games, a few good lineups, and I know we're looking out here on field 1. We can probably through the edge of the tent see out to field 2 and keep one eye on that later and see what happens. Wouldn't surprise me if we're going to have a few drop-offs in the men's. It's going to be that tight.
I'm very excited. We saw the drop-off drama a couple of weeks ago. It was some drama that was in the Development National Touch Series, and we'll be having that for you again tomorrow. Don't forget, 10 o'clock UK time to join us for that. But we are focusing here on the Elite Women's Cup round robin fixture, and continuing on. I think referee was playing through, but has to give the penalty now. So Emily Irons then will take this up again.
Yeah, I think no advantage to Scorps there. I think the first touch was offside, the second one was a good one, so it's gone back to the penalty.
Back to Irons, she dives, she looks for the score. And we're waiting. It's been given.
I think the rest there just trying to signal to the defender why he gave the touch, or rather gave the score rather than the touch. And I think the player was down, the ball was down as the touch was made on the legs of the player, and that's often the case that the player thinks they've made that touch, but actually the ball is probably down or very close to being down beforehand.
Well, once again the Scorps are leading, and that would be a huge moment if they did come through and win this game.
And the game is momentum. I think it's 50 minutes each way, but actually you could quite easily find one team scores, the next team scores, one goes back again.
They like scoring really well off the tap off. To be fair, the NQ Rebels, they do that better than most. And it's Daniel Evans again looking to try and Open this up a little bit. Evans, there's Nicola Wise. Maybe go on the right-hand side. No, she doesn't need to, because she can just go through the gap and she can level this game up at 5 apiece.
Yeah, again, pretty replicated the score at the other end by Scorps, where you've got a step back inside and the Enki player managed to, I can't remember, so it was Emily, who was the Enki player who scored that? I can't see who it was. Was it Joe Devine? And yeah, got the ball down as the touch was coming in, but definitely ball down for me. And Scorps just tapping off again. So we're at 5 apiece. This could go any way, and it is really, I think, whoever gets probably 2 ahead, I think Jarlath is probably going to be in the position to take this game by the scruff of the neck.
Don't disagree with you at all, Chris, and might be getting back 1 ahead is Emily Irons, who has been outstanding in this game. Unfortunately, not to be that time for her, but 17 and a half gone this second half. Back it comes inside, looking for the touchdown. No, it's a 6 touch there. Unfortunately, Bronte Sykes just couldn't touch that ball down, and it will be another turnover. And the NQ Rebels, look how quick they're moving up and as well, and look how quick they're getting the subs on and off as well. It's a proper great sub move, this.
Yeah, it is. I think third touch. They're up to the halfway already on 3rd. I mean, that unfortunately on 4th that slowed it down. I think the momentum, they were up to halfway on 3rd, really looking for a good 4th touch, probably on the latch on the far side from us.
Well, stepping through there, that's a good touch, and there's the 5th. And now a chance here for McCavanagh. McCavanagh looking to go back inside. I think there was a touch on there. There was. An excellent defensive play that time by Emma Oliver. And it will be a turnover. And it's actually as well, not a bad turnover for the Scorps, because even though it is far away, it's on this side, which is good, because that way then, from our side of you on this near side, it means they're closer to their sub-box.
Yeah, very good. I think they'll be really pleased with that defensive set, certainly the 4th, 5th, 6th touches. They seem to control that. I don't think, whilst the Georgina McCavanagh scooped through, I don't think that was really much of a danger. They were pretty set in defence.
While you're here, I better ask this. If these games as well, these round-robin cup matches do get to a tie, then do they go to a drop-off, or is it
no?
tied?
So there's no drop-off in these games. These are tied. It's the best format for 9 teams is we've run 3 pools of 3, and then effectively the pool winners go into another pool of 3 to determine the cup. I think the challenge will be if they all end up on the same records, all 3 are draws at the same score. We'll see what happens. As I mentioned, just in the men's game, we had a dead set record, and we did that as a drop-off decider. So technically, if it's all square, it's a toss of a coin, but we'll see what happens if that gets to that situation.
Scorps are very, very happy right now as they get the turnover around just on this side of the halfway, but it's a chance for them maybe to do a tap, off sort of drill. Here they come again. Eddie Drutt on that far side was part of that movement there. Now looking again. Where can they go to? And unfortunately, not really much happening there.
I think just stagnated a bit there, but I think there's been 2 sets each team's had 2 sets without a score, and that's sometimes happened in a game. They just take the gas.
Nice pass, score. We said, about to say, not much was happening there, but excellent work from Emily Irons and Susanna Hyverden to keep that alive. And then Nikki Birdie's there on the corner on the right-hand side, and they're back in front again, 6-5.
Yeah, good score, and I think they'll be really pleased with them seeing out that couple of sets of NQ driving. NQ were driving pretty hard at them. They got the defence sorted, and Scorps have driven back down the field. They've taken their time, paused a little bit for thought, and then scored in the corners with a really good play.
It is 6-5 to the Scorps. And the NQ Rebels have not really been tested like this in a bit of a while. So it's going to be a turnover.
It's definitely 6-5.
So here come the Rebels again, looking to move that out. And yeah. So just having a couple of conversations about the score. We believe it's 6-5. However, the score sheet, where the score is. Well, we've just been told actually it's going to be 5-all rather than 6-5 to Scorpions, although we thought differently, but it is 5 each now. Emily Irons will be looking to try to make it 6-5 though.
Yeah, I'm glad Jonathan was late. That's my excuse then, because I can blame you whatever happens. But I think NQ got a chance here, win the ball middle of the field, sort of in their 10. They'll be looking to box quickly, get up the field, get over halfway in 2 or 3, which is a good drive there, second up.
Opportunity. So
look at the role of the winger there. Sarah Belliew's on that far side, I think, for NQ, and she's actually been half 4 times in that drive. That really takes the pressure off the other players that can get on the field.
Nice scoop that time from Evans. Really good pass out the back. Try. You're speaking of Sarah Bellew. She's there and available, and it is 6-5 now to NQ Rebels. We got it the wrong way around. We already put it 6-5, but we got it the wrong way around. But now we don't. It's 6-5 NQ. Really good pass out the back, and Sarah Bellew, you just mentioned her, goes and scores it there to give the NQ Rebels the lead again.
Yeah, I think that score for me really shone the skills of a winger and the role they can play in not only the box drive and getting on off the field, but actually being in the right place. Quite flat. You see, she took the ball and put it down straight away. Had she been too deep, it gives the winger the chance to get back. So she was really flat on taking that ball.
Massive opportunity though now, because Scorps are not bad themselves at being able to get a score off the tap off. Can you drive? Bronte Sykes, that ball gets dropped. That's 6 again, and this is a huge opportunity, Chris, on the 7. 6 to go.
I'd have loved that ball to go on a little bit quicker from Bronte there, just that fraction earlier, and I think the link and then winger could have been in.
I think no, that's only a second touch, so doesn't need the Hollywood pass there, does Emma Oliver. Just sets up, takes it again. They've got 3 more opportunities to set this up. Now, looking. Irons might step inside. That's a great touch there from Anna Crossley. But 2 more touches to go. 1 more opportunity, you think, to try and score. Irons, that's the last. Now, chance to go. Can they get it inside? They can. It's a score, is it? Or is that a draw, loss of control? All clear. It's a score. And it is Bronte Sykes who scores it. It's 6-all with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think ref's obviously looking for a big confirmation from the sidelines. From here, looks like a good call to me. I think your instinct was that was ball down, it was a score. Yeah, what an exciting game. All square again, I think, and NQ are really going to want to score off this. We've got 5 minutes to go, 5.5 to go.
Both teams love scoring off the tap off. What can NQ do here? 6 apiece to score in an excellent start to the Women's Cup round robin. If you haven't enjoyed this, I'm afraid touch rugby is not the sport for you.
You don't want to lose it here, do you? Yeah, a draw is the right result for these teams, but that's a good score.
Georgina McCavanagh in the clutch. The big moments, always seems to come up with the big moments. She scored a massively important try against Nottingham Hoods last week on the siren to get them into the cup. She now has scored a try which could see them take the win in the opening cup round robin match.
You mentioned that Nottingham game 2 weeks ago, and I think what you've got with NQ is a side that finds a habit of winning, and they're winning or drawing these big games, and they're always in the frame, and that becomes a mentality, and if you keep doing it, then it becomes easier and easier.
Totally agree. They are a side at the minute that just cannot stop winning. As we said before, going for their 4th straight Women's National Touch Series title and the overall championship as well. If they win this match, they would be champions. There's no doubt about that, because no one else would be able to catch them. But are they looking for a touch? Is it all clear? It is all clear. Emily Irons once again comes up with the goods, and once again from the tap off again, it is level apiece at 7-all.
I just hope a lot of people are watching this game, because this is a superb end-to-end game. Both teams playing so well, particularly in attack. I think, what we're seeing at the moment is probably a lot of scores scored middles and link channels, and either coach should be saying just get a little bit tighter and stop those holes.
It almost feels like whoever has the possession last from the tap-off will probably go and win this game.
I know, and it could go that way. I think what's really important coaching-wise now, you'd be saying just close them out, keep them out for one
Crossley,
set.
wide, chance, what a play again That time, Addie Drutt, she scored a couple of tries already today. Now, looking to go wide, and she was looking there. It was Danielle Evans, couldn't get it. Nicola Wise is there, back to Evans. Around 3 minutes to go. Wise. Ball, score! It's Danielle Evans again. And from another tap-off, the NQ Rebels have found a way to score. It's 8-7 with 3 minutes to go. Incredible.
I would just want to see how NQ are going to line up on their line defence next time, and indeed Scorps, because I just want their wingers to push them a little bit tighter. The last 3 scores all be in that middle link channel, and I'll be saying, make them throw wide, just try and force something out a bit further on.
8-7, but still time for Scorps to try and level this up. This has been an outstanding advert for the game of women's touch rugby. What can Scorps do? There's the touch on there. I think they might go back to the 7 and play it. Emily Irons. She has not stopped running. She has not stopped moving. Trying to create opportunities. Again, setting up there is Emma Oliver. Back it goes to Irons. Looking and now avoiding the touch. But a nice little touch on there. Now Sykes looking to go through the middle, and that might be the 5th. In fact, it's a penalty for offside. This is massive now. Scorps, this might be their final possession. They'll have to try and score here. Irons, Bronte Sykes, back it goes, and that is going to be 6 again.
That's one of those 50-50 calls where potentially the defender's got a back turn, but she is in the channel, and I think Scorps would have been pretty gutted had they not got that as a 6 again.
I think it might have also been offside, although accidentally. Irons will go through the gap. That's an outstanding touch again. Georgina McCavanagh. She does not know when to quit. Putting it all on the line for her team. They know they want this 3rd National Touch Series title. They want to try and win it. Is there a touch on? This is a huge moment. It's all clear. It's another score. And I think it might be...
That is all square now.
I think it might be Bronte Sykes who goes over. Georgina McCavanagh thought she had the touch, but she didn't. It's now 8-all.
Again, it's one of those that's just a 50-50 call. Very difficult for the refs looking for sideline confirmation. Unless the sideline's intentionally not seen something, they're going to give that score there.
Last play maybe, last set potentially, with it's just seconds remaining. 8 apiece. Crossley, Wise, McCavanagh wanted the ball out. The ball goes dead anyway. It's a penalty for a forward pass. And now could Scorps maybe find a way to win this game? They'd have to go length of the field.
They've probably got less than 30 seconds, I think, on this clock. The Hooters going to go any minute.
Trying to finish the set off. Ball goes back across. Nice taken up there. That time by Georgie Burford-Taylor. There's Emily Irons. Maybe one final play. Hooter will probably go in a second. Now Bronte Sykes through the middle. Back inside it. Drop ball.
Hey, Nikki, no time.
Maybe one final play. Siren will go there. There's the play. One more opportunity. Evans will go wide to Wise. Wise will get touched. And an incredible, enthralling game comes to an end, Chris Simon.
Yeah, we said, I think at half-time we had it the wrong score by 1 out, but actually we said probably a draw was going to be a fair result. I think both teams just really played some superb touch there. I think one thing for me is probably both teams letting a few in the middles and links. I think tightening in that area and probably trying to push the long ball would have been something they could have held out on.
Well, Chris Simon, it is always a pleasure to have you on comms. Thank you very, very much indeed for your company. And we'll be back with the Men's Cup semi-final in just a couple of moments' time. We're going to have the London Scorpions against the London Galaxy. It'll be played out here at 3 o'clock. But what a start to the Women's Cup. 8-all between the Rebels and the Scorpions. Back after this. We love the drama. So a very warm welcome back. We're underway in the Cup semi-final, and it's going to be a great one this. Really excited between London Scorpions and London Galaxy. Oh, that could have been an interception. It might still be. What an opportunity. This is for Charlie Thompson. Can he go all the way? I don't think anyone's going to catch him. Charlie Thompson, goodbye. What a start. We love an intercept try on the stream, and Charlie Thompson has just gone coast to coast. My co-commentator for this one, Jack Harris. What a start, mate.
Yeah, it's brilliant from Charlie. The way his pre-touch was there, he went down to the offside line, bounced off it, and he was there in that channel straight away. That's what created that. Risk to potentially giving away 6 more, but yeah, then had the legs to see it off, and that, yeah, it's a wonderful start for the Scorpions in this game.
Excellent. Excellent start for the Scorps. So here come the Galaxy, though, an opportunity for them. And unfortunately there, Luis Treyas just couldn't quite get his body down quick enough to go for the score. You've been refereeing a few games this afternoon, Jack. You were just doing a couple of great games there as well. That game between Old Wesley and Wigan that we saw earlier on today was fantastic. How's your day been so far for you?
my legs hurt after that game, that's for sure. But love the opportunity to see some games like this, as you say, really tight, some great players, a lot of them knowing each other as well, always makes for rivalries, and there's none bigger, certainly in London, when it comes to Scorpions and Galaxy.
Well, Hanro Rousseau tried to do a bit of volleyball there, trying to get that back, but fortunately just couldn't. And here come the Scorps again. Scorps looking to try and win this men's national touch series for another time, another opportunity for them to do so. If they were to make the final and NQ Rebels weren't, that would don't beat Old Wesley over on pitch 2, that will be that. They will go through, and that's a nice touch there as well from Rousseau on, I don't know who number 16 is, unfortunately. We haven't got that on the team sheet. But there we go. Oh, no, excuse me, it's number 18. It's Ed Haywood, and on this winger. And it's going to be a turnover again.
Yeah, Scorps did what they needed to there on that attack. They used the 6 and at least got the ball as far away as they could. Unfortunately, Galaxy lost control in the roll ball there. Roger Neighbours, the sideline referee, noticing for Rob Budd as they switch out now, as we see Matt Sandland working very hard there with Max Howard in the middle. Marcus Chung on a sweep on the outside. Is the space going to be there for him? Touch is made, unfortunately. Marcus Chung, fantastic diver on the line. He really knows where to find the space, even if you don't think it's there.
Well, we saw him earlier on today, the Scorps playing the Rebels, and that was an absolutely outstanding game. Lovely pass, lovely score. That is sensational. You talk about him trying to make the space there, but he also could do it, a great assist. And Marcus Chung gets it straight to Matt Sandland, 2-0 Scorps.
Yeah, the thing is, Louis Trey's a bit too deep in there, at which point Scorps essentially got 3-on-2. The Galaxy link having to shut the space, and that then leaves the overlap on the outside. So unfortunately there for Galaxy, letting Scorps in, and Scorps already up by 2 with 3.5 minutes gone.
Of course, remember Galaxy coming through that unique drop-off between themselves and the Wigan Warriors. That was, I've never seen that before, ever, over on pitch 4. Chance to go, and that's a score. Great dummy that time. And it is Hanro Rousseau, who's been everywhere so far for the Galaxy, and no sooner are they 2-0 down, they're back within 1.
Yeah, again, it's wonderful vision from Hanro. He's just noticed the space there between the two middles. Teddy Brooks, unfortunately, going slightly wide and opening the gap between him and Ewan Armstrong. But yeah, great vision that from Hanro.
As a referee, Jack, especially at games like this, which are just very, very quick, how difficult is it to be able to keep up with it? Because it just seems so mental, especially when they're on the turnover or something like that, and you got 6 again from like their own 7. It feels like it's just madness trying to keep up with it all.
You're certainly juggling a lot of things at once, and the best referees out there are the ones that can prepare well, can read the play very well. But also, remember, you've got a team of 3 of referees in games here, and the more you can work together to share the load, you'll notice now Rob Budd moving off for Rachel Atkins coming into the centre here. Actually, refs doing their own interchanges really helps with keeping your legs fresh for the game.
Well, almost a 3-1 there, but Louis Treyas is there again. A nice little step through the middle there from Hanro Rousseau, and they're going to give that as a heavy touch. So it's a real good opportunity now for Galaxy, because they're essentially going to be able to run a tap-off move. Is that going to be time?
Yeah, Will Saracold needs to be careful here, because he chose the first touch there to make it a bit over the top, which gave away the penalty. And Will Saracold again involved in the next touch there. But the thing is, Galaxy in that case, the Galaxy player momentum was forward. Again, as a referee, if we're watching that attacking player and the momentum, they fall to ground forward, surely it can't be a hard touch, because they should be going backwards if they're hit hard by the defender. So again, this is going to be physical, it's going to be tight, this game, and going to have to work hard as a referee team to just manage it from there.
Well, in a minute, here come the Galaxy. They've got a chance here around the 7. Are they going to be able to try and build something up? They are. Here's a chance now. Lovely little step there. Can't they get the ball across? Yes, they can, but it's a great touch again from Haywood, and that's the 6th touch.
Yeah, wonderful work from Haywood to shut in there. Had to leave his own man on the outside, but pass wasn't quite long enough from Horatio Price.
Drop ball.
Yeah, Scorps won't be happy with that. They've now got 6 essentially on their own 7 to have to defend.
Horatio Price there just thinking, do you know what? We might just go along for a bit of fun. Why not? Is Hanro Rousseau, the scorer of the so far only Galaxy try, but we are not even halfway through this first half, and it's just flown by.
Yep, absolutely. But middles from Scorps working hard here. Mark Aldous on the touch, but here we go. Louis Traves trying to make that fast pass. Will Saracold in there just. They're going to get 6 more now, Galaxy. Scorps are going to have to work hard again on their line here.
Essentially 3 repeat sets, isn't it, at this time, because of the fact that the drop ball, and they've already had one set on their 6 as well as on their 7 as well. Here
so
comes
fire up
Price
here from 7.
Well, Horatio Price was calling there for the hard touch on Saracold.
Yeah, as I say, Will needs to just be careful here about how hard his touches are. And again, it's a set-up. It's a long ball from Louis Traves. Beautiful pass. Oh. And that is going to be the leveller for Galaxy there. Carl Owen. And yeah, wonderful ball and wonderful vision that from Louis Traves.
Absolutely. Hanro Rousseau once again on that wing going over. Brilliant stuff. It might be... it is, yeah, it's Hanro Rousseau. Excellent, excellent finish. And no sooner do we think the Scorps might run away with it, the Galaxy have gone. No chance, not happening right now. 7.5 gone 2-2.
Yeah, it's a wonderful game to watch here. As I say, you've got a number of players that know one another, a lot of ex-university players, a lot from Bath here in both teams. With Josh Henderson and Louis Traves from Galaxy recently winning the University Series with Bath. But a lot of their alumni playing for Scorps, Teddy Brooks, Dan Roberts, Will Saracold. It's the fact that these guys know each other. This is going to make it a great game.
Trying to make the step there was Matt Sandlin.
Great D, boys. Good D there, the line. That's beautiful stuff.
Ewan Armstrong for Scorpions, calling the shots with Teddy Brooks now. Back to Armstrong. Trying to toy with the middle as Armstrong dumps. Teddy Brooks on the short run, looking for the space. Good dive, but a great touch there from the Galaxy link.
Yeah, I think that time that might have been Emilio Retarola. Chance there now, though, again. Well, they're going to go wide, they're going to go left, and in fact, that's not going to happen. It's Ewan Armstrong trying to find something there, but he just couldn't quite.
Yeah, he was ready for that long ball, but I think both his link and wing were covered well by the defence, Galaxy-wise.
Deep.
Yeah, so now here comes Camille Shabadine, along with John Winston Stanley, who's made some good touches there. Louis Traves looking for the gaps.
And that's will be the 6th.
Yeah, they had to do something there, but Scorps were scrambling. They were not back on side initially, and Galaxy played through them. And it's already that first touch coming in very well from Winston Stanley and Traves, playing there in the middles for Galaxy.
He's trying to slow the play. He's trying to slow the play down, and you can see already just how quick that defence from Galaxy is coming up and stopping them. But Scorps are just running through the gap. That's the last. Here comes Chung. Chung Trout. Are they going to try and play mirrors? It looks like they are. Will they find it? Yes, they will find a score.
Lovely line that from Saracold. Lovely line that from Saracold. And Marcus Chung again finding that space. Now, it's a good setup initially. And you got, as you say, man on in that scoring area, and Will Saracold's come round behind without his man and found that space really, really well.
Scorps go back ahead 3-2. Remember, if they win this match and NQ Rebels don't win their semi-final against Old Wesley, then they will be the men's National Touch Series champions for 2022. It's a tap-off just going actually over on pitch 2. For the NQ Rebels, so I presume that means that Old Wesley have just scored.
Yeah, we definitely need to focus on this game, but right next to it we've got the other semi-final between Old Wesley and NQ happening, so yeah, it'd be interesting to see what comes out after these games, of course. Galaxy now with 6 more. Again, Scorps coming to defend hard.
They are. Nye Davis with the initial touch there now again, and Nye Davis again, second time straight away. He's managed to bat that ball down and set up a 6 again.
It's always difficult that, you know, batting the ball down means you've got to defend 6 more, but at the same time you've stopped to try coming. So Scorps hopefully enjoying the amount of defence they're having to do at the moment. But hopefully, as we look now, Halcon Price coming against the long ball out.
Again, trying to do a bit of volleyball.
Yeah, well covered by Ed Hayward on the side there. Henry Rousseau trying to get the ball batted away to Horatio Price there on the link. And we see Scorps now driving to their box. Harry Richards on the wing there. Off to Aldous. Charlie Thompson underneath. Nye Davis now. It's good pace here from Scorps. They're going to have to set it up. 4th touch is there. 5th is going to come. Marcus Chung makes the dump. Here it is. Looking for the long ball.
Just fell away there for Max Howard.
Galaxy are going to a bit hard done by there. Ball was potentially away, but it was hit by the Galaxy hand, so Scorp's now going to get 6 more.
Big opportunity this, you've got to think, because if they do score right before half-time, it could be a killer. There's Sandlin, there's Chung. We've always talked about his pace, and it just comes down, but they're going to call that a ball down.
Yeah, so 23 from Galaxy, Hanro, so he's not attempted to play the ball there. The ball's been thrown into him, and it would be a very harsh decision to give 6 more on that.
Well, indeed, and now look at the speed that both teams are making up meters, and more importantly as well, look at the speed that the subs are coming on as well.
This is going to be a war of attrition. The guys are going to have to use their energy well, because if they tire out too much within this first half, it could detriment them into the second. But Galaxy now on the ball. Lovely touch there from Marcus Chung.
Yeah, Carl Owen trying to get through, and early doors making the move early doors as well was Oscar Healy. And there's going to be a penalty, I think.
Yeah, offside there from Galaxy. Not quite listening to the ref about knowing where they needed to be on that turnover.
Round 2.5 to go, and I'll be honest with you, I could watch this all day. This has been an excellent semi-final.
Yeah, Davis now making the dump. Richards underneath. Thompson collects. Richards underneath again. Oh, again, that's the thing. They go at this pace, both teams, and that's where the mistakes will creep in, because they're not being controlled.
They're not. And now it's a chance here for Galaxy. Can they move it forward? There's Kyle Owen. There are 2 23s on the field. We should stress that. We have to make that mistake. No, we've all done it. Don't worry, I've made plenty of them already today. Here's a chance here. Look at it go over the top. There is a player there, and it is absolutely wide open. That is Hanro Rousseau.
No, not going to be given on this occasion.
No, it is not.
Roger Neighbours giving the penalty. I'm just trying to see if it was a double pass or a touch and pass.
I think he said something about. I think he said something about behind the back there. I think if I saw that.
So. I think they're touch and pass. So touch made by Scorps, and yeah, then the pass went away from Galaxy, because it definitely didn't look forward.
Well, Old Wesley,
unlucky, because that was a great score. No, well, great pass, I should say.
Well, Old Wesley have just had a touchdown again, so I think they might be in the ascendancy over on pitch 2. We will tell you scores as and when we get them, obviously. We'll tell you the scores from the women's plate and women's bowl competitions at half-time of this game.
Serica working hard. Aldous now, they're going to have to set it up. 5th touch is coming. There's the setup. Davis underneath, looking for the pass. Tom. Unfortunately it didn't quite work out, but Tom Hardiman just trying to do what he can in the middle there. Oh, Galaxy are not going to be happy with that.
This is a huge moment, Jack.
That kind of pass was not needed on that position of the pitch with 6 touches coming. But
with 30 seconds or so left, we think, before half-time, this is a huge set in the context of this game. Sarah Cold can't quite get there. It's going to be batted down.
Galaxy now the ones enjoying the defence. 6 more, and again they'll want to use the 6 here, but will they have time, Scorps?
Won't have much time left, regardless of what happens. Ball goes out to the back now.
They're playing quite tight to this right-hand side of the pitch here. Mark Aldous trying to bring them out. Sarah Cold on the ball, coming in, but Trey's covering the space well for Galaxy.
Final touch, and then Mark Aldous decides we're going to inject some pace into it. And it just goes dead there. So half-time, and what a first half, Jack Harris.
Amazing to see these two teams go at the pace that they are is brilliant. I think both teams may slightly now be talking about the mistakes, and they're trying to keep the lid on them as they go into the second half, but it will also be about fitness, keeping control, keeping relaxed, being accurate, and let's see which team here comes out on top.
Indeed, we'll come back in just a moment, but let's just tell you the scores that are coming up. As we said before earlier on, in an absolute breathtaking game, NQ Rebels against London Scorpions. If you haven't watched that, I would recommend going to watch that back on the stream, because it was a sensational game of touch rugby in the Women's Cup. NQ Rebels and London Scorps drawing 8-all. In the women's plate, Hot Custard continue to play well. We saw them play well earlier on the stream today, and they are beating Old Wesley Touch as we speak at the moment, 12-6. That's the final score. And in the women's bowl, we saw Cambridge Touch earlier on today. They have beaten the Thames Valley Vikings 2-1 in the women's bowl there. So there's that. So The men's cup pool playoff is being played currently on pitch 3. It's Wigan Warriors against Nottingham Hoods. The winner of that will go into the plate final, and the loser of that will go into the 7th and 8th place playoff. And also happening as well in the men's 9th and 10th place playoff, we already know that Canterbury have beaten Oxford Touch 5-0. Unfortunately, that's a walkover on that one. So that's a shame because Oxford Touch had to pull out, unfortunately, but Canterbury are going to be finishing 9th. Also going on across the pools then, as we say, the men's cup pool playoff happening right now on pitch 3. And on pitch 2, as we've seen earlier on as well, Old Wesley Touch taking on NQ Rebels in the other cup semi-final. If NQ Rebels don't win that, and the London Scorpions win this, then I think they're going to be National Touch Series champions for 2022, which would be an amazing achievement. We'll be back in just a couple of seconds' time. Stay with us.
Midfield's a mindset, hey?
So a warm welcome back to once again what is it becoming another overcast afternoon here in Oxford at the minute. I'm sure this is probably the perfect conditions, I'd say, probably for touch rugby. You don't want it to be blazing hot. In the meantime, though, you don't want it to be completely cold like it might be tomorrow, Jack.
Well, actually, these are ideal conditions. The wind's died down, got sun spells occasionally, but it's not too warm. And yeah, it's ideal for exactly what we want. It is meant to be a bit colder and windier tomorrow, so development teams will have to fare with that. But for now, we're here at round 3 of the Men's Women's Elite National Touch Series in Oxford. We are currently about to see London Scorpions and London Galaxy in the second half of their Men's Cup semi-final. Scorpions currently leading 3-2 after half-time, and they will have the ball in hand at the start of this half, and I'm sure that they will want to be scoring next to try and increase that lead. Galaxy, they're going to have to put a good level of defence in here to stop them, and then hopefully we'll get ball in hand and see if they can level in the first couple of minutes.
So here we go. It's going to be a second half for the ages, I think. Winner goes on to the Men's National Touch Series Round 3 final. The loser will have to go into the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Here we go, Scorps looking to try to continue where they left off all day, and they've been excellent most of the way through.
Yeah, Marcus Chung on a sweep once again. Knows what he's trying to do. On the ball now. He's going to dump Fred Hayward.
Chance, and that will be deflected down again that time by that time there.
Yeah, sure. Max Howard attempts to run the short line past quickly, but Scorps are again going to have the ball.
Yeah, Josh Henderson there with the bat down. Here comes the Scorps again. Chung will look to try and play it over the top. He's just such a elusive player. Everything that the Scorps do well goes through him.
He is wonderful at noticing where the space is. If he can go in himself, he will, but he always has the eyes up. As we see Scorps now, the gap opens up nicely for them, and Max Howard is going to score that one, and it's exactly what Scorps wanted to start this half as they go 2 ahead.
He mentioned the first team that might go 2 ahead might be the team that goes and wins this, but remember the Scorps went 2 ahead earlier in the game, but the Galaxy then came back and fought back, so this game nowhere close to being decided yet.
Okay, Galaxy are going to want to score next. It's going to be a big one for them. There's Gattarola playing on the link there, working closely with Carl Owen, and number 8 Oscar Healy. Gattarola, Wales Opens player, as is Dan Roberts, number 13 for Scorpions, know each other well. As I say, there's a lot of links between these two teams.
Healy looking to try and make a step, can't really find anything and just give the ball back, and it will be a 6 again and a huge defensive stop there that time from the Scorps.
Yeah.
Because you always feel that teams are so much more vulnerable to scoring, to conceding a try when they've just scored.
Absolutely, that is the one thing you don't want to get in a habit of. If you score, they score, it just turns into a bullfight, and you're never going to get the scoring that you want on a team if you let that happen. As we see Tom Hardiman now making some good distance. Mark Alders out to Charlie Thompson. They got the overlap. It's a great dive from Thompson, and ball is going to be down from Charlie Thompson. That's a wonderful dive. I mean, the guy's got the height to be able to do something like that, but it's wonderful play from him.
He scored an intercept try with about 30 seconds gone on the day, and he's now just put the Scorps 5-2 up. It's a 3-score game.
Yeah, it's a wonderful setup from Scorps. They've gone for the short. Those of you beginning to learn touch, it's a short play, short runner in, and we've then got Charlie Thompson running the loop after off the ball, and he's the option there, and he's seen the gap nicely. As we see a lovely ball there from Lou Trays. Unfortunately, can't be pulled off by Camille Shepardine.
Indeed. You just feel that ball's just not going to hand at the moment for Galaxy. It's just not falling their way, and that's going to go on the outside, and he's going to be gone.
Rob Budd, get him. The referee's going to get him. No, not quite. Harry Richards, fantastic sprinter, and that's why he's on the wing.
Harry Richards, I said this about Charlie Thompson earlier, but Harry Richards, goodbye. And that is a 4-try lead, 3 tries in the space of 3.5 minutes for the Scorps, and that could send them through to another Men's National Touch Series final.
So Galaxy here need to actually remain composed. They'll inevitably begin to get more desperate as the game goes on, trying to score. They'll try the more difficult stuff when actually they need to just keep their composure here, and Scorps need to make sure their defence don't let them down. Josh Henderson looking for the score there, right in the corner.
I think there was a touch there, given. There was. Henderson will play that back to Treyers, and now this is the chance here. Treyers will go over the top. That's a lovely score. That's a sensational pass out towards Miles Robertson on the wing, and Galaxy finally get themselves on the scoreboard this half.
Love that from Lucius. Absolutely love that. He steps away to the left after dumping, and yeah, into the open side, and Scorps defender sitting there, nowhere to be seen. Wonderful pass though, absolutely wonderful pass.
We begin again as the sun starts to come through this marquee. Now I might need to put the sun cream on at this point, actually.
Lovely when it does. Marcus Chung once again,
that's a
feeding the players.
Sensational touch, that.
Yeah, wonderful. But again, Marcus Chung, playmaking for the Scorps there. He's there, ready to go, and he knows what he's looking for.
Charlie Thompson's already got 2. He wanted a 3rd. He might still get a 3rd. Here comes Thompson on the last. Really back inside. And unfortunately, Max Howard just could not get the ball away. And that's a huge moment now. And Galaxy, you feel they'll have to get the next score.
Gattarola dumping. So underneath, dumping once again for James Barron, as we see now. Galaxy coming through. Kyle Owen making the dump. It's a lovely scoop that from Oscar Healy, and a good pass out to the wing, but not made on this occasion. And we see again 6 touches, and Scorps will go again.
They will indeed. We've got 9.5 to go of this excellent semi-final, which has been taken over really by the Scorps recently. You can just see the pace, and I keep saying this, but it must be highlighted just how quick they're getting and rolling on the subs.
Scorps have got the advantage in terms of pitch layout here. We are on a slight slope, and having that upper box is an advantage. Your oncoming players can come on with so much pace down the hill. As Dan Roberts looking to set up a mirrors here, got through, unlucky. Harry Richards not able to capitalise.
The turnover chance here then for him, and the ball goes dead
You know, I was saying earlier about consistency, accuracy, not getting desperate. And Galaxy have got away with that, evidently, just about, but lucky for them.
Very. Oscar Healy once more will take this ball up. As I said before, you do start to feel that the next score has to be Galaxy's. 3 down with 8.5 to go. You know, we've seen better comebacks than that, but it's a huge moment, this.
John Winston Stanley and Louis Trey's working very well in the middle for Galaxy as they get that long ball out, but it is man on as we see Gattarola having to work very hard there to try and create some space. But we've got a case here of Rachel Atkins, sideline referee, just interfering and actually saying that the pass was forward from Galaxy, so that's why Scorp's now in possession. Dan Roberts dumping the ball, Harry Richards, as I say, both ex-Bath students working very well together. Nye Davis as well, and Will Sercott. All the Bath players are on for Scorps at the moment. Teddy Brooks, another one. Ewan Armstrong, actually ex-Exeter player, dumping the ball. Teddy Brooks trying to scoop. Armstrong is slightly in the way. And Rog Neighbours is on the call there. It was a forward pass. Galaxy need to be careful that they're not trying to appeal for too much there.
7.5 to go. Whereas we hit the midway point of this second half. Galaxy were down by 1 at half time. They're now down by 3. They need to get the next score. Up they come one more time. Looking to try and drive that ball forward there was Nathan Bork. Now there's Horatio Price. Price looking to try and call a mirrors himself. Can he find anything? The answer is yes. That is a sensational try, Jack Harris.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful stuff. What actually Hanro Rousseau has done really well there is to get away from his winger. That's all created by the fact that Horatio Price has scooped through. The Scorpions' middles have stayed too tight. Teddy Brooks, unfortunately, again, got turned the wrong way, and that's where the space opened up for Horatio Price.
6-4. This game is not done yet, not by a long shot. 7 to go. Here come the Scorps. Another try, and you think they might be in another Men's National Touch Series final as Marcus Chung steps through and he gets caught there.
Scorps just need to be careful here. Sending Chung on a sweep is becoming a bit obvious now, and the Galaxy are becoming aware of it, so they're having to sort it out. Short play, Will Serracold on the loop, tried to be battered by Charlie Thompson. He knew the space was there, and trying to get it out to Ollie Turner, but not quite working for them. See Josh Henderson now for Galaxy as they come to their box.
They do indeed. 6.5 to go. 6 minutes, in fact, left actually. Now, looking to try and see if we can drive this forward.
Winston Stanley and Louis Trey's working so well in the middle there together for Galaxy, but a wayward pass, unfortunately, for them there.
Yeah, Winston Stanley just didn't quite hold on to it. And it will be a huge moment, that. So, 6 to go. What can Scorps do here? They are the ones with the advantage. They know that they just need to hang on to this, and if they do get it, then it would have been a score and it would have been possibly the match, but another drop ball, and Galaxy's still alive here.
It's just as you said, need to hang on to the ball that it went down, but Galaxy quick off the box here, doing well. As we see Nathan Bork take it on alongside Icon Price. And the brothers playing together there in the middle as Horatio goes, and the space is there for Josh Henderson.
Wow.
Dan Roberts is not going to be happy with that, letting Josh Henderson run him on the outside.
And we are back to a one-score game with 5 minutes to go. 6-5. Galaxy, it felt like we're down and out at one stage, but now, Jack Harris, they are very much back in this contest.
They've kept the composure, bar a couple of drop balls. Every time they've got down there, they've looked like scoring. And Scorps now are the ones who need to remain composed and not panic. They're still up by 1 as they move towards the Galaxy try line now. Serracold on the ball as he was touched.
I was going to say the next score is crucial. Absolutely crucial.
They're going to get 6 again here. They're going to get 6 again. Oscar Healy got fingertips on that pass from Serracold to Howard. Chung on the ball, dumping. Howard underneath. Chung.
On the live stream.
It's a good touch there again from Oscar Healy, having to work hard in this middle. As we see now, Howard on the ball, feeding Hayward. Chung was on the sweep, it's a dummy. Hayward, long ball to Richards, who can't hold on to it.
Big moment, they got call 6 again.
Yeah, it was handled once again by Galaxy. Now, Scorps, if they can remain composed here, they're in the ascendancy, because Galaxy are going to be tired on that line after 2 6-mores. Let's see what they can come up with.
Big moment. You feel that if the score here, that's their ticket punched through to the final. Chung going back inside, and the ball goes down again. This time it is a drop ball.
That is a shame for Scorps. They had 6 touches to use, and they got slightly desperate.
Yeah, here they come again with Charlie Owen and Kyle Owen coming through there, and now this is a big opportunity for the Galaxy to try to level this up. Rousseau, quick ball across there. They wanted a pass. Is that a touch pass? Referee says no. They thought about it though, definitely. Here comes Treyes through the middle, and I don't know. Are you going to call that offside? No, they're not. But a chance here again. Chance to step it through. Big moment here. There's a chance again. No touch called. That time there was, and that'll be 6.
That was an insane play from Galaxy there.
Huge moment from John Weston Stanley and Emilia Gratola. That's what I was trying to say there, Gratola. But no, not a chance on that one. And Scorps yet again come through. And with 2 minutes to go, Jack, you feel if they can just hang on to the ball, hang on to it, you feel that they've got their ticket punched.
Yeah, here comes then Ewan Armstrong. Harry Richards off the floor. Teddy Brooks looking to inject the pace. Armstrong underneath, trying to play the ball. Teddy Brooks is in some space. But I think he's on the wrong line there. He may have attempted to try and score that.
Wow.
John Weston Stanley there. What he's trying to get is 10 metres for Scorps throwing the ball away. Rachel Atkins having none of it though.
Here comes Weston Stanley. Final chance, you think, for the Galaxy, maybe. 90 seconds. This is probably going to be their final set of the game. Luis Treyes will take this ball up and again take this ball back into contact. Looking to try and set this up. That's their 4th touch on the around near the 7. Now coming up towards there. There's the last. Ball needs to go quickly. Otherwise, he's not going to go there. Inside sweep. And now they're going to get caught. And that is the 6th. Once again, Weston Stanley just couldn't quite get it away, and neither could Bork. And that could be the game right there.
We are just over a minute left. Scorpions now driving to the box. Brooks dumping. Richards underneath. Sarah Cold getting some meters. Richards underneath again. Aldous now. Aldous dumping. Slightly slowed down by Galaxy. As we see Tom Hardiman dumping. Short for Will Saracold. Looking for the long ball. Aldous is in the gap, but it's well covered that.
6 again.
Miles Robinson.
6 more, for the Galaxy. It's a turnover, So this is their final opportunity. This is last chance saloon.
It's a great pass off that by Galaxy to just get that extra meters. As Gattarola now, great injection of pace. Look at that. Is he going forward though? That is the one downside.
They're on the halfway line on their 3rd touch. They have to move this ball. They've got to move it quickly. And that's their 6th touch.
No, it's 7 on called by Roger Neighbours. Galaxy did not get their subbing move right there and had 7 players on the pitch, which is why...
That looks like a high touch.
That is pure frustration coming out from Galaxy there. But this plays in Scorpions' favour. It's running down the clock. Look at where we're at.
5 seconds to go, unless something miraculous happens. And there goes the final siren. They're happy just to take the touch, are they? No, Sarah Cole thought about going through. It doesn't matter anyway. He has taken the touch, and that is the London Scorpions into their 2nd Men's National Touch Series final. Jack Harris, thank you very much indeed for your company, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. I'll see you guys later. Lovely game, and good luck with the rest.
Thank you very much again, Jack. We know you appreciate you've got to get off and get yourself warmed up for your next game over at the Bowl. But we will be seeing the London Scorpions 3 times. 3 always says is the magic number, and that's how many times we've seen them on the stream today. They are 6-5 winners over the Galaxy, and it will be them in the Cup final for the men's. Who will they be playing? We'll tell you as soon as we possibly can. But it was Scorpions 6, Galaxy 5, another cracking game of knockout touch men's rugby. We'll see you back here for the women's game next. It's going to be the Scorps are back on again. This time they're playing the London Eagles in the Women's Cup round robin. Stay with us, we're back in a few. you have to score the blue follow. Shot. That's score for champions. I don't want to be doing this. A very warm welcome back. This is the third last game of the day on our stream, but my goodness, it's going to be a great one. This is a proper London rivalry. The Eagles and the Scorpions score red ball with the NG Revs on the round rob. What will when they kick on 5? It's now in the league.
A couple of hopefully we'll have a nice quick game here as well, and already there's a little bit of a chance. No, not quite. Really hot day. I'd like to say a nice day for some touch. I'd like a bit more of a breeze, if I'm honest, but really nice day for it, and yeah, two really good teams.
You refereeing tomorrow?
I am. Yeah, I'm gonna put myself on the back pitches and just have a graze all day, I think, for that.
Well, it's supposed to be a bit cooler, I think, tomorrow, and a bit cloudier, so I think you should be all right. Might be a bit cool, but you know, we'll take that over this.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I mean, and it's for the teams to manage as well. So you've got Eagles off their line, so it's a bit of a they've got to give them some opportunity to score, and on hot, it's hard work.
We'll come on to the people who have been reffing throughout the day. But Kenzie has gone through, out the ball. Oh, the ball's just quite to. I think that might have been the bell fast.
For Sam, seeing it come to you, there is in theory no risk there. One's dropped. It should be frustrating. A little bit like that. It's just easy. She always manages to find those opportunities.
That's why she's going to be one of the Women's England Open team later on this year at the European Championships. Saw her make an absolutely sensational step earlier on this morning. If you haven't been with us all day, make sure you head over and watch that back on the stream. First game of the day, towards the end of it. Yeah, that step for the try. Oh, that pass there out towards Annabelle Jansen, just couldn't quite make it, and the Scorps will take over. We've been getting a lot of insight actually from the referees stream, Robin, to have you with. What is it like when teams are like it has been on the main pitch all day, teach the ball, turn around and a really tough and chat referee?
Yeah, you want that game to give them a moving game. We're here to certainly you want it to be about our make I always get a bit of pressure, and in an even quick. I can't be the one who slices. I'll be honest, and it's like I don't think anything off, but you think you're not going to. Oh, a dive from Bronze's side, and I think Lois did quite there.
No, and have the screen. And a lot of people out there on the offensive line, and likes us got the try this game with nil Scorps.
Was that a little hot and psyched out?
Try,
don't give up. We can make it happen. She's going to throw us out and get out through moments like that. Lois just trapped a little bit on the line.
Eagles and Kenzie Mcnaught.
The classic cliche of youth and experience here. So you've got Beckman and Waddle, Meg Pemberton, and Meg Pemberton scoring.
Drew the two defenders. You can see it here. Drew Megan Pemberton had the free. Already done so, and it's a score.
It's a score in response. Fantastic. I think is that Emily Irons scoring there.
Emily Irons. I think there was a touch on, but I'm not too sure whether the player got back in time quick enough on the 7 there.
I think she might have dived under the arm. Actually, I think it was one of those. If you get low early, if you get flat early, they struggle to sort of even get to you. If you're really not easy to generate those scores, and they're not easy to defend either.
So we're getting up close towards half time. Remember, if you are just joining us and you haven't been watching all day, 15-minute halves. Remember that. 10 minutes tomorrow in the Development National Touch Series, and
much more civilised, much more friendly.
Absolutely, 10-minute halves are great. We like the 15-minute ones though.
Well, I like it when I'm not on the pitch. So Emily Irons scooping, giving nicely, but just not quite able to execute there.
Yeah, Rachel just couldn't quite get onto the ball piece. You two are just feeling each other out a little. You just sense that one try.
Yeah, I don't think I think the scoreline is reflective of these teams wrestling with a little bit and quite getting the upper hand. The ball nice to see and generate a little bit of momentum, but I don't think they're good enough to try and strike this. Watch for the scoop. Defender there.
It's here for the Scorps. Here again for Sharks.
So got their placement. M Oliver on, who's just come across, but it was something fairly nasty. So it's really hard to play.
Sick for the.
Just the outside. Bronte Sykes is through, but I think it was not by side there.
Turnover. And again, it just feels like the Scorps have more opportunities at the moment, though. It feels like getting the making needs now for those chances.
Yeah, I think Scorps. If you had a position, it's definitely nice to see getting further from the Scorps box with their sets than Scorps. Scorps so far really good clear cut. So who knows? Kenzie trying to slip through the middle of two defenders there, but not quite able to.
Bronte Sykes there, just telling anybody that listen that she got the touch on there, making sure that.
Moved to the box fronty and just got caught sort of on the heel, which will frustrate her because it slows the momentum. She has to turn her back. So now driving into the moving it around, which is fine, but occasionally you need to make the execution there. It's just too late that ball.
On a personal note, are you doing any
Got men.
So you have to shoot off every to make sure you do it.
I was hoping it was going to involve that. Absolutely horrified that I've been standing up, so I'll head off for that. Oh, great score from Naomi Fairnett there.
Yeah, big score that for Naomi Fairnett over on the far side. And it means that they're 3-2 in front now as we get towards half-time.
Yeah, nice setup. Claire Traynor is always very efficient at finding those opportunities and setting them up for the sort of dumping player. So Naomi dumped, split, got the ball back, and found by... I keep wanting to say Tosho, Claire Traynor. Really good work there. So we've been saying I was going to say Scotland. Scorpion. They brought me a chair. I'm going to cry. So Scorpions had the better of it, but it's Eagles ahead, and that's Scorpion need to get back into this game. They need to turn the advantage they were having into a score.
Chance here, Emily Irons, who was sensational in the last game, and there's a bit of a touch there that time. Are they going to call that heavy? No,
I think
not.
what they'd say, there's a barrier here, which is you might want to shut quite hard on a player. You need to close that gap quite hard, and it's difficult in that scenario not to have a little bit of a collision. But sort of, are you trying to control yourself? Are you trying to slow things down? And I think that was the line there. I think I can't remember her name. I think no. Anyway, the player who just rolled the ball, who went in on the touch there, I think, she came in a bit hard, but she probably kind of was just with her own momentum and managed that impact.
I think it might have been Tina Veal who made the touch on that.
It is Tina Veal, you're absolutely right.
But now chance here for the Eagles to try and make their way through. Will they just settle for half-time here? The siren's going to go any second. Here's Fairnett, there is the siren.
I would be amazed if... You've got to be tempted to just slow things down and... Oh, well, no, they're still going for it, they're still playing. Oh, and a whistle's gone. They've given away a penalty. It will be one touch, so you would anticipate your ability to defend this out. But honestly, if you're Eagles, for me, take the break. You probably didn't need to keep playing there. You've lost a little bit of half time, but
3-2. So it's a touch pass. So quite amazed here, but
Scorp's just accepting the
And
Bronte and Meg having a little laugh about it between the two of them.
Yep, there we go. Half time, 3-2. The lead for the Eagles against the Scorps. So actually, I tell you what, that game between Old Wesley Touch and NQ Rebels, we mentioned that earlier. It was only 7-6 between those two. So that is a huge.
Looks like a corker.
That is a huge result. That, and as you say, that makes London Scorpions the men's National Touch Series champions for 2022. So they will win the overall side on that. And you have to feel for the Wigan Warriors today. 8-5, they lost to Old Wesley. They then lost a drop-off 1-0 to Galaxy to get in the semi-final. And now they lose 6-5 to Nottingham Hoods in the men's cup pool playoff. So that means the men's plate final will be Nottingham Hoods and Cambridge. You have to feel for the Wigan Warriors
It's
today.
A tough day, isn't it, when you lose those games by just one, and you do feel for them. I refereed that drop-off, and so what originally, the tournament rules are it's a coin toss. The reason we had to, so this wasn't a game that went to a drop-off, I'm sure you know, but for the infused fans listening, this wasn't a game that went to a drop-off. What happened was we had 3 teams in a pool, and at the end of that pool stage, they were tied on points, they were tied on score difference, they were tied on scores, they were tried on average height of their players.
I've never known it where tries conceded, tries scored, and points difference and everything else are exactly the same.
Well, it was very much Murphy's Law, and I won't swear on the camera, on the mic, but it very much was Murphy's Law. So, so they played this extra little drop off. The rules are that you do a coin toss, but we had a bit of time, and you want these things organised on the pitch. But you could tell those Wigan players after that drop off, they were frustrated. I think they would have fancied themselves to have it. I think it is hard to just play for 2 minutes out of the blue. It's hard to get into it. It's hard to get the intensity back up. And it did. They had a little mistake. They turned the ball over early on one of their possession sets, and that probably lost them it. So I do feel for them, because that has been a day of near misses for them.
Well, in the women's plate currently going on, London Galaxy women are playing against Hot Custard over on pitch 2 at the moment. Hot Custard have looked fantastic today. There's no doubt about that in the women's game. And in the women's bowl pool, it's Nottingham Hoods against Cambridge Touch.
Pleased for Custard. They were a little bit off the pace last weekend. They were really short on players. So are you saying they've been on it a bit more?
They have. They've won
fantastic.
they've beaten Old Wesley 12-6. They've won against Cambridge earlier on our show pitch on pitch 1 as well earlier on. So they've not done too badly today. They've actually been very, very good.
Well, it's everything to play for then. So.
Coming up next, should stress, coming up next, games all over the shop. Old Wesley Touch against the London Scorpions.
I think that is going to be a barn burner. It's a shame. We were talking about Dom Tripp, who is, I don't know if he's the captain. Let's say he's the talisman for London Scorpions men. He's really, really key player for them. He's not here. They played really well in the semi-final against Galaxy, but they will miss him a bit. But it's going to be nice because the top 2 teams for the men's outside of Old Wesley have been NQ and Scorps. NQ and Old Wesley played in the final last time out, and this time it'll be Scorps and Old Wesley. So interesting to see, do they have an answer to how Old Wesley play? They are so fast, they are at you. And I tell you what else, they're really nice young men. Lovely boys. Really, really happy to have them. So, yeah, it'll be a really good game. Although I won't see it because I'm off reffing the third.
I'm about to say, you're refereeing the third and fourth place playoff. That'll be between the NQ Rebels and the London Galaxy. And the men's plate final as well will be taking part as well. Nottingham Hoods against Cambridge. Thames Valley Vikings against Nottingham Hoods is supposed to be on pitch 4. That's straight after the game between Nottingham Hoods and Cambridge Touch. So I don't think I think that'll get moved to pitch 3, but I'm not too sure on that one. We will just double check it, but that's what's coming up. But like we say, coming up here, Old Wesley Touch against London Scorpions in a men's cup final, and NQ Rebels against London Eagles as well. So I tell you what, this is a big part of the game here because it's actually quite interesting. NQ Rebels as well. I am 99.9% certain that NQ Rebels have just won themselves as well the Women's National Touch Series, but we will clarify that because I don't think, because of the draw, and I don't think they could finish lower than second. But Pemberton, I think there's a touch on there. There is.
Well, I know the some of the girls at NQ Rebels, and I think they'll want to put that full stop, stamp, bow knotted, etc., on it, and win that last game. It's been them and CSSC all season for all 3 rounds. It was essentially the third cup game was always the actual decider. So if Eagles hold off here, then I think they'll go into that and look for that result.
It will be again the same outcome and the same result. It will be NQ Rebels versus London Eagles, with the winner winning the round 3, but I think that would mean the NQ Rebels as well would also finish.
So I think if they win, they're guaranteed because they would have won all 3 rounds. If they lose, it might be interesting, especially if Eagles lose this. It might not be enough because I think it's about 2 points for a placing.
Yeah.
So Eagles would have come second, so I think they'd be 4 behind.
Well, they are 4 behind currently at the moment, so I don't know how the NQ Rebels would finish there. But with that,
Kenzie
we'll
having a dive for the line. What's the decision? Touch first.
Yeah, Bronte Sykes there getting a touch on again.
Oh, and a bit of a knock
injury.
to Kenzie, I think. Yeah, she looks okay. She's up, but obviously got a bit of a knock.
Yeah. So we'll just try and work this out because I don't know how the NQ Rebels can actually finish third in the pool because of the draw. It all depends, actually. In all fairness, it all depends if they concede more than 8 tries, I think, to the Eagles.
I will put concede or lose by a difference of.
Well, I think they would have to concede. I think they would have to concede more than 8 tries because that's how many them 2 scored between London Scorpions and NQ Rebels.
I think they're probably safe.
There's too much maths involved.
Too much maths involved. I'm absolutely not your guy for that. But I mean, I think NQ will fancy their chances. Funnily enough, I think the game they play works a little better against CSSC than it does against Scorpions. So it may well be that they look to put that draw behind them really emphatically.
Well, we heard from Naomi Fairner earlier saying that they've got some defensive tricks up their sleeve for this time round. So we're looking forward to that.
That's always exciting. I love a secret plan.
Is that a swarm of hay? That's hay fever that's just coming across?
Something's happening.
I don't think they're happy with that. I think something's just... There's a swarm of wasps coming across the ground. My goodness, I've never seen that before.
This is one for the end of season. What happened next?
Honestly.
Oh, we're off. I think they might have just sort of started playing without any recognition that we are starting again. So I think we might just be going back to start again, which is probably fair enough.
I've never seen that.
It happens in cricket a bit. I've seen the old cricket game where they're all lying on the ground because the wasps are flying over. So it does happen. Get your bug spray out.
Need it. Emily Irons, she's been bugging her way through the Scorpions' defence quite regularly, the Eagles' defence quite regularly.
Yeah, the Scorpions heading up the pitch now, but will there be a sting in the tail?
Very good. See, this is why I need you on comms rather than me.
I'm sitting down now. I've regained my power. So yeah, didn't sort of get too far at the pitch on that. You don't need to be twitchy if you're Scorps. You've got what 10 minutes plus, but they will know they're one down, and they will know they need to get themselves back in this game.
Here's Mem Fairnet moving that ball on again. That time to Claire Waddle. Back to Lois Lau. Lau, that's the 5th touch now, trying to drive through the middle. There's a chance. I think there's a touch on in there that time, and I think it's actually offside. It is. So Susanna Hyverden makes the touch, but she's offside, and this is a huge opportunity now for the Eagles. Set of 6 from the 7.
Yeah, and in this game at this point, a 2-score difference feels pretty big, so they'll look for that, but not this time. Claire Waddle diving for the line, but the defender making the touch first.
Lau. Lovely pass out the back. This is a really big opportunity.
What really good! It's so good to be able to recognise that's the opportunity to check and come back in, because they were absolutely scrambling to cover their outside, and I think I recognise their distinctive head. It's Karis Dunn, thank you. Karis Dunn just realised, pushed off her leg, came back the other way.
A huge moment. 4-2 now, the Eagles lead, and as things stand, they would top the pool because the other two sides, Scorpions and NQ Rebels, drew, so they would top the pool. But here's Emily Irons.
It would
need
to
score. Emily Bayliss says, I think the referee's saying there that she's offside.
I'm not sure she agrees, but I think it's a good decision by. I don't think she was offside. I think it was just down first. Very tight sort of call, but I think Fabian's got this one right. So diving under their hands, and down it goes. So nice decision there. Good score.
4-3.
And that opens it back up again.
4-3, but I say, as things stand, the Eagles would still top the pool as things stand, because I'm just saying, because they've actually won a game. The other two have drawn the error of the game. So NQ Rebels, for the first time in a long time, would actually not be at the top of a round-robin table when going into a final game.
Going into the final game, yes, but I think they'll be quite phlegmatic about that, and I would be very surprised if the NQ girls don't back themselves to beat this CSCC London Eagles team. But they are showing something different, and is that another score?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And no sooner had Scorps got it back towards 1, we're back to a 2-score game again. It's a lovely piece of skill, a lovely move across there. Finet draws 2 players across, Maxwell finishes it off 5-3.
Despairing dive, I think, by Nikki Baird on the wing, but they've just sort of been beaten through the middle there. So what have we got? About 9 minutes left, and a reasonably large hurdle for Scorps to get 2 more.
What can they do, though? Here's Emily Irons, who's been excellent, because she always is throughout the day. Bronte Sykes, lovely pass out the touch,
really
and
good.
Down the side, and that's a score. And I think I'm not too sure exactly who that was on that far side. It's Georgie Burford-Taylor, in fact, as the winger.
Good take, good fix and give by Bronte. It's really like, it's core rugby skills, and it's one of her strengths. I think it is just drawing and giving, and a nice sympathetic pass to that winger.
Burford-Taylor cuts the gap back down to 1 as we approach the halfway point of the second half. Still, though, Eagles looking to try to win and to take top spot in the pool as things would stand. Lois Lau driving up, though. Really
Scoop
good
by
defence
Kenzie,
there.
pass to Lois.
Offside called there.
Oh, real frustration for Scorps there. They really, I think, if they'd seen that off, they'd back themselves to push back up the pitch. As it is, they've got to see out a set of 6. That's going to be a tricky one.
Rachel Parry there, doing the business as she always does on that wing. She thought she had a chance at the try, but it's not going to happen. Fiornet, lovely pass out there. Well, it looked like it was, but unfortunately it falls down there for Natalie Groomsey. And the Scorps have made a fantastic defensive stop.
Yeah, really good. I think she just needed a little bit more on the pass out to the wing instead of going to the link like she did, and as you said, fell short. But Scorp's opportunity to reply here. What do you reckon? Do you think they'll do it?
It's too early to say. I still think there's plenty of touch left in this yet. Emily Irons, though, looking to drive. This is the last. And that's going to be a ball down, and it'll be a penalty anyway for a touch pass. And 6.5 to go, and the Eagles still lead 5-4. The London Scorpions men team just warming up to the right of us right now. They know they're already champions of the men's national touch series, but they want to do the business against Old Wesley. It is a 1-1 really. Both sides have won one of the men's national touch series events each. So who will take the decider and who will be the side that wins 2?
Yes, they played each other in the pool stages last time out. They played each other around the middle of the day in the pool stages.
And Old Wesley won 10-8, I think, if memory serves me correctly.
God, that's a good game. That's one for the neutral.
Yeah, it would have been amazing to have that on the stream. We were talking about that with Don Tripp a couple of weeks ago down in Burton. But there's going to be an overstepping the mark penalty.
Makes the series
So Scorps now, 5.5 minutes to go. Emily Bayliss gets the touch on there. That looked like a hard touch, but the referee saying no, it's not. It's just you just fell down. It just
you always try and balance between how much sort of force was the player putting on it versus, you know, was the dumping player off balance, you know, and that's the reason they've gone to ground. So I think that was one of those where she just wasn't fully sort of balanced herself, and it wasn't being pushed to the ground so much as being helped there.
Chance here for Pyrgos. Can she drive this up here? Irons looking for the long pass out towards Nikki.
It was nearly beautiful. It nearly dropped into Nikki's hands over the head of the defending winger. I think it still would have needed a special finish, but Nikki Bird has got that in the locker. She's a really strong finisher, but just wasn't quite there. I think they'll get 1-2 more opportunities in this game, but they need to start finding that line.
You think now a score for the Eagles might see this game off and might see them top of the pool going into that final game with the Rebels?
Very interesting one, mentality-wise, because all of a sudden a draw gets them what they need, doesn't it? If they go into the final like this, they'll win on a draw. Does that change the way you play? Probably not. It's not that kind of game. You know, it's not like a sort of football where you go, all right, you know, do we consider sort of camping everyone behind the goal line? You sort of have to play the way you play. But it is a little change to go into a game and like, well, actually, a draw is enough. A draw is fine. It does change your momentum, your thought process.
4 minutes to go, but the standard of rugby at the minute, women's touch rugby in particular, is just incredible.
Yeah, two teams really going at each other hard, and for the sort of almost the pre-season or the early season competition, I think everyone's really sharpened up as the weeks have gone by.
Don't forget, of course, the mixed national touch series gets underway middle of June, and then we've got the Euros coming up in July, at the end of August as well. And then at the end of August, it's the Nationals, a busy summer ahead of touch rugby, and you can watch it all on our England Touch Rugby YouTube channel. We're very excited to be back to normal after a couple of years where we couldn't be. We are very excited, and it's a quick tap there from Claire Waddle. Fiornet will move that ball out. Any score now you feel for the Eagles will be their ticket to the top of the pool going into that showdown with that team, the NQ Rebels.
I think they'll be really up for that, having won this game, and it's, you know, I suppose, you know, there's 3 minutes left to go, so let's not take anything for granted.
Absolutely.
It actually probably is significant in that you want to close this out if you're Eagles. If you want to go into that game, NQ have been the best women's team in the competition by I would say a distance so far this year. If you want to go into that final thinking no, we've got what it takes, we've worked out our processes, we've made our improvements, we can take them on, then you've got to look at yourself and say, we can close out these kind of games. We're not getting rattled, we're just defending these games out.
A chance here for the Scorpions to try and level up. Bronte Sykes are going to go through the middle.
Rosie Kells, quick drive right through the middle there, goes straight into Emily Bayliss. slowing down a little bit just to open things up for his line attack.
5th and last. Now here comes Irons. Can she get caught? No, it's a try!
No. I think that's a
the
score, and it's 5-all.
It's all clear. And the Scorps, once again, towards the end of the contest, have levelled things up over on that far side. Can't work out who it was that scored. It might actually be Bronte Sykes, who's got the touchdown. But with just 90 seconds to go, we are level at 5 apiece.
So I mean, it's Eagles trying to get the winner. I don't think Scorps can get themselves over the line in the time they've got. They might just be able to, but
Quick
Eagles
ball, though.
do
Maxwell.
have an opportunity.
Maxwell looking back. He goes to Fearnet. Now back to Kenzie Mcnaught. Quick touch on the 5th. Mcnaught might try and get this back out. Has to go
They're
back
a little
to
bit
Fearnet.
jammed into the short side. They need to start opening things up and going to the longer side of the pitch.
Ball goes out the back. Pemberton. They've got a woman
Pemberton's
over.
not
This is
slow.
the opportunity.
Amelia Stanley.
It's Amelia Stanley.
Big shout out to Amelia and her dad Roy, who's an absolute gentleman. Fantastic. What a way to settle the game.
With a minute to go.
She'd had a quiet game. I've been waiting to say her name, and she's left it till the end to impress.
That could be the biggest score that Amelia Stanley will make all year, because she's now put the Eagles back on top of the pool as things stand, but the Scorps will have one last opportunity with around 30 seconds to go. Emily Irons will step away through.
So this
now
is
Bronte
it.
Sykes is there.
Need the score here. You need to find that opportunity. All of the effort, everything needs to build up.
Rachel
Key.
Key. Back it goes to Irons. They're going to set up maybe one final play. Irons will get the ball out towards Bronte Sykes. Here's the touch on there, and it's the 5th touch. Oh my! Now the final play of the game. In anger, Irons gets caught, and the
that
Eagles
should be pretty much it. So Eagles will drive off their line, but I don't think they've got the time to do much down the other end. And there you go.
The siren goes. Robin, what a game that was.
Wasn't bad, was it?
Another outstanding game. Robert Butt, thank you very, very much for your company.
Thank you, a pleasure, and what a game to catch, and I will see you next time.
Yeah, you will. Thank you very much indeed, Robin. It's been a genuine pleasure. Get yourself off for the men's 3rd and 4th place playoff, but that is a crucial score. Amelia Stanley may have just scored the most important try of her career, maybe even of a year, maybe even more, maybe a life, who knows. But what happens is that it means London Eagles are now top of the pool as things stand, and they will be playing the NQ Rebels. The NQ Rebels can still win the title if they do beat the Scorps, but if they do beat the Eagles, at 5:15. But it's going to go down to the wire, and we wouldn't have it any other way. So we're going to go down to the wire. It is the men's cup final next. Old Wesley Touch against London Scorpions. Both teams have won one of the men's National Touch Series titles so far this year. The overall champions are the Scorpions, but who will take home the trophy at Event 3? Would it be Old Wesley or would it be London Scorpions? Join us next to find out.
Nearly there, mate. Nearly there.
Got to think now. An hour and a half, 46. Nearly there. So we haven't packed. Yeah, we haven't packed that on. If you just leave some stuff in the overnight, maybe in the bag there, unless you want to put it back in the, bag. I reckon you will. Back in Solihull. Yeah, I've got to try back later on. rivalry befitting of a 3-act drama. In week 1 that we had earlier on this month, it was the London Scorpions that picked up the title. In round 2, Old Wesley with a class of Burton. And now it is time for the decider. It's going to be Old Wesley and London Scorpions in the 3rd round of the Men's National Touch Series Cup Final. Who will take home their 2nd title of the year? Will it be Old Wesley of Ireland, or will it be the London Scorpions of London? Jarlath Eaton alongside you to watch this game, and joining us here in the commentary box, NQ Rebels, is Gabe Pennington. Gabe, a very warm welcome. And it's been a close game for you. You only just missed out on an opportunity to win yourself the National Touch Series, but it must have been a fantastic ride for you.
It certainly has. We've been really, really pleased with the outcome this season. In fact, at the start of the year, we didn't have a place in the Elite NTS. We were actually willing to turn up to the development series and hopefully look to get promoted next year, but the boys have put in a real shift, and so we certainly can't complain about the result, especially with these 2 teams who are performing so well this year, even with the London Scorpions' notable absentee Dom Tripp not here this weekend.
We do miss him, there's no doubt about that. It would have been an outstanding final with or without his quality. And the first score of this final goes to Dara Forster of Old Wesley Touch. It's a lovely pass again, though. John Ennis, as he always seems to do, making the moves at the on the midfield, and then a lovely pass out there to the wing.
It certainly was. I don't think Scorpions will be too pleased with that. It was a short side score, and it's something that they pride themselves on, is making sure that on that touching side of the field that the attack doesn't have that opportunity. So they'll certainly reflect back on that one and look to make some changes going forward.
Good crowd in for this one, as you would expect, the Men's Cup Final, which has been an excellent day of National Touch Elite Men's Rugby. It's a chance here, though, for Scorp straight away to level up. Can they find it? Here they come through the middle again. Nice little takedown there that time. Just couldn't quite find it there. And Old Wesley will turn that ball over. 6 for them.
Yeah, so Old Wesley ran really well in the semi-final against us this afternoon. The transition from coming out of their own half into line attack is excellent. They're very smooth, and as we see, Ennis taking the ball forward, striking on the far link.
And a lovely pass again. And it's all clear. That almost looked like a carbon copy of the first score there, Gabe. Ennis driving through, you can say you were striking. Lovely pass out to Mark Phelan. And in the corner, Dara Forster makes it 2-0.
Again, the Scorpions are just struggling on that far edge of the field. I would expect England Men's Open coach Tim Osborne, who's in the box for the Scorpions today, to look to make a few adjustments here, especially on that far edge where Old Wesley are looking very dangerous.
Body language, everything. Benji, you score like that again, you tell them to stay. You do this up, okay? You understand? Yep.
So as we see Chung looking to dive at the line, looks like a score from here, given the touch. Referee Kevin Hobbs.
Yeah, really good touch there that time from Stephen Troy. You mentioned there, of course, the Men's Open coach there, Tim Osborne. Of course, you'll be playing in the Mixed Open this summer at the Euros. How excited are you to be going back towards European competition?
Oh, extremely excited. It's been 4 years now since I ran out with the Mixed Open side. Really, really exciting. We're looking to build towards the World Cup in a couple of years' time. And yeah, we're getting closer and closer. 8-9 weeks away from the Euros now, so preparation's really starting to heat up.
Of course, you'll be playing in that mixed NTS as well. That's going to be coming up pretty damn soon, I'm sure.
Oh, certainly. We're really excited about that one. We got pipped at the post by a really good Wigan side last year in the mixed NTS. So yeah, our ladies and gents coming together for that one. We've got pretty high expectations this year.
So here come Scorpions looking to try and make their first score of this final. 2-0 down to Old Wesley, who have been the class of the field, really. Even in their first round action here down at Oxford, when they won the bowl pool, they won it by a absolutely comfortable margin. So they have been the class of the field really throughout this tournament. But that's a lovely pass on the top. And now Dara Forster, has he got the opportunity to go down the field and intersect? I don't know if he's going to be caught. I don't think he will be caught. He will not be caught. Dara Forster, goodbye. 3-0.
The Old Wesley lads look to be making somewhat of a habit of this today. They got 2 of those against the NQ side in the semi-final. So what we'll see here is the Old Wesley winger is doing a really good job of stepping high off the line. So he's making that long pass or the pass to hit link a really difficult decision for the Scorpions middle. He's taking away that time and forcing them to make that pass.
3-0, and this just looks at the minute very difficult for the Scorpions. They played each other 2 weeks ago in Burton, and that one finished 10-8 to Old Wesley in what was, I was told, one of the best games of touch we've seen all year. Pass out wide, can they get it there? Trying to play some volleyball, but can't quite get it back. But maybe half a chance here for them to go. It's going to be a penalty, and I think it's going to be offside, maybe?
So it looks like the winger's not been moving forward. The referees here in Oxford today are quite hot on making sure we've got the whole defensive line advancing up into the 7 until the touch is imminent. So something the refs are looking for here, and I'm sure the Scorpions will look to be capitalising on another set of 6.
Nice touch there on, that might be Ollie Turner. Potentially knows number 20, excuse me. I haven't got number 20. Oh, Ewan Armstrong, we do. There's Armstrong. Now looking for pass off the top. There it is. Here's Ollie Turner, far side. Excellent score. 3-1, and the opening score there for the Scorps. Ewan Armstrong with a lovely pass over the top, and a great ball over the top there. Ollie Turner touches down, and Scorps are on the board.
The sweeping player for the London Scorpions does a great job here of straightening his middle and then kicking to the short side. So this near side Old Wesley winger bites a little bit too much, leaving that space on the edge.
So here they come. Old Wesley looking to try to respond immediately with feeling. So touch on that.
This is a play that the Wesley boys have been running all day. They're looking to run a quickie on the link and step back. And it's worked for them really well all day, and it looks like the touch has been called. In fact, no. Referee Bronwyn Wake pulls it back, and she looks to have given the score here.
Yeah, I think she has. I think the referee there, it might be Matt Kernison, that has just touched that ball down. Maybe there might have been one of the Scorps players might have been offside, who knows, but it's a 4-1 lead, and no sooner had Scorps got on the board and maybe got back to the game, now they have to try and get back to within 2 once more.
I certainly wouldn't write off the Scorpion side just yet. The Old Wesley men's team have a real habit of getting up early. It's going to be really, really important for Scorps to hold on until half-time and then look to capitalise after the break.
It looks like there's a score there.
The referees are just pulling it back to discuss.
Yes, it's a score.
Fantastic right-to-left pass by Will Sericold here. As we see, the winger is just a little bit too high in the channel this time, meaning the Scorpions winger on this near edge has just got a couple of extra steps. Very close, that one, but a great ball from Sericold.
Ollie Turner once again has found his way into the end zone. 4-2. Big opportunity though for Old Wesley once again. Lovely pass over the top. There's the step, there's the try. No, what a covering play there that time.
Excellent work by the Scorpions there. So their open side defence got a nice release to make sure they could defend man on man as the Wesley middle scoops through.
Oh, I tried to go cool mirrors, I think, and there's the touchdown, and there's the quick ball on. And that might be Harry Richards over on that far side, the winger, who comes off there now and runs that ball play through. There's Marcus Chung, potentially, I thought that was who might be coming on. It's not. But it is still 4-2. Old Wesley have taken the lead. Early scores, but a big opportunity here. Goes over the top one more time. Ollie Turner trying to play a bit of volleyball and couldn't quite do that. But it's going to be a penalty for offside.
So it looks like, again, referee Bronwyn Wake calls the not moving forward penalty there. So Scorpions middle Mark Aldous did a good job of being patient, bringing those middles off the line, making sure they don't get a good early escape. Scorpions are looking to do the same again with Aldous dumping. And another set of 6 for the Scorpions. You'll see this quite often. Scorpions left link just stepping out now. Charlie Thompson loves a left to right pass.
We've seen that quite a lot already. Ollie Turner's been heavily involved in the game already. But now, ball goes at the back here. Here comes Mark Aldous. And there's the touch. That'll be the 4th. Good work.
The Old Wesley side's doing a good job here of just treading in the 7. They're not jumping out to make too many touches. They're holding space well with a mistake from Scorpions.
Yeah, ball dropped unfortunately for Aldous. So at the moment, 4-2 the lead. So with around 10 minutes gone, in fact exactly 10 minutes gone, 5 to go to the break, 4-2 Old Wesley lead. Remember, both sides have already won one of these events this year. And they're looking to try to win their second. Again, they're over on that far side. That time, Matt Kennison just couldn't get there, and it's going to be a penalty.
Some excellent transition defence by the Scorpion side then. The toucher has made sure he jumped to the outside of the scooping player, taking that option out and asking the scooping player to step back open side. As we see a small error at the ruck from the Scorpion side, not where you'd want to turn the ball over.
No, loss of control. Gabe, you've played both of these sides, so obviously in the 2 finals, unfortunately. You know, it hasn't been your time in both those finals. So how difficult are they to play against? I mean, obviously you played against Wesley in the semi-final as well just now. How difficult are they to be able to shut down quickly? Because they just seem to be able to break at pace quite quickly. That's a lovely pass over the top, looking again for some volleyball, but just couldn't quite get there.
Really good release by the Scorpions winger there. It certainly is tough. They offer different threats. So the Scorpions like a running game. They want to move the defence a lot. As we see a quickie on the outside, and it's really, really good defence there from Sericold. The Wesley boys offer a slightly different threat. They'll look for a few distinct platforms to run off, so they'll look to run hard outside on the link and then bring the ball back open side. They'll also look to run down the middle channel with what we call a 32 short play and expose the open side. So 2 different threats from 2 sides, but as we can see, pretty close one here.
4-2. And now here comes Matthew Sandland, who's been excellent so far today. Quick ball on the pass, really nice pass indeed. Ollie Turner continues on, has to play it back inside anyway. And I think they're going to be a penalty there for a touch pass.
Nice little tip on by Teddy Brooks, just brought the middle up and tipped on. Won't be too happy with that late pass call, given they had an extra touch in the bag.
You feel already this next score is absolutely crucial as we head towards half time. Oh, that's a sensational ball. Oh, that is just brilliant. Ball through from Sam Bewley, and Stephen Troy says thank you very much. I say the next score is important, and it goes to Old Wesley.
Brilliant transition set from the Old Wesley guys. They've rolled down the middle of the field. However, Scorpions will not be happy with that. They have been far too loose on that far open side edge. They'll want to force that long ball from the scooper there going forward.
So 5-2 then. And if they can keep it to within 2 at the break, Scorps definitely have a chance. Even if it is 3 at the break, you never know. This is a Scorps side that can really do some damage. But once again, this Old Wesley side, full of Irish Open players, and I tell you what, the Men's Open at the European Championships could be some fun if it's going to be England versus Ireland, if the Old Wesley boys continue to play like they are.
As we see, a mistake from Max Howard just on the line there. Scorpions, I think the chat at half-time from Scorpions coach Tim Osborne is going to be asking the refs, are they moving forward, the Old Wesley boys? Because they do a really good job of dropping early, but I think the Scorpions will want to see the referees manage that a little more.
Here's John Ennis through the middle. Really good touch on there. Last ball. Now a chance here. Can they find that? Back it will come again. And there's a touch on there that time, and there is, and that'll be 6th. And there's a turnover there. So probably one more set before the break here for Scorps. So they can score off of this set. It'd be excellent for them. Well, if you can score off any set, it'll be excellent, but even more excellent this time as the ball gets dropped. It's going to be 6 again, though.
Yeah, we're seeing both sides stutter slightly on their driving and transition sets now. Both of them pride themselves on being able to flow down the field. As Aldous receives the ball, Thompson now.
Yeah, Charlie Thompson.
We see, a bit broken up this transition set. They'll want to regain momentum in short order.
Probably
as we see again, the Old Wesley lads dropping early.
is Mark Aldous. Going to go play it back, and there's a chance that Thompson will score. All clear on the far side, and Charlie Thompson, we saw him have an intercept try earlier on today, and he's now just put one of the biggest tries of the game so far. We're back to 2 with 30 seconds to go before the break.
So it looks like the Scorpions side are now looking to go short side on the Old Wesley middles. They're pulling relatively straight backwards, which is leaving the gap outside them and in the link channel. Charlie Thompson running a really good hole there.
Big set this before the break. If Old Wesley score here, you feel that might just kill the Scorps. Here comes Phelan, who's been excellent so far today. Now, ball goes out the back, looking there on the wide for Dara Forster. They'll still play on, and there's the final touch before the end of an entertaining and breathless first half, Gabe Pennington.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be pulled back for a penalty here. Scorpions might have a crack, but it looks like they're willing to take it to half-time. They'll be really, really pleased with that last set. As soon as the Old Wesley gents stepped into the 7, they held their space, they didn't advance, and that gave them the nice release on that far side.
So we'll let you know then scores from around the pitches. As we said before, London Eagles against London Scorpions 6-5. That is our next match up here on the stream. NQ Rebels will take on London Eagles, as they always seem to do. They always seem to meet in the big matches. We'll come and get your thoughts on that in a second, Gabe, about that. Unfortunately, the men's 3rd and 4th place playoff. Unfortunately, NQ Rebels have had a few injuries, so London Galaxy have won that one, which is a shame. We would like to have seen that game. That would have been very, very good. But in the women's plate competition, London Galaxy and Hot Custard drawing 5 apiece. So Hot Custard have won one game. London Galaxy will now play Old Wesley Touch in the women's plate. And if they can beat Old Wesley Touch by a score of 7 or better, they will win the plate. So that's what's coming up at 5:15. Also, the women's bowl matchup currently at the moment, Nottingham Hoods are leading Cambridge Touch, win against Cambridge Touch by 4 tries to 1 to the Nottingham Hoods. And at Canterbury, of course, also having a walkover against Oxford in the men's 9th and 10th place playoff. So, Gabe, we'll come and talk on this final in a second, but I want to touch on this Women's Cup match between the NQ Rebels and the London Eagles. I mean, them two just do not seem to not want to meet each other in any event at the moment. This is the 4th straight occasion that these two have gone down to the big match where the title is on the line. It must be great for you as well, though, to be able to support your side and support your women in that game as well later on.
Yeah, come hell or high water, it always seems to be the NQ and the CSSC London Eagles in the final game of the day. Yeah, it's been a really great season for the NQ women so far. 2 wins and two relatively convincing wins in the final game of NTS 1 and 2. Now, could be slightly interesting this afternoon. The NQ ladies have had 2 key injuries, with Emily Kelly and Ellie Davidson both picking up knocks in earlier games. So I think CSSC will be feeling pretty confident going into this one. That being said, the Rebels have been, well, to say the least, dominant in that final game of the first 2 NTSs this year, and if they put out a similar performance, I think the Eagles might find them hard to stop, but I certainly wouldn't write them off.
And the big thing, of course, is obviously, as I said before, they're going for a 4th title in a row, because, of course, they won here in September last year at Oxford to win the Elite Women's National Touch Series for the first time, and then, of course, they've now just steamrolled on. Events 1 and 2, as you say, have been very, very comfortable victories for them.
Yeah. I have to declare my interest as a member of the coaching team of the Rebels here, but yeah, they this is a chance for the Rebels to achieve something that not many English teams have done before, with an undefeated season on the line. They haven't lost a single game, a couple of draws in there which have been a little shaky, but yeah, a great opportunity for the Rebels women in the final game.
Well, Rebels
of the women's season.
Yeah, NQ Rebels beating London Eagles 7-3 in round 1 of the Women's Cup pool. They then beat the Eagles 8-3 in round 2 to win the Women's Cup final. As Gabe says, moments, just huge moments, will always come back to me about that game against Nottingham Hoods. Georgina McCavanagh going through and scoring with the final play on the siren to take him into the cup and maintain that undefeated season. It is such a crucial game, this coming up, but this is a crucial game as well. London Scorpions are the Men's National Touch Series champions of 2022. We know that, but this is about making sure that giving yourself that added bonus of saying we have won 2 titles, you've only won 1, against an Old Wesley side that look very, very good right now.
Absolutely. You don't want to know going into the final game that you've won the overall title and then slip up at the final hurdle. That's not the way you want to end your season. So the Scorpions guys will be coming out hard and early to try and square this game up.
Second half then about to get going between the Old Wesley Touch team and the London Scorpions. As the breeze just kicks up a touch here in Oxford. You've got to think as well, actually, having this game on a slope slightly, as Jack Harris was mentioning, if you're watching earlier on the stream, having that slight slope and having that uphill sub-box actually might be a bit of a benefit for the Scorps. You can probably hear in the background that we're only a few seconds away from the start of this. 15 more minutes of the Men's Cup National Touch Series for 2022. Here we go. Old Wesley looking to try and become champions for a second straight tournament. London Scorpions looking to try to take home 2 of the 3 titles in addition to their overall Touch Series win. And John Ennis tries to go through, and Ennis again is just a little bit injured actually. John Ennis. He's not the sort of player that will show you if he's injured unless he absolutely is. So a touch on there for him, and now hopefully he's okay. Now here comes Phelan. Oh, sensational step. The amount of dummies in there, you might as well have been in Babies R Us. That was sensational. The amount of dummies was brilliant. 6-3, and straight away back again we go.
Yeah, again, the Scorpions will be really frustrated with this one. A score down the middle channel, something they pride themselves on. Not the way you want to start the second half of the final game of the men's season, but long way to go yet.
And that massive influence, that is Marcus Chung. Loss of control though. It's unfortunate for Scorps. But here they come. One more time, Old Wesley.
So we can see here that the Scorpions are trying to make their link make touch 4 to take the pressure off the middles on 5, as they've managed to do. And they've really slowed the transition of the Old Wesley team here.
Oh, now here's a chance though. Now maybe go outside. That's an excellent touch there that time though. I think that might have been Ed Hayward who's done that. That's the 5th.
It's a good patient set from the Scorpions team, not willing to bite and jump into touches. They've really slowed the roll, and now Old Wesley under pressure to execute on 5th, which they can't do.
It seems always, I mean, we say this quite regularly, but it seems so tough for players and for teams to be able to score when you're back on the 7 on the 5th tackle. It seems so difficult.
Yeah, the best way to look to try and execute a score there is to really get the defence running laterally. So not something the Old Wesley team managed to do here, but really good roll from Scorpions.
Chance here, they have to get the next try, you feel. Here's Aldous, will he get across? There's a touch on there, excellent work. A really good touch there from Mark Phelan, as Charlie Thompson must have thought he might have been in there, but not that chance, and it's 6-3 still to Old Wesley, 12 minutes or so to go.
Yeah, it's a go-to play for the Scorpions there. They look to run the early release, where the half gets round and receives it into space. The Old Wesley boys did a good job of holding their ground, not biting on the middle. A really good stop there, really important one, with 12 minutes to go.
Pass goes out, that looked forward, but that doesn't matter anyway because that was a drop ball. And it will be a Scorpions 6 of 6.
Yeah, Barley. You, Johnny and Roots, yeah? You got the pick.
So here they come again. Look how quick they're going at this moment in time. Was he offside? No, it's the 5th touch. I don't think particularly Ewan Armstrong was happy with that decision though. Oh, that's to tell you what, there's no touch there, I don't think. Well, the officials are saying, I'm not sure exactly. Well, it's going to be a 6th touch. I think they're happy, yeah. I mean, it was a great run down the sideline there. I think that might have been Will Sericold, but he sportingly told the referee now I was touched there. 6-3.
Yeah, another frustrating set for the Scorpions. They didn't manage to retain their roll down the field on that 4th and 5th touch.
Just how hard that ground is out there today.
Yeah, it's a little better than the first round in Oxford a few weeks ago. I think we've had a bit of rain as the Wesley guys look to isolate that open side, but it's pretty solid defence from that Scorpions left edge.
Once again, Dara Forster, who's already scored a first half hat-trick. He nearly had a fourth there, but it's still 6-3. 10.5 to go. Nice pass back inside. Here's Charlie Thompson. Nice pass back in there. Now here's a chance. Can they sort something out here? Here's Chung. Charlie Thompson, the half, is going to be playing mirrors. And it's going to be intercepted anyway there that time from, I think that's Seb Caldwell.
Much better transition set by the Scorpions team there. They weren't willing to accept the middle that stepped up in defence. They got on the back middle and kept their roll through and managed to get in goal. Didn't execute the final play, but they'll be hoping it's a sign of more to come in the next 9 minutes.
So, Scorps down by 3, could be down by 4 in a minute if Old Wesley continues to move forward like they are doing. I think that was a drop ball. It was actually a caught on there on a 6. And the pass wasn't great there from Sam Bewley. Better pass, it might have actually been all right, but it was a drop ball anyway, and a big turnover, and that's a big let-off there for the Scorps.
Certainly is. Good defence by the link there to realise that the attacking link was cutting and make the touch just as he placed it down. But the Scorps do look a little vulnerable on their short side at the moment.
Here's Aldous. On the last, I think he got touched. Doesn't matter anyway because he's.
It looks he's through.
He's through. It looked like it looked like there. Proper dancing feet there from Mark Aldous. One of the most nonchalant celebrations that you'll ever see. And, it's just a nice play off the top there, and that's 6-4. Huge moment.
Certainly is. 2 down with just over 8.5 minutes to go. Hopefully we're in for a bit of a grandstand finish here.
Be nice.
Dan Roberts makes the touch on that far edge.
Back inside, John Ennis.
Really good defence by Teddy Brooks there as he gets a little bump. But excellent post-touch shutdown defence.
Big opportunity here. Here's Rupnarine Singh, just couldn't quite get hold of that, and now is a chance here for the Scorps to try and get a real positive drive here on transition.
So the Wesley lads are looking at a similar attacking platform on both edges of the field there. They're looking to run a quickie play on the link where they step back and hit the first option. The Scorpions guys are doing a great job of shutting that out.
Next touch will be the 4th. Now pass off the top there. Almost with a chance of the intercept, but didn't quite make it. Here's Max Howard. I think, was there a penalty there for offside, or is he just telling them to get all on? We're not quite sure exactly what it was.
Really important set here for the Scorpions. A full 6 on the line, with Old Wesley bringing a sub on. It wouldn't surprise me here if they look to set for Chung on a sweepy play.
Chance there. Nice touch off the back. Oh, it was a drop ball. What a chance there for Ed Hayward. Just couldn't quite get the ball back from Max Howard. And it's another golden opportunity gone there for the Scorps.
It is, and time is starting to leak away as the Wesley guys get a really good roll here. They've got a couple more touches to play with. And that is last. Not the best choice by the Wesley middle there.
Yeah, but still could maybe do something there. As Dara Forster, this was a sensational take, but Max Howard will make the touch and it'll be a turnover on the 7, and 6 again now. When you're out there, obviously, because it's difficult to know when you have what time's left here, because obviously you don't know with the central timing and all that sort of stuff. Do you know it's getting pretty damn close to the point where you're thinking, okay, it's desperation time a little bit if it gets towards the end?
Hopefully you've got someone in the box who's managing that, so we'd certainly be asking how long's left. And if it's 5 minutes and you're 2 behind, you're thinking we're still in this game. However, if it's 2 minutes left and this remains the score, there's a lot of work to do for the Scorpion side here. So I certainly wouldn't write them off yet. They're in with a good opportunity with a set of 6 here. Pretty crucial set as Thompson looks to get the ball back. Doesn't on this occasion.
We'll go back to the 7, no.
As you see Charlie Thompson dropping to that left edge again. He's looking to get the ball back here.
Mark Aldous gets it back here. There's Charlie Thompson. The pass is just too high. Ollie Turner was awaiting that ball there, and as you said, it could have been a grandstand finish if that ball had gone over. It didn't, and the Scorps are now having to try and hope. I think Charlie Thompson actually, I don't know if he's clutching. I think he might be clutching his hamstring there a little bit.
Yeah, they'll be frustrated there, the Scorpions. The Wesley middle did a really good job of making the touch in the centre of the field, so the open side for Thompson was very short, didn't have much space to play with.
You feel this next... feel that this is a huge moment.
Looks like we've got a penalty for time wasting as Aldous looks to take the ball towards the box.
Yeah, Mark Aldous was definitely trying to get that there, and it's going to be a turnover for...
He's given the penalty for dropping of the shoulder on Aldous.
Wow.
So, tough call there, but equally, it's incumbent on the attacker to initiate the touch. So, not the smartest of plays there. The Scorpions could really suffer from a turning the ball over there in midfield.
Mark Aldous there was trying to tell him that, getting on with the game. Not to be the case there at that time. There's the score! And is that the score? That wins Old Wesley their second straight Elite Men's National Touch Series title. Really good dive over the top there. And it got underneath. And an excellent score there, an excellent finish.
Clever score there by Old Wesley. They look for the open side quickie play and step back after receiving the ball, which isolates the touching player, and Max will be frustrated at that one, but very effective line attack play by the Old Wesley team.
James O'Donnell with the score there for Old Wesley. Chance though here now for the Scorpions. If they can get one straight away, then maybe they're still in with a chance, but you have to think that this set they have to find a score. Max Howard. Nice little step that there from Will Serracold. Now gets the pass off to the winger, and a nice cut. And it's going to be a penalty for offside.
Clever play there by Serracold. He noticed that the open side Old Wesley defence were dropping early, so kicked and attacked on their outside, and has pulled the penalty for that.
Nye Davis was the one there, and nice step, but again another good touch on that. Even though they still have possession, time is ticking away. Chance here though, Howard will try and go through the middle. There's the pass out wide. Ollie Turner this time will score.
Excellent play by Max Howard there. Noticed that the saving middle for the Old Wesley team was loose, so Max took the middle channel, went through, and the mirrors for the Old Wesley side broke down.
So 7-5 with 2.5 minutes to go. You'd have to think that Old Wesley would have to probably turn the ball over quickly, but another score surely wins them the title.
Essential stop set for the Scorpion side here.
Quick ball off the top there now. Roop Nareen Singh thought he'd scored, but there's going to be a touch on, I think. No, there's no try. Roop Nareen Singh there manages. He must have thought that he just won Old Wesley the title, but not to be yet.
Great touch, great outside shoulder touch by Matt Sandland there. As they look for the same play on the other side of the field.
Feeling there's a touch on there that time. It's actually going to be a score. It's Dan Roberts who was played through there. I don't think he managed to make the line. And it is Mark Phelan who scores the try. That wins Old Wesley their second straight National Touch Series title.
Yeah, with the play that they've relied on throughout the series this year. The link quickie, working really hard to get outside of the defensive link, and a really nice dive to seal the final NTS of the season.
90 seconds left to play. And Scorpions are trying to find a way back into this, and it looks like that this Old Wesley side appreciate that a lot of the teams there, there'll be, I think it will be 6 again, it will be. Appreciate a lot of this Irish Open side are in the Old Wesley team, but I tell you what, I can't wait for the Ireland versus England matches at the Men's Open. If this is going to be the quality that they're going to bring over, it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, I think we're anticipating a very tight men's open division at the Euros this year. The Irish side, obviously the English boys. I know that the Scotland men's open have brought in new coaching team, and there are quite high hopes for them to duplicate their success from the mixed open over the last few years.
Really good play once more. Nice set down there from Aldous as the seconds tick away. And Old Wesley can get the penalty, will concede the penalty there. Sarah Coles back onto Aldous, back to Sarah Cole, back to Aldous, score! And they will have the last laugh in this game, because that is that. An 8-6 victory for Old Wesley. The bowl winners in round one here in Oxford went and won the cup in round two, and now they're number one in Oxford in round three. They win 2 of the 3 men's National Touch Series titles, and Gabe Pennington, you have to say that over the course of the day they have been sensational, and they probably deserved it on the balance of playing this final as well.
Very deserving winners throughout the day. They've had moments where they've looked in danger against the Rebel side in the semi-final and for a few minutes against the Scorpions, but a very, very impressive performance, very mature performance, and finished the game excellently.
Gabe, appreciate we probably let you go and get ready to coach the NQ Rebels women, but thank you very, very much indeed for your time this afternoon. It's been great to have you on with us.
Pleasure, thank you very much, and hopefully a great finale to the women's season with the NQ side taking on the London Eagles.
Take it easy, Gabe, and hope you feel better soon as well with your injury. Fingers crossed. Thank you very much indeed to Gabe Pennington. So it's a huge win for Old Wesley. They are once again champions. And they are once again the winners of the 2021-22 Men's National Touch Series title. Bowl winners in round one, winners of the cup in round two in Burton, and now they are the winners here in round three in Oxford. And I'm delighted to say that straight over to us here in the commentary position, James O'Donnell. We talked a couple of weeks ago, James, saying that you thought you'd really come up a long way since that bowl week here in round one. It's proven. Congratulations, double back-to-back men's national champions. How does that feel?
Thanks so much. Oh no, it was super effort for the lads today. So much teamwork, so much effort there put in the pitch. Scorps really made us work for it, so we're delighted to finally come off with a win from that.
You can hear John Ennis maybe in the background there on the Atmos, mate. Talk us through the way that it's been because it's been so close as well today. I mean, you've been playing against the NQ Rebels as well. That was a one fight. There was a 1 point game in that final. It really feels like that you have really stepped up a lot. How important has it that you've been able to come over to England to be able to be a part of this series in order to get you prepared for the Euros as well?
Yeah, really important, and playing against teams like NQ and Scorps, really make us step up our game as well. So, no, as I said last time, delighted to be invited over here and delighted to be playing. It's fantastic for us.
What do you think has been the difference, obviously coming through to win you both back-to-back titles? Because it just seems that the sheer desire, the heart that this team has got has just taken you really, really far at this moment in time.
Yeah, it is a lot of desire. The boys really wanted this, and we wanted to come up here and show that we can play at a high standard and we can compete with all these great English teams. So yeah, a lot of desire and a lot of heart from the boys today. Really good to see.
And will there be a party tonight, do we think?
I think so, maybe a little party, yeah.
James, thank you very much indeed for your time as always. So, congratulations again.
Cheers, thank you.
James O'Donnell joining us here on comms this afternoon as his side from Ireland, the Old Wesley Touch boys, once again are Men's National Touch Series event winners. They win 2 out of the 3 events. And I tell you what, that Irish Open side at the Men's European Championships could be very, very special to watch in August. What is going to be very, very special in just a second, though, is going to be NQ Rebels against the London Eagles. And that will be our final game of the day. That will happen in just a moment. But we have been told that someone from the Scorps will be coming to join us here, because let's not forget that the Scorpions are Men's National Touch Series champions overall. And we must not forget that joining us on comms here to talk that through is Will Sericole. Will, obvious commiseration to what happened in that final, but overall, congratulations. You've been so consistent. Congratulations. How does that feel? Elite Men's National Touch Series champions. Overall title goes to London Scorps.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, that feels pretty good. Sort of had to kind of remind the boys of that just after the final there, because I think obviously a few heads go down after we lose to full credit to them, like a cracking Old Wesley side. They've been a great addition to the series, and obviously had some really competitive games with all the men's clubs, so huge for them to come over. And yeah, disappointing to go down in the final, but I think, like you alluded to there, we're just so happy with the consistency we've been able to show this season, the players that we've been able to bring on in terms of developing them. And yeah, to be overall series champions is very sweet, although bittersweet at the moment, I suppose, after that final.
I think more than anything, there's obviously you won the first event here down in Oxford. You then were fourth, I think, I believe, from memory serves me correctly, third, excuse me, in Burton, and then obviously coming second here. So you've been all around the house. You've got every single medal now, really. But more importantly than that, how important was that, do you think, to beat the NQ Rebels earlier on this afternoon in a quality game that was earlier on today?
Yeah, I think that sort of really set the tone for our day in terms of the fact that we were here to compete in a final, here to obviously try and win a final, and ultimately with one eye on that sort of overall series title. And I think the NQ boys gave us a really good run, as you said, a really, really high quality game. And I think what's going on in their club, obviously their women's team is going to be series champions, their men's team have been thereabouts in two finals, and then I think third or fourth today. Yeah, like just really, really high quality stuff from them, and like you said, really set the tone for us to get that win early on.
Yeah, and obviously you've got to come back again next year. But do you think that even if Old Wesley are in that, do you think that really you've got a real great platform with that with the London Scorpions side at the moment? Because it just seems to be fantastic right now. Watching you play some incredible touch.
Oh, 100%. I think I've got to give a lot of credit to the boys. They rocked up to a lot of sort of Sunday afternoon sessions through January, through February, when it's not as glamorous, and put in some really hard work, and we sort of sussed out what we really wanted our DNA as a club to be. Really figured that out, and everyone's bought into that, and it's running really well. So yeah, I think whether Old Wesley are here or not next year, I think we'll have a really good crack at it with the boys that we've got. And also, I think I forgot my point, so I'll go back to you on that.
I was just going to say one final one, a quick party. I know you lost in the final tonight, but a quick party tonight, probably to celebrate the fact that you're overall champions, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. We're actually we're off to one of our women's players' 30th. So happy birthday, Zan Hodgson, if you're watching. Looking forward to a few drinks with you later on.
Congratulations, Will Sericole, London Scorpions, Men's National Touch Series champions.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
So, commiserations to London Scorpions in the final. Thank you again to Will Sericole for joining us here in the commentary position. But we will be back in about 30 seconds' time when we have that matchup again. You know the one, NQ Rebels, London Eagles. It's that matchup one more time to determine who will be National Touch Series Champions Event 3 here very, very shortly. Stay with us.
Guys, under his jumper. Under his jumper.
No, the team.
Darren, if he's got that big a water bottle, tell him to run it himself. Yeah, it's successful.
Now?
Okay.
Yep, you guessed it. It's those two teams again. For the last 4 Women's National Touch Series at the elite level, these two teams have been meeting with a title on the line. And now it's another opportunity for the Eagles to try and get one over on this seemingly unstoppable NQ Rebels side. The NQ Rebels are looking to do something that not many clubs in England have done before, and that is have an undefeated season here and the Elite National Touch Series. They've won the last 3. If you go back to the games here in Oxford back in September of 2021, they won it here in Oxford against the Eagles 7-3. They then won the Cup 8-3 against the Eagles back in Burton on that Sunday afternoon in round 2. Is it time for the Eagles to finally get one over on this NQ Rebel side, or will they complete an undefeated season? We're about to find out, and we can't wait. Jonathan alongside you to watch this one. And Charlotte Nichols from Oxford Touch and Old Wesley joins us here in the box. Charlotte, very good afternoon. It's been a fantastic day, and what a way that we're going to finish this off.
Yeah, it's a great display of touch here with 2 absolutely brilliant teams and a lovely way to cap off the series.
Well, we're delighted to have your company. We'll discuss the Old Wesley side as well, because they've been brilliant today. I appreciate they're playing in the plate right now as well, so we will keep an eye on that on pitch too. But here's an opportunity for the Eagles to try and get the first score, and they do. Kenzie Mcnaught runs straight through the middle, and I'm not too sure who it is on that far side. It might be Annabelle Janssen, but whoever it is, we'll hopefully look at their number in a second. But what a start there that is, over the top, lovely place of skill, and then it is 1-0. Too sure who that was on that far side over there. Might be Karis Dunn. I'm not quite sure who scored that, but it's a great move there. And once again, Kenzie Mcnaught just shows you just how elusive she is, just going straight through the middle. What can the NQ Rebels do? Here's Anna Crossley. Look at it go. I think there was a touch on there. Megan Pemberton gets that touch on there. Obviously, you were part of the NQ Rebel with the Old Wesley Girls earlier on today, Charlotte. Big result there, that is, as well. Obviously, you played against, your team played against this NQ Rebel side earlier on. How difficult is it just to compete with them? Because at the minute, they just seem to be unstoppable at this moment in time.
Yeah, I think they're just a different level in terms of fitness and pace, and it just makes it so hard to play against. They have a great structure, which is really good to have the experience of playing against, but yeah, once they get going, you just cannot stop them. They're just so quick.
Reminder that London Eagles beat the London Scorpions earlier on 6-5, and it was an 8-all draw between the Rebels and the Scorpions. So London Eagles are top of the table as things stand. I've just had confirmation it was Annabelle Janssen who just scored that try over on the far side there. We just had a number check, which is always good. Let's put the Eagles 1 up. 3 minutes gone in what's going to be an absolute epic game. Talked about it at the top there, Charlotte, about the fact that it's an undefeated season on the line here for NQ Rebels. How important is that going to be for them in this game? Because they are going to be champions of the National Touch Series pretty much, but an undefeated champion of National Touch would be absolutely sensational for them.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to fall at the last hurdle. To get this far and then lose would be pretty gutting for them, but they've put on a brilliant display of touch throughout, and they can be proud of themselves whatever happens today. To win the series in the way that they have is absolutely brilliant, and it's a real credit to how hard they train and how they play as well.
Indeed. So the Eagles realistically were the only side that could touch them and catch them this time around. But the fact that where they will finish means that the championship of the overall series title is up for grabs, but here's the opportunity for them to go undefeated. Nicola Wise driving that ball forward again, and now here's the opportunity for Carly Wynn. Back inside, it's not going to fall for McCavanagh. Great defence there, scrambling defence by the Eagles.
Yeah, that's brilliant, and it just shows that they are really competitive at this level, and they have got a really good chance against these girls today to show what they're made of as well.
A lot of the, you see there, Kenzie Mcnaught where the ball gets dropped, and that's going to be a turnover. I was going to say, you know, the likes of Kenzie Mcnaught that are going to be in that England Women's Open side as well. There's a lot of big names in the world of touch that have played for the Eagles today, and as well, to be fair, for the NQ Rebels. Some great names in there. Speaking of that, Jo Devine, women's 35 player, looking to see if they can move this ball across. There's a huge crowd in as well, which is great to see for the final game. You can hear in the sub box of the London Eagles as well. They are shouting, clapping every single bit of hard work in defence. Carly Wynn couldn't get away from Kenzie Mcnaught. Here's Wynn. McCavanagh. Jo Devine back to McCavanagh. Will she dive? Oh, well. Well, it looked like that she might have potentially lost control of that, but the referees are happy with it. And Georgina McCavanagh, once again, Charlie comes up with a huge score for the NQ Rebels, 1-1. Did you think that was pretty close, or did you think that that was enough downward pressure? It looked on the replay like there might have been enough downward pressure actually on that one.
Yeah, it looked like she had it there, and it was just the defender coming across that might have made it look a bit out of control. But yeah, it's given anyway, so well done to them.
One apiece. Here's Rebecca Maxwell. Now back through there with Megan Pemberton. Now look to Emily Bayliss. Can she find a way through? Fifth touch there. Bayliss will go. Excuse me, that'll be Naomi Fairnet going over the far side. Just couldn't quite get that over there. I think it might have been Rachel Parry on that far side. Maybe it might have been Amelia Stanley. We're not too sure. Amelia Stanley was the is on this near side to us. Remember, Amelia Stanley scoring with 45 seconds to go to put the Scorpions to bed, and the Eagles soaring above them in the table as well. As things stand, the Eagles will win the day, because a draw for them is good enough for the fact that they beat the London Scorpions earlier on. A draw for the NQ Rebels wouldn't be bad either, actually, because they'd be quite happy with that. Just take the undefeated season and go. Here's Pemberton. Oh, that was a high shot there a little bit there towards the face, but referee was all right with that. There's Amelia Stanley taking the ball at half. Fifth touch there. There's Naomi Fairnet. Fairnet goes on the outside. Annabelle Jansen just goes through the hands. And they're making meters at the moment, aren't they? I'd say, Charlie, with the Eagles, but they're just not being able to put those chances away at this moment in time, I don't think.
Yeah, it's a credit to them how well they're moving up and down the pitch. They've obviously got the pace to match NQ and the structure and the drive to get up there, but they just need to work on the hands and just completing it when they get there, because it's frustrating for them to see all that effort go to waste at this stage.
We're halfway through this first half. What are your overall impressions on the game? It looks like these two teams know each other obviously so well, but they're just trying to work out how new they can make each play.
Yeah, you can tell they've played against each other a few times. They know what to expect and they know how to defend these attacking moves, which is showing off, and that it's such a low scoreline at this point. It looks like a pretty even match so far, but yeah, great touch on display.
Reminder of the stakes. NQ Rebels are already champions of the Women's National Touch Series overall. They're going for an undefeated season. The Eagles, at the last 3 occasions, have fallen to the Rebels at the final hurdle, but they top the table as things stand. Now Kenzie Mcnaught stepping through, and that'll be the 6th touch, and good defensive set there from the Rebels. And Anna Crossley once again, she's just so good in the midfield. There's Nicola Wise taking this up. Kenzie Mcnaught couldn't quite get the step on, but here's the opportunity now for Carly Wynn. Driving through the middle again, Georgina McCavanagh, she's so quick, she's so elusive. Now mirrors play. And a drop ball. I think that might have been Alice Hobson who might have been trying to get through there. But look at the speed of Georgina McCavanagh. She just flies right through in the midfield.
Yeah, and there's nothing really you can do to defend that. When someone comes at you with that pace, getting back on side and making that touch is so hard, as we saw earlier today, and they're doing a great job to hold them out.
Drop ball that time there from Emily Bayliss. It's a crucial set here, you think, at this moment, because this is essentially for them a tap-off set.
Yeah, they're in a good position here to get one up on the Eagles, and let's just see how they play it.
5.5 to go, one apiece. Here's Georgina McCavanagh once more. She's just deciding, I'm going to look, see where everything is. We'll get you the rest of the scores from around the pitches at half-time from the last games, and that's going to be McCavanagh with a half court. And Naomi Fairnet, she was on the stream earlier on this morning saying that if they were playing against the NQ Rebels, they had some secrets defensively that they weren't going to tell us about. And defensively at the minute, they've been absolutely super solid.
Yeah, it's showing that they've obviously been working at it, and these secrets are paying off for them, because to hold them out from that point was really, really good and sets them in a good position going forward here up the pitch.
They're driving really well. They're rolling the subs on very quickly at this moment in time as well. Here's Kenzie Mcnaught. Mcnaught will look to go over the top, looking for Stanley. Just, I think it might have held up in the wind a little bit, actually, because the wind has just picked up slightly here. As certain members of one of the teams have decided that, it's 5 o'clock gone now. It is gone 5 o'clock. You all know what that means. That looked forward, but the referee was fine with that. Again, we aren't in line with the position that we've got here, but it did look slightly forward. Here's Anna Crossley again, driving that ball forward, looking to go to Danielle Evans. Back to Crossley and back to Evans, and Evans gets touched, and that'll be a turnover. That's a really good position, surely, for the Eagles. So I know it's only you're 10 metres out from the for the centre, but it's essentially a tap-off set again.
Yeah, it makes all the difference when you're boxing to not have to work, especially from the other side of the pitch, and then for up by the line as well. Starting that position is great, and it means you can get the girls on in a really good position to attack from there.
Here's Emily Bayliss driving forward again, straight through the middle. Fairnet will take it on. Now will she get the pass out towards Jansen? That was the aim. The execution, though, wasn't what they were looking for. 3.5 to go, 1-1. You just feel the tension in this final. You just feel something's about to start bubbling up. Ground as well. It isn't conducive to sliding and slipping. We've always said it feels quite hard. The amount of people you can hear them just running, it feels like they're on a running track rather than actually on grass.
Yeah, there's a lot of grass burn on people's knees and elbows today. Lots of blood on the ground from dives. It's not ideal on the pitches.
Another court, and Georgina McCavanagh, that's going to be thrown at them, and that is going to be 10 metres. That's going to be 50. Offside given. So Rebecca Maxwell will take this up one more time. Can she find the way through and unlock this NQ Rebels defence? There's people out wide if she could get there, and it's going to be a score. Lois Lau with the score, well, with the assist, and it's going to be a second try for the Eagles. It's a lovely pass there from Pemberton. Pemberton onto Lois Lau. And we'll just check who it is. I think it might be Rebecca Maxwell that's gone over. I think it is number 9, Rebecca Maxwell, and that is a really good move. And we said that something was bubbling, and now it's the Eagles that go 2-1 up just before the break.
Yeah, it's nice to see them execute that. I'd say they'd have been kicking themselves if it had been a draw at half-time, because they've got up there so many times and had so many chances. So to be up at this stage is really good for them.
The NQ Rebels, though, love to score from the tap-off. They're very successful at doing that. Kenzie Mcnaught trying to drive that forward again. Now back to Danielle Evans. I think there's a touch on there from Stanley. It is. It's a 5th touch. There's the 6th. Kenzie Mcnaught. Defensively, he is just doing the business at the moment. A minute to go before half-time. We'll get the scores from elsewhere around the pitches a little bit later on in just a couple of moments once we get to half-time here. Carish Dunn will play that on towards Naomi Fairnet. Fairnet now driving this ball through the middle. There's a touch, and is that going to be a score? It is going to be a score. An excellent run through from Rachel Parry. And it is 3-1 to the Eagles. And potentially, are they finally going to get over the line against this NTS Rebel side? That's a fantastic score.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant, and it's looking like they've got the upper hand here, which is really exciting to see.
It's a huge set, this, though. Right on the break. And it's a tap-off set. Big moments coming up here. Someone who always comes through in the clutch is Georgina McCavanagh. Here's Carly Wynn trying to drive through. Was the half court? Referee says it was, and it's going to be a drop at ball. And you could just see maybe for the first time in a long time, the NQ Rebels are getting a little frustrated. As the siren goes at 3-1 at the break, and as I was saying there, you just sense there's a little bit of frustration. They know how close they are to achieving something very special. But at the moment, this Eagles side are just doing a brilliant job at nullifying any threat they have.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at holding them out so far, and it would be a shame to see the pressure get to the Rebels, who do seem to be getting a bit frustrated, but we'll see. It's all to play for in the second half.
So we'll go around the grounds a little bit and just tell you that obviously London Galaxy beat the NQ Rebels 5-0. Well, that was a walkover, unfortunately, because as we gave Pennington earlier on, that one was a shame for them. But big change here as well. It was Nottingham Hoods against Cambridge in the plate final again. And the plate final was that was the bowl final actually last time out against them two playing against each other. That one was won by Nottingham 9-5 at the time. Cambridge have won that 9-8 this time round. So great game over on pitch 3. And Thames Valley Vikings have beaten Nottingham Hoods 2-1. So that is that done. We'll just take a look at the plate pool, which is the Women's Cup Bowl available. Pool games are complete, so we can tell you that it has gone down to try difference. And Nottingham Hoods, Thames Valley Vikings and Cambridge Touch are all on 5 points. Nottingham Hoods have won the Women's Bowl, with Thames Valley Vikings coming second and Cambridge Touch coming third. The Women's Plate is yet to be decided, because that game currently going on is Old Wesley against London Galaxy over on that far side. We'll get the score line before we head off the air tonight. But this is how the men's final standings has looked then. Old Wesley have got 20 points, London Scorpions got 18, London Galaxy are on 16, NQ Rebels on 14. The plate winners were Cambridge, they're on 12, Nottingham Hoods are on 10 as 6th, London Eagles on 8, Wigan Warriors on 6. You've got a feel for the Wigan Warriors today as well. There's so many chances and so many things just not breaking their way. Canterbury 9th and Oxford 10th. The men's 7th, 8th playoff, again, I think was a walkover between the Wigan Warriors and the London Eagles. So that's that. But as we said, congratulations earlier on to the London Scorpions. They are the men's National Touch Series champions, but it's Old Wesley that take 2 out of the 3. And you've obviously been with the Old Wesley touch team in the women's side as well, Charlie, but also with the men's as well. It seems like that men's side has just grown throughout this competition. Bowl winners in round 1, back-to-back cup winners in round 2 and 3.
Yeah, they've put on a brilliant display over the last couple of weeks, and they just play with such intensity and pace, and it's absolutely brilliant to watch. And it's great for them to come over here and have the competition against such great teams like Scorps and Galaxy and NQ, and it's a really good display of touch. And England is so lucky to have such a brilliant setup over here with all of these wonderful tournaments and lots and lots of teams to play against. They just don't have anything like that in Ireland, so it's great for Old Wesley to be able to come over here and get a bit of competition, especially with the Euros coming up, and a lot of these players will be featuring in the Ireland team, so it's great for them to get a bit of training out on the pitch like this.
Indeed it is. And don't forget that tomorrow we're going to be with you from 10 a.m. again UK time for the National Touch Development Series round 3. And let me tell you, the way that that's going as well, PFT are probably going to go and win the men's overall and get promoted, but the women's National Touch Series and Development is so close. we are very excited to be watching that, definitely tomorrow. We hope that you can join us throughout the day. We'll bring you as much as we can on that. We start again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock UK time if you do want to join us for that. But I was just looking at the on my stat sheet here. Revolution and Oxford both on 40 points, and the Wigan Warriors are on 36 points in that women's competition. So that is going to go down to the wire. So we're very excited for that. Join us tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. But a reminder quickly of what's at stake here, in case you do need reminding or just joining us. 3-1, the Eagles lead at the break. The Eagles are looking to win their first National Touch Series title of the year. They have lost the last 3 all to the NQ Rebels. The NQ Rebels are trying to do something that not many teams have done before them. Go through an entire NTS season undefeated. They are going to be the women's champions. There's no doubt about that. But this is huge. 15 minutes. Charlotte Nichols, if you are over there with that NQ Rebel side, what do you say at this point? And what were you saying at half time? Were you saying just to calm down and make sure that you're still right in this game?
Yeah, I think it's really important for NQ to play their game and not let the Scorps tactics mess them around and stop them from playing the way that they played, because we've seen earlier today when they play and they drive up the pitch and they pull their moves, what they can do and what they're capable of.
Ball out the back, that's a score! Naomi Fairnet celebrates, and why wouldn't you? Annabelle Jansen once again on that far side, and straight from the tap off, the Eagles are now 3 ahead. Is that a huge moment as they celebrate here over in the box? And again, why wouldn't you? That's a sensational pass from Naomi Fairnet.
Yeah, it's great to see one of their long passes paying off. They've missed a few in the first half, and to see when it works, it's great. And that was a really good score from the Scorps.
Huge chance this though now. You've got to think that the Rebels have got to get the next try, because if they don't, this game might be one step too far. 13 points in the first group match, 14 in the second, 8 in the last game, but only 1 so far with 13 and a half to go. Huge crowd, as you would expect for this women's matchup. You can hear the Eagles side just cheering them on from the sub box. There's Carly Wynn now. Look to quick touch on there. Wynn looking to go through, and Rachel Parry makes the touch again. How important is this set here for the Rebels? You've got to feel they've got to score here.
Yeah, the Eagles are doing really well at just taking that space away from them. She had 3 defenders on her then going through, and there was no chance of her getting in that gap.
They switched the play. Carly Wynn looking to go herself, and she could have scored anyway, I think. Oh, no, she's gone through. Was that? I'm not sure exactly what the referee had called there, but I didn't know whether Carly Wynn could have scored on her own there. I don't think she was the half. 4-1. But it's a drop ball. It's over the mark. This is a crucial set of 6 for the Rebels. Carly Wynn, that's a heavy touch. Penalty. Carly Wynn is not taking any prisoners with a touch like that. I think she preferred to get... Oh. Is that what's it called there? Is that a sub? Is that a timeout or?
4 sub there, so they have to change the player on the pitch, but they do still play with 6 players.
Ball back inside. Wynn touch there. Fantastic touch from Rachel Parry. Look at the way Naomi Fairnet celebrates that. It feels like she just scored a try. You just feel this is such a crucial part of this game. If the Rebels don't score here when they've had 3 straight sets of 6, Carly Wynn through, Kenzie Mcnaught with a touch, and the half gets caught. That is a monster defensive set there from the Eagles.
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant, and like they said, they've obviously had these secrets up their sleeves, and they are pulling them off so well today and keeping the Rebels out.
Hopefully they can tell us what those secrets are, maybe, if they come over here for a winner's interview, but still a long way to go yet. There's Tina Veal. Wanted a I wanted a heavy touch there, I think, some of the players on this far side, but not to be the case. Here's Emily Bayliss, excuse me. Oh, it just didn't fall for Tina Veal. The space was there, it was open. And you've got to think that if that goes over, the Eagles would have been in a seriously strong position if they're not already.
Yeah, and you could see they had the space there, they had the holes to hit, it was just the hands that let them down. So it just shows that there are gaps appearing in the NQ defence.
Here come the Rebels again. Lovely pass over the top, but I think the wind just took it away slightly from Nolly Quinn. 10 minutes to go. The Eagles subs are really trying to get hit hard here. Lois Lau there just takes off, as does Annabelle Jansen. Quick through ball there from Claire Waddle. Kenzie Mcnaught will pick him up on the scoop. There's the touch from Georgina McCavanagh. So far away, they've got to go one end of the pitch to the other, and you can see the amount of metres they're making at the moment. But Anna Crossley now will take this on. They want to try and get this ball quicker than they are right now. Georgina McCavanagh drives up. There's Nicola Wise. Wise will take this ball forward. They're on the 10 now as they get that through. Nicola Wise hasn't been touched yet. She's going to drive straight at the player. Now to Nolly Quinn, and the ball gets dropped. Wonder if the weight of history might just be getting on them a little bit here. There's a reason why. There is a reason why, Charlotte. Teams don't often go undefeated, especially over a 3-tournament season.
Yeah, the pressure I think is getting to NQ today. Things like hands that are normally very textbook are slipping slightly.
Here's Emily Bayliss. Naomi Fairnet comes through, and the ball just gets dropped by Caris Dunn.
Yeah, I think you can see both teams are starting to feel the pressure. The rucks are getting a bit more competitive, a few hard touches going in there, and the girls are giving it absolutely everything they've got, which is great to see.
So 8.5 to go. Quick reminder, if you do need it, history in the making potentially for NQ Rebels. Even a draw, even if they don't win this event, they'd still go undefeated with the season. There's the 6th touch there on Naomi Fairnet. Alice Hobson and her having a bit of a discussion there at the end. As we do hit the 8-minute mark left in this match. The NQ Rebels know that they have got to find something special, but another score here for the Eagles might finally see them over the line against their old nemesis. Lau, that's the 5th. Good pass out to Veal. Good pass looking there for Rachel Parry, but unfortunately there. But if you're gonna turn the ball over 7 metres away from the opponent's line and the opposite side to the sub box, you're pretty much there. Tick tick. you've done everything right there.
Yeah, that's the best you can get. And if you're completing your sets and getting to that 6th touch, what you want is just to get it as far away as possible and give them a big job to do to get up there.
Where do you think the NQ Rebels can improve at the moment? Do you think it's the hole hitting? Do you think it's the hands? Do you think it's being able just the composure? What do you think that needs to happen?
Yeah, I think it's the composure. I think you can tell the pressure's getting to them a little bit because they are getting up there in true NQ fashion and then just panicking slightly on the line, and the hands are letting them down, like you can see there.
It's going to be a forward pass. Try was almost scored there. Not to be.
Ruck!
Rachel Parry steps through there. There's Kenzie Mcnaught. Now back to Caris Dunn. Anna Crossley making the touch. Claire Waddle, back to Naomi Fairnet, back to Waddle. She'll try and drive through the middle. There's the 5th. Fairnet looking. Will they go mirrors? No, it's an excellent touch That is an excellent defensive set there from Nicola Wise. And a crucial touch, because as time starts to run out, the sands of time are slowly pouring away from history for NQ. This London Eagles side must know that they are so close to finally getting over the line against what seemed an unstoppable juggernaut. Nolly Quinn. 6 touch. Five and a half to go. The London Eagles sides. London Eagles men's team here are roaring their approval. And that's what's great. I've always said this about being here with the Touch family is that if the men's and women's sides are here at the same time, the men will always cheer on the women will always cheer on the men. It just feels like a great, massive rugby touch family.
Yeah, and being a mixed sport and so open to people of all ages and abilities, it's great to see how people come together and support each other. And these women are putting on a brilliant display of women's touch as a whole. But yeah, it's great to see the men here and their families and their children running around, and lots of lovely dogs too.
Kenzie Mcnaught looking for the score. Rebecca Maxwell. Has she got that down? It's a touch. Huge. One more score for the Eagles. You've got to think that could be that. And finally getting over the line. But that NQ Rebels side are just not going to give up. They never do. Emily Bayliss touched on there that time by Danielle Evans. All about now just patience, all about completing those sets. You're 4 minutes away from finally getting over the line, as that's a 6 touch, but it's all about completing those sets now for the Eagles, because essentially NQ have got to go and score on every possession now.
Yeah, and the Eagles are doing a brilliant job, as we said, of bringing the ball over to the right and making it really hard for NQ to get to their box and get off. And you can tell they're all exhausted. They've been putting in a lot of work today. So having to add that extra run across the pitch is really paying off now.
Here comes Nicola Wise. Wise will move that ball forward, as will Carly Wynn through the mids. Last touch. Now here comes back inside. Wise touched. That surely is that. And we said at the top of the broadcast there, Charlotte, it's always difficult when you're going for an undefeated season, but to fall at the final hurdle. I know they'll be ecstatic at finally being elite Women's National Touch Series champions overall for the 2nd straight year, but you've got to be thinking what might have been.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to take for these girls. They've put on a brilliant show over this series, and they are well deserving winners of the title, but to not do the undefeated and not win the trophy of today is going to be hard for them to take.
Here's Crossley looking for a score there. Not going to happen at the time. In fact, actually, NQ Rebels might still finish 3rd in this round robin pool. On the fact that, the fact of the scores, the fact there was only a 1-score game between themselves and the Scorpions, the Eagles and the Scorpions, and this is going to be a 3-score game as things stand. So both teams, I think, would finish on the same points. The Eagles and the NQ. But by virtue of the fact of more events won, the NQ Rebels will be National Touch Series champions. But what a moment this is going to be for the Eagles. You've been at 3 straight events. You've been getting close, getting to that line, and at this moment in time, you're thinking you've finally got over that line.
Yeah, there'll be some very happy people travelling back to London tonight if they win this, I'd say.
Here's Georgina McCavanagh, 90 seconds away. Chance there now. Georgina McCavanagh touched on there by Bayliss. A 6 touch, and that will be that. A turnover. Here's Bayliss driving this ball forward. They are just now looking to make sure no mistakes. 1 minute to go before their crowning of their championship. McNaught gets a touch on there. That'll be the last. And the turnover again. Joe Devine will be there. So with 30 seconds to go, as the sun sets on this Women's Elite National Touch Series season, the NQ Rebels, by virtue of the most amount of tournament wins, will be champions 2-1 over this London Eagles side. They'll finish on the same points, but it will be back-to-back titles for the NQ Rebels in 2021 and 2022. And unfortunately, I think that's Alice Hobson that's down. It looks like, there goes the siren. There is the siren, and that is it. It has taken them 4 long tries, but finally the Eagles have soared above the competition here in Oxford. Well, in fact, actually, Jack Harris, I think the referee, has just told them that we might have to play one more. It looks like someone is down. I think that might be it. So that's it, and the Eagles will celebrate. And the Eagles will celebrate, and why wouldn't you? You finally waited that long time there, Charlotte Nichols, to win this game and get that National Touch Series title, and you do it and cost them an undefeated season as well. Amazing achievement by the Eagles to go and win this game.
Yeah, and it's an absolute credit to how hard they've worked. They've obviously adapted to their previous games to NQ, changed their tactics around, and it's really paid off today. That was a brilliant performance from the Eagles, and they are well-deserving winners of the series today.
They are indeed. Charlotte, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very, very much indeed for your company up in the box. You're more than welcome back anytime.
Thank you very much.
Take it easy and have a great night. So, there it is. London Eagles beating the NQ Rebels. And as far as I'm aware, that would make it a tied series on points between them. But the NQ Rebels will share the spoils, I think, because they will be a part of that team that has won themselves a place in the almost history. Just the one defeat throughout the entire season, and it comes in that final game. It is a real shame. But the Eagles will get themselves a decent amount of points here. 4 points more, I think, than the Rebels. And it's an amazing achievement, and an amazing achievement. And we spoke to her this morning. We're now speaking to you in the afternoon. I said we'd speak to you again, Naomi Fairnet. Congratulations.
Thank you.
First of all, 3 runners-up slots against this team, against this NQ Rebels side.
I know.
And finally, you're over the line. That must feel amazing.
It does, yeah. We were really motivated to try and make it a more competitive final this time, and to get away with that win. I think we just all played so hard for each other. You can see how much it means to everyone.
A most amazing experience. You said to us before that you had some defensive tricks up your sleeves. Can you tell us what they were now, or are you going to try and keep them a secret again, just in case you play one more time?
I think to save ourselves for next season, we don't want to reveal too much, but I think we had a look at kind of what we were doing and reflected and made some small adjustments, and I think you can see it really worked out there, so very pleased with the result.
And obviously, not just that though, it means that what you've done there is not just win this title, you've also tied the series and shared the overall series with the NQ Rebels, so that is an amazing achievement for you. I mean, that side there have been undefeated before you came along in that final game there, so it must make it extra sweet for you to be able to go and win this game today.
No, they've been an amazing team all season, and the team to beat, so for us to come away with the win today is a huge effort from the Eagles, and I'm so proud of each and every one of them.
I will let you go with one more final question. A little bit of a party to celebrate later?
Yes, yeah, we've got some pre-game celebrations planned back in London.
If I say it's 5 o'clock somewhere, so I appreciate you again. I appreciate you've got to go and celebrate with your team. I don't want to stop that. Naomi Fairnet, it is a genuine pleasure. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No problem at all. Naomi, go and celebrate with your team, because I appreciate This is your first opportunity to go celebrate in front of them. And in fact, they are celebrating right in front of us here in the box, as you can see on your screen. It's great to see. It's a shame as well for that NQ Rebel side. But for them, they will be heartbroken. One final defeat. That final defeat means that they will have to share the spoils with the London Eagles. They've won 2 events. They've gone undefeated in events up until that point. And unfortunately for them, it means that they will be sharing the spoils as champions of the overall Women's National Touch Series. We'll try and get everything up to date and final scores around the grounds before we do leave the air in just a few moments' time. Hopefully we'll be able to speak as well to one of the NQ Rebels side. I appreciate they might not be able to come over at the moment, but we do want to celebrate them because they have been absolutely outstanding throughout this National Touch Series, throughout this Women's National Touch Series. So we're just going to check that, but it does look like it will be. No, it will be that London Eagles and the NQ Rebels will share the National Touch Series title, which will be utterly heartbreaking for the NQ Rebels side. But what a story for the Eagles. 4th time lucky. They have managed to find their way through and win. And Old Wesley Touch have beaten London Galaxy by 6 points to 3 in the women's plate. So that means that Hot Custard will be the winners of the plate. London Galaxy will come 5th, Old Wesley Touch 6th. So there it is. London Eagles will win 18 points. The Scorps will get 16 points and the NQ Rebels will get 14. It means that actually 18 points then for the Eagles means that they will move on to 52 points from what I can remember. And the Rebels will do the same as well. So the Rebels will go on to 52 points, as will the Scorps. Sorry, excuse me, as will the Eagles. London Scorpions will finish 3rd. Those top 3 sides as they have been throughout the entire season. So we'll just have a double check on that. But yeah, it does mean that. It means that they will go to 52 and 52. So it will be the Eagles and the Rebels who will share the title. And the Rebels, it is so tough, this Women's National Touch Series. They have had 1 defeat all season, and it comes in the final match of their season, and they have to share the spoils. Sport is a cruel, cruel place, but it's why we love it. And I tell you what, you'll see much more drama than that tomorrow in the Women's National Development Touch Series, because Revolution and Oxford are currently level on 40 points apiece in the race to try and be crowned Development Touch winners for 2022. And of course PFT are looking to try and do exactly what the NQ Rebels wanted to do today, and that is win 3 straight National Touch Series development titles. We are back tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. We do hope that you can join us. But from all of us here on what has been a dramatic day in Oxford, congratulations to Old Wesley Touch. They are the Men's National Touch Series winners of this event. A massive congratulations to the Scorpions as well, the London Scorpions, as they take the overall Men's Elite National Touch Series title. But for the London Eagles, 4th time is the charm as they beat the NQ Rebels and share the title with the Rebels. The Rebels were 30 minutes away from a perfect season. Unfortunately, the Eagles have soared through them and broken that dream. We're sure to have more drama tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock in the morning UK time. Have a fantastic evening from all of us in Oxford. Good night.
Bye.